onto the pads there of Jurel, who...
Drew Jurel and Karan Nair. And he's on track for his 4th double century. Yesterday played extremely calm and composed, and well, I think he's definitely pushing his case to be in that starting 11 for the opening test against England, which commences on the 20th of June up in Leeds at Headingley.
It's going to be a cracker, isn't it? It's going to be absolutely wonderful series. I can't wait. Ajit up the hill, and again just strays onto the pads, and Rue comes round from his wicket-keeping position. Might be a leg bye, actually. It is a leg bye. Umpire James Middlebrook getting up on one leg and giving the signal. So that's... Ajit probably just needs to get his line right here. It's quite a hard one at Canterbury with the slope. The slope from where Ajit's bowling will naturally aid away swing or away movement to the right-hander. But 3 balls already have run down away to the Leslie Ames pavilion here. Oh, that's well bowled. It's a little bit of movement, and Jurel just has to watch that one.
Oh yeah, just get a little bit of a nip there from Singdale. Got the 2 slips in place early this morning. The spectators still making their way into the ground. Some kids bringing in their bats as well.
Yeah.
Maybe they're in search of autographs. I was here yesterday at the end of the day, and all the kids just were like running towards the pavilion just so they could get some autographs and signatures from the players. Yeah,
no, it's fantastic. It's one of those venues where kids come on and, you know, have a hit at lunch or whatever. That's Ajit Singdale just falls over there with the effort.
Taking that one out the book of Mark Wood.
Yeah, he does quite a lot, actually, Ajit. He's not far off the pace of Mark Wood either. He can crank it up near the 90-mile-an-hour mark. Gloucestershire have got one of the quickest attacks in the country, spearheaded by Ajit, with Marchant de Lange as well, the South African, who can crank it up, and Zaman Akhtar, who's regularly in the late 80s. Here is Ajit, as that's just pushed into the covers. And Max Holden doing the fielding, Middlesex man. And that's the end of the first over of the day. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Nikki Chowdhury. The Leslie Ames Pavilion here at Canterbury is a lovely venue. It's down at Fine Leg, or...
It's an absolutely lovely venue.
Yeah, or Long Off. And Leslie Ames, one of a number of fine wicket keepers that this county's produced. If you have a look at, you know, Leslie Ames, Godfrey Evans, Paul Downton, Alan Knott, who's also got his name on one of the pavilions here. Geraint Jones, part of that 2005 Ashes side.
Yeah, but to have a look from the Nackington Road end is going to be Eddie Jack to start things off on day 2.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him. He's sharp. Young tearaway from Hampshire.
He's just adjusting his field. It's going to be Karan Nair on strike. 2 slips in play. This one a straight down the leg side, just adjusting to that slope early on this morning.
Yeah, it's a good take from James Rue. I'm looking forward to watching him bat as well. He's been in good form for Somerset this year.
Absolutely. Yesterday he was so good behind the stumps, diving everywhere. He likes to dive, James Rue. That's what we established. Even if you didn't have to dive, you know, sometimes you just do it for the effect. It was exactly what we saw from him.
Whatever happened to footwork for wicket keepers?
Oh, beautiful delivery there from Jack. Just compensates from the previous delivery, and no, just dropping his hands on that as that moves away from the right-hander.
Just holding its line, didn't it, up the slope. But James Rue, he's got 10 first-class hundreds. He's only 21 years old.
Well, he did get called up to the England squad for that opening, or that first and one-off test against Zimbabwe, which England won by an innings and 42 runs, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't actually get an opportunity to play in the 11, but he's been in and around that squad. And back of a length here from Jack. No, he just rides that well. Scoring runs, and then of course you've also got the Lions' opening batter, Tom Haynes. He's been named as PCA Player of the Month, scoring tons of runs down at good old Sussex by the Sea. Really good start of the season for him. Scored 100 against Surrey in the County Championship.
What a season they're having down there.
Well, it's nice to see so many players spread across different counties performing consistently.
Yeah.
This one just tucked away, and he'll come through. Moves on to 189, 187.
They've changed their shirt numbers, haven't they, from yesterday? I've noticed. I think Karan Nair has got number 3 on his back, and Jurel's got number 4 on his back. So they've sold us a bit of a lemon there, Nikki.
Well, clearly they didn't want to tell us. 2 slips, third point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. On this one, just clipped away. That'll be the single. He looked for the 2. Ajit Singh Dale rapid down there on the boundary. Will not let them come by for that. 416 for 3 India A on day 2. It's the morning session here in Canterbury. And you can catch all the action right here on the ECB website, on the ECB app. You won't miss anything.
No, and we'll be keeping you company for 3 days.
Oh, beautiful delivery there. Absolute beauty, and Nair just actually moves his hands with it, taking him by surprise.
He's actually played that well.
He actually has, and he's taken him by surprise. That will conclude the end of the 92nd over. India A 417 for 3. Jurel on 88, Nair on 187.
Yeah, a little bit of extra zip there from Eddie Jack. A little bit of extra bounce, and Nair played it well. Rode the bounce. So Ajit Singh Dale from the pavilion end, in front of the Frank Woolley stand. All the stands here named after Kent legends. Got Leslie Ames, Colin Cowdrey, Frank Woolley, Cheeseman, and then the Knot Underwood. Ajit Singh Dale, that's well bowled. All those soft hands, sees the ball run down to Josh Hull down at third. Tall, rangy Leicestershire left armour.
Yeah, it was really nice to see when Jurel came into bat yesterday. He just picked up the momentum that Sarfraz Khan had created, and he really wasn't taking too much time to hang around at all. It was quite nice to see. So it complemented Nair pretty well, bearing in mind that Nair had already been at the crease for so long. And they were just able to rotate and really took on the spin.
Singh Dale, and that's point, backward point there. Who, I'm not sure who that is. Had to watch that. I think it's Mosley, actually. Yeah, it is Mosley. The ball sort of snaked on him a little bit, didn't it? He had to watch where that was going. They can often spin off the bat at backward point, and you have to be very careful watching the spin.
You've got to be very agile. That's normally the case. Put one of your agile fielders at point. Sometimes a left-hander helps.
Oh, that's a big appeal for LBW, but not given. Probably a little bit high and going down the leg side. Apart from that, I thought we had a lot going for it, Nikki.
It did. Yeah, just going straight down the leg side.
The other Kent legend here, where something's named after, is the Freeman Flats. Titch Freeman was a 5'3" leg spinner who took 300 wickets in a season. I mean, that's outrageous, isn't it?
You've definitely swallowed the fact book today, haven't you, Dan?
I've worked here a few times. As Singh Dale comes in, and that's down the leg side, nicely taken by the Somerset wicket keeper, James Rue.
Yeah, those flats, I'm not going to lie, I really have been eyeing
You've got
up.
your eye on one, haven't you?
Well, they're retirement flats, so obviously you can't just go and decide to buy them until you've hit that retirement age. And I know I'm a little bit far off from it, but I think if I put myself on the wait list now, because I've heard it's a pretty long wait list, and by the time I hit retirement age, which is 50 years' time, then I can get first dibs on the flat I want, overlooking the ground.
Singdale. And that's just pushed out to Moseley at point. Yeah, I'm not a million miles away, Nicky. I've, you know, got my Stannah stairlift booked in, my Saga holiday, and one of those coach trips to Chatsworth House that you see on the back of a newspaper.
Yeah, well, I'm lucky I've got that quite far away from me. I've got plenty more years to enjoy. But one thing is for sure, plenty of the county grounds around the country have these retirement flats next to them.
Well, that's well bowled from Ajit. They're just flirting with that one. That's a good delivery, actually. That's also not missed off stump by much. 418 for 3. Drew Jurel, he's on 89. Karan Nair, just 13 shy of a fourth double hundred. And it looks a very good day for batting, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and we saw that yesterday. It became easier the more time you spent out there in the middle. And that just happens to be the case with Canterbury. Fast outfield, and mind you, from the moment Karan Nair came into bat, though, it was straight off the middle of the bat. Just very, very compact in his style. Pure timing, didn't try to overhit it, and showed great patience as well. Stray down the leg side from Jack once again to open the second over of his spell this morning.
He's got some wheels though, Eddie Jack. He's quite quick. Often with the youngsters, you just encourage them to bowl quick. Direction often comes later in life.
And I think it also depends if you really got the wheels on you. Like if you can bowl late 80s, early 90s, then done the job. If you're slightly on the lower end, then of course accuracy really comes into it. That one's straighter and just plopped off by Jurel.
It's a lovely city, Canterbury, isn't it? Over behind the pavilion end of the ground, you've got the city of Canterbury and the cathedral and the little cobbledy streets and the winding lanes. I'm sure I'll be sampling one or two of the, you know, hostelries here, perhaps. Just to be polite, just to fit in, you know.
You've got a little fact book of Canterbury and Kent, the Garden of England. Nicely played, just off the bottom end of the bat. Hasn't timed it very well, but manages to come through for a single here. He moves on to 90 and India A 419 for 3.
Flag's just gently fluttering. There's a light wind here on top of the Frank Woolley stand. Oh, I thought he'd nicked that. I thought I heard something in my outside mic there.
Yeah, had a bit of a waft outside the off stump.
Did, yeah. Yeah, little fish. Absolutely looks a picture out there, doesn't it? Yeah, ground staff have done a fantastic job. The outfield looks... Well, I've played snooker on worse, Nicky.
Head over it, and he might just find the legs to go all the way, and it does. Very well timed there from Karan Nair. Don't expect anything less. That means he goes into the 190s, 191 for him, and India A 423 for 3. Just 7 shy of that double century now.
Yeah, there we speak about the slope and the pace of the outfield. Just turned around the corner from Karan Nair, just wristily worked with the slope, and this quick outfield does the rest.
He just covers line there, and that will conclude the end of the 94th over. India A 420, 3 for 3. There's 5 runs of the over of Eddie Jack, and there's a slight breeze across the ground. It's not as bad as yesterday, where the morning started off rather chilly. All the Lions players, all of India A had jumpers on, those half-sleeved sweaters, you know, the ones that now you can buy in shops. It's become fashion.
Yeah.
Cricket sweaters have now become the new fashion.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was a bit chilly in the morning. We had a bit of drizzle before we started the day, and then, well, throughout the course of the day, it was getting warmer. The clouds cleared away, and blue skies by the end of it.
Do you think I should wear one out to the nightclubs of Canterbury on my visit? Probably
well,
not.
if you can pull it off.
No. I can barely pull it off on a cricket pitch, let alone a nightclub. Ajit Singh Dale from the pavilion end, running in. And that's a gorgeous shot. Straight drive from Jurel. What a pleasant shot that was.
Absolutely. There's nothing more pleasing to the eye than a beautiful on drive down the ground, full face of the bat, holds his balance perfectly, holds the shape as well. Enough time for the photographers here at the ground to capture that shot.
It's a thing of beauty, isn't it, when it's played properly. Like a semicolon in writing. Jurel's on to 94. It's a race now. Jurel's 100, or Nair's double 100. That's a forward defensive, just pushed out into the covers. Max Holden doing the fielding.
Yeah, Singdale doesn't get too much movement away from the right-hander. Just the way he has his fingers on top of the seam, rather than you normally see seamers with their fingers behind the seam. And when he does try to push it away, he just locks his wrist a bit more on release when he tries to push it away from the right-hander. Yeah.
Just adjusting his field at the moment, just pushing square leg out to the deep boundary, to what's known colloquially here as the grassy knoll, as that's just defended. And again, Holden's in. Holden and Zaman Akhtar actually came through the same cricket club, Cambridge Granter, and they provided 3 players to 3 different counties, so big credit to Cambridge Granter. Zaman Akhtar, Max Holden and Michael Pepper at Essex. So, doing a fine job, the people at Cambridge Granter Cricket Club. Ajit. Yeah, and that's up on his toes there from Jurel, and just drops it into the offside to Mosley at point. Much better line this from Ajit Singh Dale. I wonder if he's going to be banging in some short stuff. Now he's pushed the square leg back.
We did see that yesterday. He did do it, and then he did play double bluff at times as well. We even had a short leg come into play, but that experiment was very short-lived, I'll be honest with you. Excuse the pun. But it was practically an over worth of a short leg, and that was up against Sarfraz Khan.
Singh Dale in, and that's pushed into mid-off, where his Gloucestershire colleague Zaman Akhtar retrieves the ball.
I would have quite liked to see that experiment go on a bit longer as well. I mean, especially to Sarfraz Khan, perhaps round the wicket, short ball at his rib cage, because that area he does close himself off. He gets blinded by it. So he would have either gone one of 2 ways, and potentially maybe felt compelled to take the ball on as well, and that might have led England Lions to a chance, but it was only an over with the short leg in place, so didn't really see much of it.
Oh, that's cool. That's an excellent catch there. At first slip, Ben McKinney diving away to his right and takes a really sharp chance, and that is the end of Jurel, the second Indian batter to be out in the 90s, and Ajit Singh Dale deserves that. Well bowled.
Yeah, it's long overdue there for Ajit Singh Dale, and, well, for Jurel, just pushing at it outside his line there. He's gone a bit early.
It's a great catch.
Brilliant catch at first slip. Gone a bit hard at it. And unfortunately, he will not get his second first-class century. He will have to go for 94, 6 runs shy. And India A lose their 4th wicket, 427 for 4.
Yeah, I noticed, I mean, we were talking earlier about the South Asian Cricket Academy, where Zaman Akhtar is a product from. It's a fantastic concept, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I think what South Asian Cricket Academies, or SACA as they're called as well, what they've done, especially for the South Asian players in and around the system, some of them who've been sacked off by their counties at an early age, they've allowed them to come back, have that extra opportunity where they probably would have maybe gone off to not play the game any longer. And it's been brilliant to see some of these players get professional contracts by having the opportunity to train again and train more and be given that second run through, and Zaman Akhtar being one of them. And yeah, really good to see, and I love to see more of them come through. I think it's 8 professional contracts, if I'm not mistaken, part of the SACA Academy now. 8 of those players have professional contracts, and many of those players who were really told by their counties there probably wasn't going to be space for them to continue playing, and that too, players coming back in the late 20s, which for some reason people consider as too old in the game. I still disagree with that.
As a man in his 50s, Nikki, age is just a number.
It is. Well, Lindsay Smith made her ODI debut for England women yesterday against West Indies, and she picked up a 5 on debut. So just come in to replace Jurel, who was just caught at first slip.
Yeah.
For 94, caught by McKinney.
It's interesting, the SACA. Kashif Ali at Worcestershire, he's another one. A guy made his debut last night, actually. Aman Rao for Gloucestershire. Another one through the SACA. So it is producing professional players, and it's great to see. Really is wonderful.
Nicely forward and confidently left. Right, ready for his first delivery. And I think that's what sometimes players need, right? You just need to have that backing to know that, right, no one's trying to sack me off. You're not constantly playing for your spot. And that's a lot to do with and helps cricketers, I think, out there with their game, because you don't have to really consider that fact when you're going out to bat thinking, right, is this my one shot and am I going to be told, okay, that's enough? That, you know, I've got 4 games ahead of me, I've got this chance, and now I've got to prove myself.
Yeah, I'll come on to it after this ball, actually.
Beautiful looking shot to mid-off for none.
Cricket's a strange one, isn't it? Because it's an individual sport within a team sport. And when you're playing for your contract, or you're playing for your career, often it can produce maybe sometimes selfish performances. So when, you know, there are options like, you know, the aforementioned, what we've just mentioned.
Ready. 429 for 4. I understand it's a bit of a difficult one, right? Because individual sport, but you're also looking at your own. It's a team sport, and you're also looking at your individual performance. But they kind of come hand in hand as well, because if you perform and you do well, there are chances that that performance will lead into your team's success.
Yeah.
So if everyone collectively now tries to put in their 150% each day, looking to perform themselves, uppishly this time from Nair, and won't find the gap between the 2 boundary riders on the leg side, but he'll come back for 2 and takes him to 194 here, Karan Nair. So it's a bit of a tricky one, like, how do you focus on it? But yeah, it's you do want to look at your own performances as well. I think it would be silly to say that you don't, especially if you're out there in the middle. Like, you'd be eyeing up a century, you'd be eyeing up a double ton.
Not me, Nikki, I'm a team man.
Nicely played.
He's an elegant player, isn't he? Nair.
Absolutely. Well, he's played at Northamptonshire in the county championship last year, 2024, scored 497 runs for them. 487 runs, sorry, with an average of 48.7 for Northamptonshire in the 7 games he played last year in the county championship. So he knows that the conditions here in England, he's got used to them, At the end of 96 overs, India A 431 for 4.
Yeah, they've got a link, haven't they, Northamptonshire? A number of Indian players. Yuzi Chahal is over for T20, isn't he? And they've had Prithvi Shaw over there as well in recent years. So Ajit Singhdale is going to continue from the pavilion end, and why not? He got a wicket with his last ball. What a catch by Ben McKinney, by the way. That went like an exocet, and McKinney just grabbed it, diving away to his right. That's a good bouncer. That's sharp and crashes into the gloves of James Rue. McKinney, 20-year-old from Seaham Harbour Cricket Club up on the Durham coast, just south of Sunderland. Come right through the Durham pathway.
Two slips in place. As Singhdale donning his headband.
That's just let go into the gloves of Rue.
Yeah, like he's come in here, Nitish Kumar Reddy, and he's being very profound with his footwork. He's coming forward, and when he's coming forward, he's actually coming forward. There's no of this half movement business going on that where batters can get themselves caught out in the middle because you haven't really got to the ball and then you're prodding around with your bat and outside the body, and that can lead it to something flying into the slip cordon. So nice to see he's really getting forward and being determined with that.
Let go, forward defensive, and just pushed out to Max Holden covers. Sai Sudarshan is going to be joining for the second test at Northampton next week, isn't he?
As will Shubman Gill, because they were involved with the IPL qualifiers, and unfortunately Shubman Gill's side, Gujarat Titans, well, they are now out of the tournament after yesterday's game. Mumbai Indians versus the Gujarat Titans in that fixture.
Just tickled off the hip there, and Kumar Reddy gets another one, doubles his score, moves on to 2. Sai Sudarshan is one of the politest lads. I covered Surrey last year and interviewed him after his 100 at Trent Bridge for Surrey. And he's a little bit worried about his English not being good enough, and he needn't have worried because he started to use phrases like the cherry on the top halfway through his interview. So he had no worries there with regarding his standards of English, and he's a lovely lad, Sai. Oh, big appeal, probably angling down, and they'll amble through for an easy leg bye. 433 for 4, Reddy's on 2, Karan Nair's on 194. Listen to Dan Whiting, Nicky Chowdhury on the ECB stream.
Yeah, he scored 80 yesterday in the second qualifier side, so there's an 80 from 49 deliveries, really did donk it around. And Shubman Gill, well, he was gone for 1, trapped LBW by Trent Bolt, and those two will be making their way over in time for the second game up in Northampton.
Just angle down, opens the face, Kumar Reddy, and just runs it down to Josh Hull down at third. And again, they'll amble through for the most languid of singles. Hull just going through his warm-ups here. I wonder if we're going to see a change of bowling, possibly from the Nackington Road end.
He might. He's extremely tall in stature, isn't he? Just in front of us at third. 6'7", broad,
yeah, he's a big
tall.
Lad. Yeah.
Take some of the early requirements for being a seamer, that's for sure.
I get neck ache looking up at half these players. Forward defensive from Karan Nair. That's the end of the over. 435 for 4.
You should feel sorry for me then, Dan. 5'4". It's like I'm looking up at the Burj Khalifa all day. Well, yeah, Shubman Gill and Sai Sudarshan are going to be joining this India A squad just to get some practice in before that test series begins. And the second game is next week at Northampton. And also joining them, I have heard that KL Rahul is due to fly out on Monday as well to join the India A side just to get some practice ahead, because he's requested the BCCI to allow him to come and play the second game get themselves familiar with the conditions. I think the rains have come in India, in Bangalore and Mumbai. It's pouring it down from the photos I've seen. And we are right. Josh Hull will be coming into the attack.
The Burj Khalifa.
He's coming into the attack from the Nackington Road end, number 47, as he will be up and against Nitish Kumar Reddy from Andhra over in India. That's where he plays his cricket for. Smartly played by Reddy. And they will move on to 436 for 4. He scored 298 runs in the Border Gavaskar Trophy of 2024-2025. Second most for India after Yashasvi Jaiswal, actually. And he scored a century in the Melbourne Test as well. So, you know his ability. 436 for 4. Karan Nair on 194 now. Just back of the length, not fully sure. He's picked that up very early, Nair, and rocks back, controls. We'll come back for 2. And that will take him onto 196. So for Nair, he's scored 2 triple centuries. One for Karnataka against Tamil Nadu back in 2015. That was 328. So he likes spending time out in the middle. And then his other one was for India against England in 2016. That was 303 not out.
Yeah, goes big.
This one, just short of delivery and a bit of a spray there from Hull. Not really a playable ball there for Nair.
Graham Gooch always used to say, you know, when you get in, go for a daddy 100. Sure. Some Indian fans listening in will remember the name of Graham Gooch. 333 against India in 1990 at Lord's.
And 1 double century. That was for Northampton against Glamorgan last year in the county championship. Oh, will this go all the way? And that's been taken on the boundary. That's one bounce into Ajit Singh Dale. I think the crowd also lost sight of the ball there.
I lost that as well in the stands at the end. It was like, where's that? Where's that gone?
There was a loud cheer from the crowd as well, to just behind Ajit Singh Dale. And no, just got a smirk on his face now as he realised he might as well just got away with that one. No need to go too aerial. Now.
Great bit of fielding from Ajit Singh Dale, though.
Indeed. Those sunglasses help. Nice line there from Josh Hull.
Yeah, Kumar Reddy is from Visakhapatnam, which is one of the highest scoring grounds in T20 cricket, isn't it? Or white ball cricket.
I'll help you here, and you can say Vizag.
Okay.
I'll help you.
Vizag.
Vizag.
Thank you so much.
Don't worry.
I do apologise over the next 3 days for my Indian pronunciation. Nikki is teaching me, but I do apologise.
We'll get there by the end of it.
I'm trying.
We'll get there by the end of it.
Yeah.
I'll give you some help. Don't worry. Oh, that's one's climbed on him. That has. And that goes through to Roo.
So over in Vizag, they would be speaking Bengali, would they?
No, they wouldn't. They would be speaking Bengal and Bengal. They would be speaking Bengali in Bengal. So where Calcutta is, that part of the country.
It's over towards that way, though, isn't it? I believe.
Testing my geography here. They speak Telugu, I believe, down in Vizag.
Okay.
And no, before you ask me, I do not understand that.
Oh, Nikki, I was looking for a lesson in Telugu.
Rides the height nicely here. Reddy just down into the vacant region. at mid-wicket, and that will conclude the end of the 98th over. He'll keep strike. India A 441 for 4. Reddy on 5. Nair on 197. Yeah, there's not. I can't speak all the languages. There's so many languages in India, Dan, that it's not possible that one can speak all.
Sai Sudarshan can teach me a little bit of Gujarati.
Over 121 languages in India and 270 mother tongues, and then each state has their own dialect as well. So I am limited to Hindi and Bengali, and I can understand Punjabi.
Okay.
But yes, Hindi and Bengali, what I can understand and speak.
Jeet Singh Nail. That's a big shout for LBW, but not given. Oh, that looked a lot close. Oh, that is tight. That is very close. That's a good shout. Maybe a little high, perhaps, because it's hit him above the knee roll, but his knee was bent.
It got stuck in his pad as well, didn't it?
Let's have another look at the... Oh, I think that's... Well, maybe Canterbury's a hard place to give LBWs due to the slope. It's one of those grounds like Lord's where the slope is a little bit of an illusion, a little bit of a trick of the...
You don't realise the Lord's slope until you've actually gone out into the middle, and then you just really feel like you're toppling over.
Yeah. That's a pleasant shot, well fielded by Zaman Akhtar. The ball goes out to mid-off. Isn't it fantastic to see the amount of kids walking around with cricket shirts on, loads in India shirts, loads with England shirts. It's wonderful for the game, isn't it? And credit to the ECB for putting this game of cricket on. It really is a wonderful occasion. And the people of Canterbury have responded, and they've turned out in decent numbers here this morning.
They have indeed. Bringing their picnics along. Lots of fans donning their India shirts as well. We saw lots of Hardik Pandya fans yesterday.
Were they? Yeah. That's just defended, pushed into the offside. No run. And Nikki's open to any bribes of an ice cream. She's already said earlier, didn't you, Nikki?
Oh, no, I'm not, because that would just end up really busy, like messy in here.
It's quite a long walk.
And I don't think our producing team would be happy if we got ice cream over all this equipment.
Or crunching into the wafer.
They're looking at me now, already just shaking their head. That's not going to be allowed, unfortunately.
No.
Perhaps at the end of the day.
Yeah. Sprinkles? Are you a sprinkles type of person?
Artificial.
Forward defensive. Max Holden rushes in and underarms the ball into the gloves of James Rue.
Well, we have something better than ice cream over in India, and it's called kulfi.
Kulfi?
Kulfi.
Coffee.
Kulfi. Kulfi.
Okay.
It's like the Indian version of ice cream.
Okay.
You get lots of different flavours. You get pistachio, cardamom, saffron. I like saffron.
Okay. Do you know what I do find refreshing is a lassi.
Oh, a mango lassi.
Yeah.
It's mango season back home in India.
That's a lovely shot. That will probably run away. No, it won't, actually. Up the hill there. It's quite quick in that part of the ground. Often when it goes over the practice wickets down there, where the sides warm up in the mornings, it can run away quite quickly. But I think that's Rehan Ahmed.
It is. He's wearing a different shirt number as well.
They're playing games with us, Nikki, aren't they? They're playing games with us. Swapping and chopping shirt numbers. 443 for 4. Kumar Reddy's on 6. Karan Nair on the cusp of a double 100. Thick inside edge there. He wasn't totally in control of that, Kumar Reddy. And the ball dribbles out into the offside where Tom Haynes does the fielding.
Just pushed at that one, just outside the line. Did Reddy. 99 overs gone in this innings. India a 443 for 4. No, just too shy of that double century. And if you're just joining us in the game, well, you've missed some brilliant partnerships Partnership between Karan Nair and Sarfaraz Khan of 181. And a partnership between Jurel and Karan Nair. This one pulled away along the ground, down towards Deep Square, and he'll be getting there in singles by the looks of it. No rush to do so. 199 for Karan Nair. India a 444 for 4. How many fours are too many fours?
Yep. Karan Nair about to create his very own Canterbury tale.
And he's come in and adapted to the English conditions pretty well. From the IPL duties and then straight over here into Canterbury. I think the main thing to adjust coming over from India to here is the contact point, and he's done that extremely well, playing extremely late.
That's the trick, isn't it? Where you have to play with the ball under your head and play it late with the extra movement you get here in England.
Absolutely, especially when you play so much white ball cricket, you kind of get a bit used to chasing at the ball. You have lovely surfaces, obviously, out there in India, in the IPL, where the ball comes onto the bat. It's not exactly bowler friendly, so you can. It's very true to bat on, and you can really get your hands through it. And then as soon as you're here in England and a bit of cloud cover and with the red dukes again, and just got to make sure you tighten up your game once again. Just goes with the swing. Ready, the hole taking it across from the right-hander.
Yeah, I completely agree. When you've been playing a lot of white ball cricket, you can play often with your hands away from your head, playing away from the body. And in the seaming conditions in England, that is often a recipe for a nick-off to the slip cordon.
Absolutely, and I can be pretty sure, no matter how gloriously sunny it's going to be over the next 3 weeks, that first day at Headingley for the opening test, it's going to be drizzly, cold, overcast. Nice swerve away and go straight through to Roo, and you won't be able to help it. Just perfect conditions for some seamers.
Are you going to go up to Headingley?
I am not here, unfortunately, for the first test.
Yeah.
I am off to India.
Very nice.
Yes, off to Mumbai on Tuesday. So I won't be there for the first test, although I was up at Headingley just a few days ago. There was a shoot up there and walked in, and Yorkshire were training for their opening game in the Vitality T20 Blast. That's a beautiful looking shot for none. Beautiful looking shot for none. Yeah, I walked in on this training session, and it was a training session that was an ideal day to be a professional cricketer because the Yorkshire top order were literally seeing how far they could bomb this ball into the stands, and it was literally a competition of who can hit the bigger six. A good hour and a half of them just launching the ball into the stands. And it looked like such an enjoyable session. Straighter here from Hull, and it's clipped away.
Yeah, no Johnny Bairstow. He's gone out to the IPL, hasn't he?
Well, yeah, he's with Mumbai Indians in the IPL. Well, Mumbai Indians playing against Punjab Kings in the second qualifier. It was the eliminator last night, and then the qualifier tomorrow, where Punjab Kings get their second shot. They were in the first qualifier against Royal Challengers at Bangalore, and well, that didn't go their way, safe to say. Low scoring game. Punjab Kings 101 on the board, and RCB chased that down in no time, in 10 overs. I was covering that game, Dan, and it was the quickest game I've ever seen, really. 100 overs gone in this innings. India a 445 for 4. Ready on 7, Nair on 199. And we're going to have a change in bowling from the pavilion end. Eddie Jack to replace Ajit Singh Dale.
Yeah, Jack switched ends. Quick game's a good game, isn't it, sometimes? Here is Jack. Oh, that's a pleasant shot. Well fielded. You tend to field them well off your own bowling, don't you?
Well, you've got your figures to protect.
Quite right. Quite right.
1 for 62 for Jack, though.
Leave your misfields to other people's bowling.
Into the 11th over of the morning.
Oh, that's gone. Caught behind. Kumar Reddy has to depart, and Jack gets a wicket. A simple catch for James Rue, and Kumar Reddy has to depart, and the switch of ends has worked. Good captaincy.
Absolutely, that's really climbed on him. Couldn't quite control the height of that Nitish Kumar Reddy.
Just what we were talking about, wasn't it? When you play a lot of white ball cricket, you can play with your hands away from the body, and a nick-off is often the result. And that proved the downfall there of Kumar Reddy. Normally, if you've been playing red ball cricket for a while, you'd have left that one alone. And he plays with his hands away.
And the other thing there, you could still see his off stump there, so not exactly covering the line either. So, of course, that white ball mode kind of coming into it. Unfortunately, he'll have to go. 2 wickets lost this morning for India A. Reddy will be sending himself back towards the pavilion. 7 for him. And it is time for drinks. England Lions quickly just making sure they get themselves hydrated. Nice, simple catch for James Rue.
Yep. You won't have many easier ones in his professional career, James Rue. But Eddie Jack, been impressed with him. He gets a little bit of extra bounce. He's got a little bit of extra pace as well. And I've been extremely impressed with Eddie Jack.
Well, Karan Nair was dropped on 89 yesterday, apologies. He was dropped on 89, that second slip by Emilio Gay. And that was really the only opportunity we saw throughout the day for England Lions to potentially get another breakthrough. And that was put down. Well, this morning they've come back all guns blazing. They picked up the wicket of Jurel. He was caught at first slip by Ben McKinney for 94, 6 runs shy of that century. And just now, Nitish Kumar Reddy just found the edge. Straight into the gloves of James Rue for 7 of the bowling of Eddie Jack, which means Shardul Thakur comes out into the middle here at Canterbury. Takes his guard.
Here's Jack. Down the leg side, and that's going to be byes. That could go for 4 of them actually up the hill towards the Nackington Road end, and it does. Big cheer from the youngsters in the crowd. You're not supposed to cheer byes, lads, but, you know, not the done thing. But, hey, they're enjoying themselves. 4:49 for 5.
Shardul Thakur initially actually was due to play for Essex this year in the county championship. Was planning to come in and get some overs under his belt. And then he got signed up with Lucknow Super Giants in the IPL. He called him in, and unfortunately that means he couldn't play with Essex.
Left alone, and that's a better line from Eddie Jack, 19-year-old from Hampshire. Showing 80.1, but he looks, maybe it's the extra zip and the extra bounce he's getting, but he looks a little bit quicker than that to the naked eye.
Yeah, he's getting that extra bit of carry, Eddie Jack, especially since he's switched ends a bit more from the pavilion end for him.
Just again onto the hip, and that will dribble out to the boundary where Rehan Ahmed, having such a good season at Leicestershire, started out. There's the 450 up.
450 on the board for India A. 5 down, 2 wickets lost this morning. And you can can just see a bit more of a spring in the step of the England lines. By the end of the day yesterday, feet were really being dragged along the boundary.
It's hard, isn't it? And there is. There's 200 up for Karan Nair. What a fantastic innings. 272 balls, 25 fours, 1 6. And he raised his bat to his teammates, to the crowd here at Canterbury. And this Canterbury tale will just go on and on for Karan Nair. When he gets in, he goes big, and he means business here.
Absolutely, and he's really proven his case here to be in that starting 11 in the opening test match. 203 for him as he raises his bat around the ground here in Canterbury. That's his 4th double century in first-class cricket, and well, he's done that in pure style. Absolutely brilliant from him, and it's been enjoyable to watch. The crowd have enjoyed themselves over the course of yesterday and this morning, and well, he could have asked for a better batting as he just has time to for himself now. And I really like his story, Dan. Coming in to the side in 2016, and he's been out of the squad for 7 years, and now finally gets another shot. Up and over here. And this will find the boundary. Very flamboyant looking shot there from Shardul Thakur. You wouldn't have any doubts that he's just come from the IPL after you've witnessed that shot, and he will get himself off the mark with 4 runs. 458 for 5, India A.
Proper flourish there, wasn't it? It's like watching Zorro with his sword back in the day.
It just goes with the height of that one on his toes. As Josh Hodge has been taken on a little bit. I'd like to see how he comes back after this. Again, makes room, and that finds the gap between point and cover. 4 more runs, back-to-back boundaries here for Shardul Thakur. He's not playing with any fear at all, that's for sure. And India A move on to 462 for 5. There you go. Found the ball under the bins, behind the bins.
Whatever happened to playing yourself in?
That concept.
Yeah.
It's 2025.
Showing my age again, aren't I, Nicky? No, it's great to watch. It really is. But they're doing it in such an aesthetic style as well. You know, I was always a big fan of the likes of Gower and people like that. Great to see.
There we go. Gets in line. Something you're more used to seeing with the red ball.
Yeah, we've noticed though, again, he's staying slightly leg side of that, isn't he? Yeah, he's in line, but he's staying slightly leg side of that and trying to hit through the offside tackler. And we saw that was the end of Kumar Reddy.
And staying leg side of that. I think in the white ball game, that's when people say, oh, they're making room, making space, good use of the feet, uses the crease. I think if you're not to get behind the ball, get cover line, get your off stump out of view of the bowler, that's what you need to be doing. And this will find fielder down at deep cover will just be the run. They've sent a man out there and just had to quicken things up as he made his way down to the non-striker's end. There, Thakur was a bit casual, and Tom Haynes on the boundary just thought, I'm going to throw that in with a little bit of venom.
I've seen this season already Kashif Ali for Kent run out from that boundary by Zafar Gohar for Middlesex, just ambling, and you've got to watch it 'cause down the hill. He's a trick of the light here with Canterbury.
Nair on 203. Back and across, beautifully played by him. And Josh Hodge just maintaining that left arm over the wicket line here. He did swap it up yesterday towards the end of the day when England lines were really looking for a breakthrough. And all the bowlers really trying to take the ball away from the right-hander and then away from the left-hander. So they did swap it up towards the end of the day yesterday, but unfortunately it didn't really helped them. Not very successful. He's maintaining that this morning. In for the 12th over of the day. Top hand extend. Beautiful defense. Everything you see in the textbook. And that will conclude the end of the 102nd over of India A's innings. The 12th over of the morning. 463 for 5. Thakur on 9, Nair on 203. And of course, Shardul Thakur played that really, really crucial role for India back in 2021 in that series against England.
Yeah, going back to what you were saying about, you know, white ball cricket, people giving themselves a little bit of room, people trying to sort of manufacture a shot from a straight ball, trying to engineer themselves a little bit of space.
And I think you can do that with the white ball because it doesn't zip around too much. You have a few overs initially, but after that, you're not really having to worry about that nipping past the bat on the outer edge.
Yeah, the movement's less prodigious as the red ball. Jack short, and that's been nailed through wide mid-on. Got onto it early and runs away down to the Colin Cowdrey stand for 4 runs.
Well, it's been clear after the 3 shots we've seen from Shardul Thakur that have found the boundary that there is a new message from the balcony there, and India might just be looking to pile on as many on the scoreboard now. Yeah,
Thakur's here for a good time, not for a long time, I think.
That's a good old saying.
467 for 5 now. Thakur, 13 off just 8 balls. Jack in. Thakur, more watchful on that occasion.
Yeah, just had to cover the line with his back leg there. Just a bit of movement from Jack. Well, if you're about Canterbury or in Kent and you fancy coming down to watch the cricket today, well, make sure you pop down. It is a beautiful day here in the Garden of England. There's an ice cream man at the ground if that piques your fancy.
Let's get on to the legs. That's going to run away up towards the Nackington Road end. Zaman Akhtar launching the ball into the gloves of James Rue. I'm also salivating over that ice cream man. I feel like Pavlov's dog. And it's in my eye line as well. It's tempting me.
Well, it's got a long queue. It's already doing a fair bit of business.
Getting on to the legs by Jack. Yeah, if there's a pool of water at our feet here in our commentary position, I do apologise. It's just me salivating over the ice cream.
On that note, let me just move my chair further away from Dan Whiting. Ready, Jack, 19 years of age. Oh, to be 19, born in 2005.
Yeah, born in Barnet, in my neck of the woods.
Is that North London?
Yeah. Oh, that's delicately played. That's 4 runs. It would have been 4 even if it wasn't for the misfield there from Josh Hull.
Nice.
His feet were over the boundary.
Yeah, nice little dab there from Shardul Thakur. Just really waits for it, plays it ever so late, right on the head of the ball. And even Josh Hull and his long legs were not able to get round to stop that one. It just flew down, especially down the hill.
Yeah, deft and delicate. And debonair.
So were you born in Barnet as well?
No, I was born in UCH in central London. Yeah, but I lived in Barnet virtually all of my life. Just dropped into the offside. He's got to be quick here. Holden's in pursuit, but they get through for a single. 473 for 5. Karan Nair, a splendid double 100. 203 he's on. Shardul Thakur He's biffed his way to 18 from 13 balls. Using Dan Whiting and Nicky Chowdhury here from the Spitfire, Ground St Lawrence at Canterbury. England Lions versus India A, and we've got a declaration, I think. Or is it drinks? No, it's drinks.
I was going to say, it was a bit too soon for a declaration. Shardul Thakur just seems like he was enjoying himself out there. He's on 18 from 13 deliveries. But yes, it is time for drinks here this morning in the first session of the day. India A 474 for 5. Shardul Thakur on 18. Nair on 203. He's brought up his 4th double century in first-class cricket, and what a joy it has been to watch. And then, well, since the first ball has been bowled this morning, we have lost 2 wickets. We lost the wicket of Jurel, who batted beautifully with Karan Nair yesterday. They put on a walloping partnership, and it was absolutely brilliant to watch, as that partnership was of 213 runs. And the second wicket belonged to Eddie Jack, and that was of Nitish Kumar Reddy, who was caught behind for 7, and that came with 445 on the board. And those were the first 2 wickets of the morning, the only 2 wickets from the Lions this morning.
Yeah, Jack's impressed me.
Yeah, he's been really impressive, to be honest. And of course, those key partnerships between Sarfaraz Khan and Karan Nair, 181 between them, and then between Jurel and Karan Nair as well. So those partnerships, we know how important they are. They've really set India A up in a good, strong position here. And the Blairs just getting themselves refreshed. It is a warm day, and I can tell you one thing. If you're not familiar with the weather in England, because we have not such high levels of pollution, even 25 degrees, which it's forecasted to be today, it can feel quite warm because it really pierces your skin, the sunshine. I've been in India, I was in India in February and in March this year, and it was close to 37, 38 degrees. And it still doesn't feel as bad, I can tell you that.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't feel as bad. Yes, it's hot and humid, but the way it pierces your skin here, and you really feel like you're sizzling. It's 25 degrees, and I think that's plenty, I'll be honest.
Yeah. In the southeast of England as well, the humidity can get up, can't it? You know, that sort of London heat, where it can often be sort of in the mid-late 20s, but quite cloudy as well, and it's not particularly pleasant heat, actually, it's got to be said.
Yeah, not at all. And well, if you're if you're from up north, like you're in Manchester or somewhere like that, like our production crew, I know they were having a chit chat before we got underway today, thinking they might get themselves burned, and I was like, it's not going to be that hot that you'd burn yourself. And then I heard an accent, and I said, wait, hang on, are you from up north? And that probably explains the case.
Yeah, they only see the sun about 3 days a year, so...
They probably mark it in the calendar as well, right? Oh my goodness, it came out in all its glory today.
Tyler from the production team keeps claiming he's from Bristol, but, you know, he's based in Manchester now, so he's no doubt acclimatised to the rain up in the north.
You know what, though? I actually think that's true. I think you can acclimatise to the weather, because a few years ago I was out in the UAE, and it was rather warm, and I spent quite a long period out of the country and in places of warmer climates. And ever since I've been back, even if it's 17, 18 degrees, you will find me in a hoodie here, because I'm like, oh, it's a little bit chilly.
You get about, don't you? You've been in sort of UAE, India. I'm very jealous of your lifestyle, Nikki.
Oh, well, I can't complain. I get to go back to the motherland next week in Mumbai,
Yeah.
and then I'll head home to Bengal, go to Calcutta.
Are you?
Yeah, to Calcutta.
Okay.
The city of joy, that's where I was born.
Okay, yeah. Eden Gardens looks a wonderful venue in Kolkata, doesn't it? It looks an amazing venue. I think it's been redeveloped. It's not as big as it used to be back in the sort of 80s when you used to get over 100,000 in there, didn't you? But
it's a massive ground, I can tell you that. I've been a few times, and it's one of those grounds when you walk onto the field, right, it's like it just echoes around, and it's massive. You don't really realise how big it is until you're out there on the field. And yeah, I will be there actually at the Eden Gardens.
yeah, I'd like to go to Chennai as well, although the humidity there
Not to deal with that sort of heat. I've heard the temperatures.
Naughty, apparently. Dean Jones got himself into trouble. The Australian famous Thai test back in the 80s where he got 210 and ended up on a drip.
Yeah, I've heard that you can lose quite a bit of weight if you're batting in Chennai, just because of how hot it is. If you end up batting a full innings, let's say you're out there for 270 balls like Karan Nair has been, you'd be sure to drop half a kilo or a kilo, apparently. That's what I've heard.
Great. Where's the flight?
Getting summer body ready as the drinks has been taken, and Zaman Akhtar is going to be coming into the attack for the first time this morning from the Nackington Road end. He bowled 16 overs yesterday, 0 for 70, yet to contribute in that wickets column. 3 maidens in that as well. And here he is for the first time this morning on day 2. Nice straight line from him to get going yesterday. Started off with a few stray ones down the leg side.
Yeah, he's got a lovely rhythmical approach into the crease. Zaman Akhtar.
He's got the one slip in place. We've lost the other. And we'll go through the field as well after this delivery from Akhtar. Well, this one steps back a little bit, and Thakur just caught in the crease a bit. I'll go straight to Emilio Gay, who is at a backward point. So field-wise, we have a slip, third, backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, and over on the leg side, mid-on, deep square leg, and a fine leg where Ajit Singh Dale fields. And the security guards here at the Spitfire ground make their daily laps past us in the commentary tent. And this one is a straight down the leg side. We saw a few of these from Zaman Akhtar yesterday. He just struggles to find that line. We know we've spoken about that slope here, but he needs to make sure he gets that line into a playable area for Shardul Thakur.
It's a really good take from James Rue there, going down the slope. Ball just goes on and on and on.
Well, I told you he enjoys throwing himself around, doesn't he, James Drew? And just did that to stop that one get by. Well, let's get a top edge down towards third, and we'll just be the single again. Very quick hands through the ball there from Shardul Thakur, just trying to ride with it. It's not coming onto the bat at the pace he wants it to. Move on to 19. Now back on strike now, and one thing's for sure, there's plenty of doggies about today as well. That's
the lovely thing about Canterbury. It's a throwback to a bygone age, isn't it? People take their dogs to the cricket. Kids go onto the outfield in the break and have a knock-up. Dads v lads. Great to see.
Bottom edge is that. Karan Nair just looking to make space into the offside. Yeah, it really gives you a throwback. You know, books back in the day when people used to actually read books made of paper, and they used to paint pictures about England and English gardens, the summer, cricket, picnics, and that entire atmosphere that you'd probably read in an Enid Blyton book. You can really picture it right here in Canterbury today. The famous 5. Oh, and this one stays low on Nair. That stays low. He drops it down. He's a bit too late to him, actually. He doesn't get that by.
Yeah, Zaman Akhtar didn't play in the Gloucestershire side. He travelled with the squad to Canterbury when Gloucestershire visited Kent over the Easter weekend. But they've got a rotation policy there with their bowlers, and he was left out of the side that weekend.
104 overs gone in this innings. India a 475 for 5, and we are going to see spin for the very first time this morning as Rehan Ahmed is going to come back into the attack today after bowling 16 overs yesterday, 0 for 95. He did get taken on by Jurel and Karan Nair, especially down the ground, and for Rayan Ahmed. I just felt like he bowled a bit too quickly. I know when he got pumped down the ground, and as a bowler it can be a bit difficult to say, okay, let's just slow it down again, because you need to be able to have that trust. And he just came in and bowled straight into the wicket, really was flying it in. It just became easier for the batters.
As that's just pushed into the offside, and a single to Thakur. Rayan Ahmed's an interesting one, isn't he? Because he started off as a leg spinner who could bat a little bit, and now he has turned into a top order batter. He bats in the top 3 for Leicestershire, often opening, and to a degree of success as well, and more of an occasional bowler. So it'll be interesting to see how his career develops, because you know, sometimes you have to be flexible and your career morphs, especially if you're an all-rounder, and often you can go one way or the other. As that's just defended by, now just having a look at the new bowler, bowling from the pavilion end. Ahmed's just got that little stutter, hasn't he, as he approaches the crease, that sort of staccato approach. So that's just pushed off the back foot into the offside for an easy single. 477 for 5. Thakur 120 there, 204.
He got the reverse sweep out yesterday, Karan Nair, a few times against Rayan Ahmed.
That's played with a smidgen of bottom hand through mid-wicket. Rayan Ahmed's brother Farhan, he's in the squad as well, isn't he?
He is. I saw him yesterday.
That's a good bit of footwork as Thakur just rocks onto the back foot. I saw Farhan at Trent Bridge last year in that game that Sai Sudarshan played in, we were talking about earlier. Oh, and that's been smashed down to long on, but it's only going to be one.
It's a good old hoik across the line.
It is a little bit filthy, as they say, but hey, India are in pursuit of quick runs.
It's going to conclude the end of the over as well. 105 overs in the India A innings, and they are 478 for 5.
Yeah, but Farhan Ahmed, I saw last year, he was 16 years old. He bowled something like 58 overs in an innings. And, you know, I thought there were laws against, you know, how hard you can work 16-year-olds. It was a real vigil that he just bowled over after, and he only bowled about 3 bad balls in the whole stint.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be many laws when you are a professional cricketer. That's your job. You get paid to play cricket, so do your job. Nice a line here from Akhtar, and Shardul will just drop that into the offside. Just opens the face slightly on contact, allows it just to get through for a 1. 479 for 5 now. India A. And of course, we spoke about Shardul Thakur. He played such a crucial role in the series back in 2021. He hit that 57, that 36 ball half century, right? 57 from 36 balls in the first innings of the 4th test at the Oval. That helped India get out of a massive hole. Full face of the bat, straight out the middle. Beautiful looking defence from Nair.
Yes, Akhtar just keeping a lid on things here. Creating, well, often the best way of taking wickets is by creating pressure.
That was the test match that India won as well at the Oval. Up on his toes. All the time in the world. That was an exciting test match, I remember. I think I went down to day 2 of the game. And it was back when we had test matches later in the summer. It was in September. And now the test match is getting wrapped up by early August now, so we can make way for the 100 tournament in England. And he's nicked that one, and he's going to have to go. That will bring an end to Karan Nair's fantastic knockout here in Canterbury. 204 for him, his 4th double century. And the England Lions finally get that breakthrough with Zaman Akhtar picking up a wicket. Much overdue for him. He's been toiling at it, relentless with the ball. And finally he gets that breakthrough of Karan Nair, who set up this India A innings absolutely brilliantly. He's really pushing his case here for that opening test match. Just goes through to James Drew. Jags back from Akhtar. And the crowd, well, they are fully appreciative of that knock from him. 204. That brilliant knock comes to an end.
Yeah, Zuma deserves that. And just using the slope well. Gets one to jag back, an inside edge. And another good catch from James Rue. That's his 3rd. So his 3rd? No, it's his 4th of the innings. So, yeah, well done. But Zaman Akhtar, I think he's bowled well this morning. Bowled within himself and just keeping a lid on things. And we said pressure creates wickets.
Absolutely. This brings a new batter of Harsh Dubey out into the middle for India A. The left-hander coming in as Karan Nair walks off. Fabulous knock to watch, and
yeah,
they're just such pretty looking shots from him, you know?
Yeah, warm applause from the crowd, and he deserves every ounce of it as well. Big Indian contingent here in the crowd, but also the people of Canterbury as well. They appreciate good cricket down here.
Oh, you're lucky I didn't wear my little jersey to sit next to you for today. I was very close to you, you know.
Tomorrow, Nikki.
Akhtar in first up to Dubey, finds his line almost immediately coming around the wicket here to the left-hander. And I think that will be a little bit of a relief point for him as well, because he's really been going relentlessly. Yesterday, towards the back end of the day, did get tonked around the ground. They did try to experiment with Akhtar, brought him on for an over. I think he got hit for 10 off of it. Nicely forward there. And that will conclude the over from Zaman Akhtar. He gets the breakthrough of Karan Nair. And after 106 overs, India A are 479 for 6. So Shardul Thakur out in the middle, Harsh Dubey joining him. Thakur on 22. And we'll just run you through the wickets that have fallen this morning. Well, Jurel was the first one to go. Caught at first slip off Ben McKinney for 94. Ajit Singh Dale picking up that wicket. And then Nitish Kumar Reddy caught again by Rue this time with the gloves. For 7 off the bowling of Eddie. Jack that fell went India A with 445 for 5. Karan Nair brought up his double century, and that was a fantastic one until we just saw him nick off again, caught by Rue.
Ahmed, oh, they could have a mix-up here. He's got to be quickly back, and the throw hits the stumps from Zaman Akhtar, but Dubey gets home and they scamper through for an overthrow. Talking of the Oval, as you were a moment ago, I recall a test back in 1979. India nearly won it. Wonderful run chase. Anil Gavaskar got a double 100. Goward got 100, I think, in the first innings for England. And it was a really thrilling chase. I'm sure there'll be a few people nodding their heads at their television set in appreciation. That's elegantly driven square.
Yeah, stays beside the ball there, Harsh Dubey. Will get himself to open his account as well. You're listening to a live cricket here on day 2 in Canterbury as England Lions take on India A. Myself, Nikki Chowdhury, alongside Dan Whiting.
That's driven pleasantly out to long off. Is that Emilio Gay out there?
Yeah, that ball was really... No, that's Ajit Singh Dale, but that ball was following Emilio Gay yesterday, that's for sure. I felt like he had a magnet on him.
Doobie just adjusting and playing that, dropping it down into the offside. Yeah, Emilio Gay, having just made the moves this season from Northamptonshire up to Durham, gone up to the northeast. That's cut away. And that will just be a single. That's Emilio Gay out on the cover boundary, out near the grassy knoll. Again, cut through the other side. This by the right-hander goes out to Eddie Jack down the hill. The wind's playing havoc here. There's cups being blown around. There's coffee cups.
I'll conclude the over. 484 for 6 India A. And Shardul Thakur and Harsh Dubey just getting together in the middle. And I'm pretty sure there is going to be a little bit of acceleration headed our way pretty soon, because by the way how Shardul has been playing, we can just get senses of that as well. And Harsh Dubey out there in the middle, also looking a little bit itchy to get himself running. Well, this one just jags back, and there's a very faint shout there from Zaman Akhtar. It's not convincing enough, and it's just jagging back.
I was going to ask, Nikki, at what point do you think that India A pull the plug? I mean, do they want an awkward 20 minutes at the England Lions just before lunch? Or do you think they'll see it through, and are they after match practice?
It's a hard one, because they also want match practice out there, right? Because Shardul Thakur would also want to get some time out there in the middle, as would Harsh Dubey. Really forces that one, won't get it away at mid-on.
Brilliant work by Josh Hull.
Yeah. It's a long way down to the ground if you're Josh Hull, that is for sure. But you know what, 484, 500 definitely. I would quite like to say, I'd say 550.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good surface as well, and it's a fast-scoring ground. I think you have to take that into account when any declaration comes into it, don't you?
Watches it through. Crouches down, Shardul Thakur. Harsh Dubey from Vidarbha. 22 years of age, bowls a bit of left arm spin as well. Slow left arm, sorry. And he's picked up the most wickets in the Ranji Trophy in the 2024-2025 season. 69 wickets from 10 matches, can you believe it?
Wow, that's a decent effort, isn't it?
This one just angling back into the right-hander, and that will come off the thigh pad. It should be signalled a leg by, and it is. 485 for 6. And of course, Harsh Dubey playing for the Sunrisers Hyderabad in the Indian Premier League. Still going on, the IPL, although we're into the last legs of it. Qualifier 2, and then the final, which we already know of, Royal Challengers Bangalore, or Bengaluru, are already in. Who will they face? Well, yet to find out. On the move defends this one, does Harsh Dubey.
Still bright sunshine here at Canterbury. There's a few wispy clouds going sort of over back towards the city centre, over towards the cathedral. But still a warm day.
Just dug out, bit of bottom hand coming through a bit early on the shot there from Harsh Dubey as the ball angles back into the left-hander. That will conclude the end of the over, and India A 485 for 6. Thakur on 25, Dubey with 2 to his name, and of course this is the first game of 2 between England Lions versus India A. on the India A Tour of England. I've got next game, which will be up in Northamptonshire next week, when Sai Sudarshan and Shubman Gill, the new India Test captain, will be making their way across to England. Exciting time for Indian Test cricket. We've just had the recent announcement from Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, who've retired from the format. Gill, being one of India's youngest Test captains, will be coming down to lead the side.
That's driven nicely, found the gap. Eddie jacks onto it though quickly and keeps it down to a single. They did think about a second, but good work from Jack patrolling that deep cover boundary. So Ahmed is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Harsh Dubey, which goes pulling there. Doesn't get anything on that really. Ball just dribbles out onto the leg side. No run. That's over the top of Ajit Singh Dale mid-on and goes running away down to the not Underwood stand. And 4 more to the Indian total, brings it into the 490s now. Dubey on the charge.
Doesn't quite actually get full hold of that, does Harsh Dubey? He just has to lift up his back leg to get a bit of extra elevation to clear mid-on, and he does exactly that. I think it's safe to say they're not really going to respect Ahmed here.
No. Pushed into the offside. Zaman Akhtar has to run round, but can't cut the single off.
Thakur just relaxing a bit there at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, he was on his heels a little bit, wasn't he?
Yeah, a little bit late through to the call. But yeah, I don't think they're going to be showing him much respect.
Swept, but doesn't get hold of it. A little bit of, possibly off the glove or the bottom edge perhaps. And the ball dribbles away up towards the Leslie Ames pavilion for a single. Zaman Akhtar's been busy there. He's bowling at one end and running around all over the place at deep square, as that's pushed down the ground for a single. Nice breeze now. Not far from the coast here. You've got Margate just up the road. And
are you working for Tourism Kent today?
well, you know, I don't like to say, Nikki. But,
working 2 jobs on one day. I'm not sure that's allowed.
Broadstairs, Ramsgate on the Isle of Thanet. It's a nice part of the world down here.
Well, if you are in this part of the world, get yourself down to the ground.
Yeah, there's the floodlights on the stream as well. They're extendable floodlights, so when they do actually come on, they do extend upwards. And the one...
Akhtar in now for the 4th over of his morning spell. Nicely forward, Harsh Dubey. Actually gets close to the ball this time, slightly wide of the crease from Akhtar, this delivery. As he comes around the wicket to the left-hander. Lots of picnic blankets thrown about as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the floodlights here could, on my last visit, could do with a little bit of oil.
Two slips in place for the left-hander. Straight to line on his toes. And he rides with the ball here, Dubey. .76 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's bowling well within himself, because generally he can add another 10 miles an hour onto that.
Did see him in the early 80s, especially yesterday, as he started his spell. This one again. Straight to line. And I think this is the line where Akhtar wants to stay. He's got to keep Harsh Dubey in that mind where he's thinking, do I play at it? Do I let it go by? He's literally just come out there into the middle. Shardul Thakur has got a mind of his own. He's just thinking, I'm going to let my hands through it. If I'm going to slash, I'm going to slash hard, which is absolutely fine. Off the hips down towards a deep square leg. And it will be stopped off for just a single. And we lose the floppy hat as well. What's the English cricket summer without a bit of floppy hats out on display?
Yeah, I was always a cat person.
See, you know, when you've got long hair, right, you don't see many women donning the floppy cap, apart from Alyssa Healy, who does do that well because she's managed to figure out a cool method. Beautiful looking shot, but that's gone straight to mid-off and it will be caught. And Shardul Thakur will have to go. He scored 27, tried to get that up and over mid-off, didn't quite get the elevation. The ball took a little bit of height from Akhtar. And, well, India lose another wicket.
Yeah, Dan Mosley with the catch there. And he absolutely nailed that. He hit it really well. And it was a good catch at mid-off. Didn't keep over the ball, though. And if you hit it in the air, there's always the chance you're going to be out. And Shardul Thakur has to depart for a bright and breezy 27.
Short little cameo from him. And India A are 494 for 7. 2 wickets now for Zaman Akhtar. Struggled yesterday and he's come in and got the breakthrough of that big wicket. Karan Nair, he went for 204 and just now Shardul Thakur caught at mid-off. Nice easy catch there for Dan Mosley. Goes reverse cup, Aussie style as we like to say here in the commentary box. And that's 2 for 73 there for him so far, which means Anshul Kamboj comes out into the middle to join Harsh Dubey.
Yeah, often when it's drilled at your face like that, you've got no option but to go Aussie style.
Got to save the face, save the features.
Yeah, otherwise it's a trip to the dentist.
Or the plastic surgeon. Maybe plastic surgeon first, then dentist.
If you're really unlucky, it's both, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't want to even imagine that.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a smile on himself now, has Zaman Akhtar. Looked a bit serious earlier in the day. And it's funny how just getting a few wickets can just relax you a little bit.
He's competitive. He'll want to do well here. Called into the squad late. Had a good series in South Africa for the England Lions. But he's a competitor, Zuma.
Plays that on the up, that goes straight to point, and that will conclude the end of the over. 1 run from it, 1 wicket from it, and India 8 are 494 for 7.
But like any quick bowler as well, when the tail comes in, they sniff blood, don't they? They're predators, and they can sense some lower order wickets, which they all count in the book. Showing the Zuma's wickets this morning, Zaman Akhtar. Known to all and sundry in the West Country where he plays his cricket as Zuma. Ahmed. Swept and Rue whips the bails off in a flash. Tidy, James Rue's wicket keeping has really impressed me. That's down the leg side. As soon as I say that, Rue mistakes one, but no harm done, no buys given. Ooh, that's well bowled. I think that's the googly there from Ahmed. It is the googly. That's really well bowled.
He bowled quite a few of them yesterday.
Yeah. Doobie reads that one better. First one he read, a little bit like I read Dostoevsky. Here is Ahmed, who is getting a little bit of extra bounce as well. It's good over from, that's the other googly. That is another googly there.
Now he did actually, I'd say he bowled majority googlies yesterday.
Interesting. So that's pushed out through point. That one's just a top spinner there, I think. He's got a few tricks up his sleeve, hasn't he? That's the any over. 495 for 7. Doobie's on 10. Cambodge and Shaw has received one ball. He's yet to score, and there's just over 20 minutes to lunch. Listening to Dan Whiting. Nicky Chowdhury here from the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence.
Yeah, didn't really spin many away from the right-hander yesterday, Rehan Ahmed. Was preferring the googly, and it was clearly a plan that they had, because even when he had his slip in position, slip was standing with their left foot on the return crease, like they would for an off-spinner. So that was clearly the plan in the day. And talking about plan in the day, we have a change in bowling. Ajit Singh Taylor is going to be coming in to the attack again from the Nackington Road end. And he'll be back again. Picked up a wicket this morning of Dhruv Jurel. That was caught at first slip by Ben McKinney. That was his first wicket of the game. And he's in again now with his black headband, the style that we've seen since COVID. Because no one could go to the hairdressers, and then they realised they had to get their hair out of the way. Here he comes. Clipped away nicely here by Dubé, and that will find the boundary. Beautiful head position, really leans on top of it and times it beautifully, and that will take India A to 499 for 7.
Yeah, I think there was also another reason why the headband became popular, because the law on saliva on the ball changed as well and has remained in place ever since. And you can use the sweat from the headband to keep the shine on one side of the ball to aid swing.
Back of the length, and this will find Rehan Ahmed down towards fine. And that big round of applause means that it's 500 runs up on the board here in Canterbury. India A have got to that landmark. 500 for 7. And it's been a brilliant display of batting to have watched over the course of the day and a half. Are we at that position to say it's day and a half?
Day and a third, almost.
Day and a third now. It's just getting too mathematical for me. Of course, that knock of 204 from Karan Nair being the highlight. Leans into it nicely, and that should race away on this quick outfield here in Canterbury for 4 more runs. And Singhdale comes back into the attack, and he's just been hit for 2 boundaries off the first 3 deliveries. And India A 504 for 7.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot there. Just lengthened it a little bit inside out perhaps, but it was a gorgeous bit of timing and runs away up the hill. The Jeep just going a little too full perhaps.
And then this should run away towards the boundary. It's going to be a big effort out in the deep from Eddie Jack to stop that. He really had to cover some ground. And what a lovely slide as well. Come back for a couple of runs. I thought that was going to find the boundary, but he's really had to come round from deep backwards square leg here.
Yeah, he's impressed me with ball and in the field, Eddie Jack. Got a good one down at Hampshire. The major from 40 Towers will be happy.
And that will get An outside edge and run down towards the boundary. 4 more runs. That is 3 boundaries in the over so far. And of course, just having to use the pace here of Ajit Singh Dale. There's not much requirement of the batter to try and go hard at it. Even a fine nick is going to fly by.
Yeah, moral victory to the bowler. But, as batters often say, look in the book. Reads the same in the book as that elegant cover drive earlier in the over, doesn't it?
Is he going to come back with the final ball in this over? Singh Dale on the Nackington Road end. But gets him playing at it, and that will conclude the end of the over. Slightly expensive here from Singh Dale. 3 boundaries from it. A couple and a single. 510 for 7 here, India A. And again, just starting to see a little bit of deflation amongst the lines. Maybe it's that whopping number of 510 on the board here, Dan.
Yeah, it's also hard when you've been out in the dirt for 112 overs. It's difficult, you know, and that's why people talk about the new ball. But when it's talking about the second new ball or the third new ball, it's difficult to get yourself up for it. And I don't care how many new balls you get. When you've been out in the field for a couple of days, it's tough, hard work. It's the engine room, it's the coal face of cricket.
It is James Drew just getting his helmet passed on to him. Doing some sort of adjustment. Rayan Ahmed to continue.
That's just pushed for one, actually. Thought it was pushed back to the bowler, but it's just gone away with the slope, and they amble through for what's a rather easy single. Just over 15 minutes to lunch. Ahmed keeping Campbell Genshall honest there. It's played out to long on. Another single. Another one onto the total. This is looking imposing now from India A. 512. The score's up to. Defended by Dubey. He's on to 16 from 24.
Dubey expecting Rayan Ahmed to bowl the leg spinner. He's playing for the leg spin, but he's actually taking it away from the left-hander more so.
Again defended into the offside. Passing vehicle from the emergency services. Goes up the old Dover Road behind us. Onto the pads and just dribbles out into the leg side. That's the end of the over. 113 overs gone now. 512 for 7. And it's, as I said, it's an imposing total underpinned by a wonderful 204 from Karan Nair. And he was aided and abetted by 90s from Sarfraz Khan and Dhruv Jurel. And they have been the mainstay of this India innings.
Absolutely. Well, it's encouraging to watch, right? If you're an Indian cricket fan and you're seeing the likes of Karan Nair scoring double centuries, and you're also seeing Dhruv Jurel score 94, Sarfraz Khan as well getting 92. It's encouraging with the big summer ahead. Going to have a change in bowling here. Dan Mosley coming in to the attack for the first time this morning as we are 15 minutes away from lunch. And Anshul Kamboj on strike just 6 days ago. Dan, he was playing in the IPL. Chennai Super Kings versus Gujarat Titans. He got a 3 for 13 in that game in Ahmedabad. Struck hard, but straight to mid-off.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see sort of how much of a correlation there is between
this one. Out too deep.
the surfaces on offer for, you know, the India Test side and also the personnel as well.
Dive straight over that one, actually, at square leg. Absolutely, and I think now this Test series will be a bit more at par. I think both sides looking quite equal, and it will be a really good contest. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to get down to as many of those games as I can. Oh, and this one doesn't really move his feet. There is a shout from Dan Mosley and the England Lions. And he's not interested there. Not very convincing. Shout. And just forward here, goes up and over, and that will go all the way. That will go all the way for 4 runs. And he's not going to hang about here, is Harsh Dubey. Slight little bit of flight there from Dan Mosley. And he's going to take him on down the ground. Really quick hands, like whips his wrists through the ball.
Yeah, Mosley, Aston Villa season ticket holder. Chris Wokes, big Villa fan as well.
Just slides down the leg side. Very swift take from James Jurel. I must admit, he's been extremely impressive with the gloves. Just the way he takes his body with him. Extremely swift. Opens the blade into the offside. 518 for 7, and that will conclude the end of the over. That's the first over from Dan Mosley this morning. Anshul Kamboj on 12, Harsh Dubey on 21, and we are 13 minutes away from lunch here on day 2 at Canterbury. England Lions taking on India A. England Lions had won the toss yesterday, decided to have a bowl first, and well, I think that scorecard speaks for itself.
Yeah, maybe, you know, maybe a batting day. When the sun's out here at Canterbury, it does tend to favour the batters. That's gone up in the air. Is that gone safe? It has gone safe. Zaman Akhtar can't quite get there. It was a heave into the leg side from Dubey. Not the most elegant shot he's played, but he's got away with it, and he's still there as he adds another 2 onto his total. Down the leg side, half an appeal, a polite inquiry, let's say, from James Rue, but really you're never going to get those, are you?
No.
Pushed down the ground.
Goes through his action extremely quickly here, Rayon Arm, and he drops his front arm just a little bit too early. He never has enough front arm through the action as he goes through. That just might help him if he can keep that front arm up longer. Otherwise, we do see a few drag downs from him.
That's just defended. Both these bowlers have got through their overs really quickly, don't they?
Yeah, really so. And just if he can keep that front arm up slightly longer, it will help him create some more dip in the ball.
That's out to Akhtar, who throws it in on the turn. Just a single to Kamboj Anshul. Where's that one gone? It's gone back to the bowler.
It's gone straight back to him, and he just fielded that with one hand very swiftly.
It was so casual. I was looking down the ground for 4.
It was whipped back at him, and he just literally did it with one hand. And it will conclude the end of the over. India A 522 for 7 after that. And just the way he's been bowling, kind of, I know he's a leg spinner, it's been coming across a bit medium pacey. Just he's darting it in all the time. I just like to see him slow it down a bit, which will be difficult though, because if he is dropping that front arm quite early on in his action, means he can't stay through his action for longer.
Mosley the same as well. I'd like to see them get the ball above the eye line of the batter, tempt them.
But you can't do that if you drop down and fall off early on, because as you ride and stay on your front leg a little bit more, that's when you're going to get the dip. And at the moment, he's just really like flying through to the batter. And let's be honest, batters like a little bit of pace on it. As soon as you give them a bit of thinking time, that's when you can cause some issues. Better from Mosley. Just slow it down a tad. Stay on that front leg, hold that left arm up a bit more. Because it's easier to go bang, bang, bang.
Is, but as you said, taking the pace off the ball actually makes the batter hit it.
That one straighter, in line, and worked away down towards deep square leg.
As opposed to deflect it.
Absolutely. And you can understand why as well, because as a bowler, you don't want to get hit. So as soon as you do get pumped once or twice, you're just thinking, right, I need to get out of this over, get out of this over. And sometimes the natural tendency is to just bowl quicker.
Again, is it a product of too much white ball cricket? Firing in the darts.
Nice, he takes his foot across the line here. Dubé. And come through for a single. There's pros and cons to it, right? More white ball cricket, there's a good... You can bring some things from that game into this, and then vice versa, but you've got to pick the right elements. And this one, he stays on his front leg a little bit longer in this action here. You can just see a little bit more dip from him. Doesn't get it away. And that will conclude at the end of the over. 2 runs from it for Dan Mosley. India 8, 524 for 7. Unshul on 14. Dubé with 25 to his name. And well, now we are just 8 minutes shy of lunch here on day 2 in Canterbury. A glorious, glorious afternoon. We're in the morning session. And wherever you're tuned in from, you can watch us on the ECB website, ECB app. You're listening to live commentary from Dan Whiting and myself and Nikki Chowdhury.
I agree with you about Ford, you know, sort of the pros and cons of white ball and red ball cricket. You know, there's a place for fast food in life, there's a place for burger and chips, and there's a place for haute cuisine food. As that's pushed into the offside.
As they say, everything in moderation.
Exactly. And a test match is the lobster thermidor of cricket. Swept. And that's going to beat Jack out at deep square. Dubé nailing that one and getting it backward at square. Ahmed just straying onto leg stump. But if he's bowling googlies, he's going against the spin there. So it's a dangerous shot to play, but he exercised that one beautifully. Driven, but can only pick out Max Holden, the extra cover. Good bit of fielding. Driven pleasantly to Akhtar at long on.
More like a Rashid Khan than a Shane Warne, Rayan Ahmed.
Yeah, very much so. Again, that's pushed out to long on for a single. Leg spinners is a funny thing, isn't it? Because you get some of them who do push it through quickly. Sure, you know, there'll be plenty of people with the name of Anil Kumble running through their minds. He was a faster leg spinner. As that one's pushed back to the bowler. End the over, 5:30 for 7 after 117 overs. And I think we'll probably get one more in before the lunch interval.
I think we will indeed. It should be a pretty speedy one as well, as I've been flying through the overs. Spin from both ends here. As we approach lunch, 530 for 7. I think that 550 mark. I like the number 550.
We might get 2 overs in, actually.
Depends. Maybe if suddenly Anshul Kamboj and Harsh Dubey decided to do a shoelace up. Take some time. Many tricks in the book, aren't there?
Bit of gardening.
Quick through the air here from Mosley. Slip. Short third. Oh, hits this uppishly towards short mid-wicket here. Just doesn't quite get over it. Stays a bit behind the ball. Yeah, deep cover. Mid-off. This one flatter. And worked into the leg side. Creates space off the back foot. And left-hander comes on to strike. 5:31 for 7. Yeah, halfway through what could be the final over before lunch. Actually, it might not be. I think you're right here. We probably will squeeze another over in. And turned into the leg side again. Just really reaching forward. Takes that front foot across the line. And lays the one. Happy just to rotate things here. And some spectators enjoying themselves around the ground. Why not? It's a sunny Saturday.
Yeah,
it's half term.
Yeah.
That's better from Dan Mosley. I prefer that. I'd like him just to stay there.
Yeah, just a little bit more loop.
Not too much, just want a little bit of dip. Just slightly above the eye line. Bottom hand comes through a bit there from Anshul Kamboj, and that will conclude the over. 2 runs from it. 5:32 for 7 at the end of the over, and we will get another over before lunch.
Yeah, part of the trick of being a spinner is to tempt a batter to try and smash you out the ground. There's nothing worse for spinners than being milked for ones all around the ground. And by tempting a batter, you've got to get it up above the batter's eye line and a little bit of loop, a little bit of spin. If you're bowling flat darts, then it's easy just to milk it around for ones. And there's nothing worse than a spinner than low-risk cricket like that.
You've got to say to the batter, come on, then hit me.
Yeah.
Go on. If you think you've got it, hit me. You'll do it once.
Yeah.
Might do it twice, and you might get a little bit ahead of yourself because, come on, you can get a bit greedy. Take me on.
Defended by Dubey. He's on to 31.
A little bit of dust suddenly appeared from that
Yeah,
delivery.
there was a puff, wasn't there?
A puff of dust.
Mmm.
It's been dry here in England over the last month and a bit.
Driven pleasantly by Dubey.
Nicely stays beside it and opens the face.
Yeah, just a single. Yeah, it does turn this wicket. There will be turn in this wicket as the game goes on. Matt Parkinson is the leg spinner at Kent. Jack Leaning also doing duties with his off spin. Defended. But spin does come into the game here. And it has done even since the start of the season. Good cricket wicket. Defended. There's something in it for everyone. It's a good batting surface. Something in it for the spinners. And ball can hoop around a little bit here as well. That's well bowled.
Nice, beats the bat there.
Yeah, slightly slower. Just as you were talking about, Nikki, just slightly slower there from Ahmed. Giving the ball a chance to grip on the surface and turns past the outside edge of Cambodge.
You only get more turn if you slow it down as well.
Yeah. defended. I mean, it can't be so slow that, you know, you're bowling pies.
No, absolutely not. That will be lunch as well. A dot ball to finish 1 run off the over. And Rayan Ahmed will conclude things before we head off. Players making their way off already. And what have we witnessed this morning? Well, we've seen 4 wickets fall. Had the wicket of Dhruv Jurel. He was out for 94, followed by Nitish Kumar Reddy out for 7, caught behind off the bowling of Eddie Jack. And then Karan Nair was the 3rd wicket to go after bringing up a delightful double century, 204 for him. And then Shardul Thakur caught at mid-off by Dan Mosley off the bowling of Zaman Akhtar for 27. A short, quick-fire cameo from him as the players make their way off for lunch. I think all in all, it's been a pretty good day for India A. They're 533 on the board, 7 wickets down. I'm pretty sure we might see a little bit of acceleration after lunch. But right now here in Canterbury, as the players make their way off, we'll join you back in roughly 30 minutes or so to talk you through the afternoon session. From Dan Whiting and myself, Nikki Chowdhury, we'll catch you in a bit.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it, the team for you. You love it, you don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people. To moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket.
Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that.
It affects women's salaries and what they get because of their skill set, their dynamic personalities, and the audience that they grow. Everybody wins.
I think that it's just a really great opportunity to be able to build now on everything that we've spoken about today, so that next year is just the most amazing summer and it's a brilliant event.
We need your support, we love your support, and you know, hopefully you can roar us on to many victories.
It's the year that women's cricket breaks into the mainstream and stays there.
Save up to an extra £1,000 on a new Toyota. The Toyota-thon is on. Sale event ends 31st of May.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it, the team for you. You love it, you don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people, to moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket.
Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that, a game. A way to pass the time. Made up of overs and innings, wickets and runs that can last 5 days. Or a mere cricket is us, the people. The people that play, volunteer, organise, spectate and facilitate. From the leaders on the field to those behind the scenes.
Watched it in the crowd and to have some like a competition like that to look forward to next year is really, really special.
I want to support women's cricket in as many ways as I can, and I think we all need to find ways to support them, attend the games and root for our favourite teams and all the players.
I feel like I've played World Cups all around the world now, and it's going to be so exciting to play at home, play at Old Trafford. I think it's really exciting.
The energy today at this event was amazing. Sitting next to Malala, sitting across from Ellie. Energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you've brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that, and it just goes to show how important it is as well.
It'll pass quicker than you can ever imagine. Even the build-up to it, I think the build-up is almost just as special as the tournament itself.
You can kind of feel like something is changing.
You immediately feel like you're part of it and you're part of a movement.
What it means for us to host a World Cup, and I look back as a huge sports fan and think of the Euros for the women and what that did for women's sport, for football. We've now got a chance to go beyond what football did, and for it to become that seminal moment for cricket, for sport in this country.
But every time there is a victory, it is a ripple effect.
With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it, the team for you. You love it, you don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people, to moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket.
Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that, a game. A way to pass the time. Made up of overs and innings, wickets and runs that can last 5 days, or a mere afternoon. But it's more than that, isn't it?
In as many ways as I can, and I think we all need to find ways to support them, attend the games and root for our favourite teams and all the players.
I feel like I've played World Cups all around the world now, and it's going to be so exciting to play at home, play at Old Trafford. I think it's really exciting.
The energy today at this event was amazing. Sitting next to Malala, sitting across from Ellie. Energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you've brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that, and it just goes to show how important it is as well.
It'll pass quicker than you can ever imagine. Even the build-up to it, I think the build-up is almost just as special as the tournament itself.
You
can kind of feel like something is changing.
You immediately feel like you're part of it and you're part of a movement.
What it means for us to host a World Cup, and I look back as a huge sports fan and think of the Euros for the women and what that did for women's sport, for football. We've now got a chance to go beyond what football did, and for it to become that seminal moment for cricket, for sport in this country.
But every time there is a victory, it is a ripple effect. It affects women's salaries and what they get because of their skill set, their dynamic personalities, and the audience that they grow. Everybody wins.
I think that it's just a really great opportunity to be able to build now on everything that we've spoken about today, so that next year is just the most amazing summer and it's a brilliant event.
We need your support, we love your support, and hopefully you can roar us on to many victories.
It's the year that women's cricket breaks into the mainstream and stays there.
Save up to an extra £1,000 on a new Toyota. The Toyota Thon is on. Sale event ends 31st of May.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt.
Today at this event was amazing. Sitting next to Malala, sitting across from Ellie. Energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that, and it just goes to show how important it is as well.
It'll pass quicker than you can ever imagine. Even the build-up to it, I think the build-up is almost just as special as the tournament itself.
You can kind of feel like something is changing.
You immediately feel like you're part of it and you're part of a movement.
What it means for us to host a World Cup, and I look back as a huge sports fan and think of the Euros for the women and what that did for women's sport, for football. We've now got a chance to go beyond what football did, and for it to become that seminal moment for cricket, for sport in this country.
But every time there is a victory, it is a ripple effect. It affects women's salaries and what they get because of their skill set, their dynamic personalities, and the audience that they grow. Everybody wins.
I think that it's just a really great opportunity to be able to build now on everything that we've spoken about today, so that next year is just the most amazing summer and it's a brilliant event.
We need your support, we love your support, and hopefully you can roar us on to many victories.
It's the year that women's cricket breaks into the mainstream and stays there.
Save up to an extra £1,000 on a new Toyota. The Toyota Thon is on. Sale event ends 31st of May.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it, the team for you. You love it, you don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people, to moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket. Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that. A game. A way to pass the time. Made up of overs and innings, wickets and runs that can last 5 days. Or a mere afternoon. But it's more than that, isn't it? It's more than the stumps and the wickets, the bat and the ball. More than winning and losing. What makes cricket cricket is us, the people. It's in decency, where we embrace enjoyment, build belonging and progress with purpose. So that to anyone watching,
roar us on to many victories.
It's the year that women's cricket breaks into the mainstream and stays there.
Save up to an extra £1,000 on a new Toyota. The Toyota-thon is on. Sale event ends 31st of May.
Guys, who's the bat? I'm bowling.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it, the team for you. You love it, you don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people, to moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket. Does the spirit of cricket exist?
it's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that. A game. A way to pass the time. Made up of overs and innings, wickets and runs that can last 5 days. Or a mere afternoon. But it's more than that, isn't it? It's more than the stumps and the wickets, the bat and the ball. More than winning and losing. What makes cricket cricket is us, the people. The people that play, volunteer, organise, spectate and facilitate. From the leaders on the field to those build, broke every session.
Next to Malala, sitting across from Ellie. Energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that. And it just goes to show how important it is as well.
It'll pass quicker than you can ever imagine. Even the build-up to it, I think the build-up is almost just as special as the tournament itself.
you can kind of feel like something is changing.
You immediately feel like you're part of it and you're part of a movement.
What it means for us to host a World Cup, and I look back as a huge sports fan and think of the Euros for the women and what that did for women's sport, for football. We've now got a chance to go beyond what football did, and for it to become that seminal moment for cricket, for sport in this country.
But every time there is a victory, it is a ripple effect. It affects women's salaries and what they get because of their skill set, their dynamic personalities, and the audience that they grow. Everybody wins.
I think that it's just a really great opportunity to be able to build now on everything that we've spoken about today, so that next year is just the most amazing summer and it's a brilliant event.
But it's up to us now to carry them forward with every ball, every stroke, every session of play, so that together we can help shape this beautiful game, this game that we love, this game we call cricket.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Canterbury as we are about to kick off the afternoon session. India A resume 553 for 7 with Anshul Kamboj and Harsh Dubey out there in the middle. Anshul with 16 to his name, Dubey with 32, and well, we've seen a few wickets tumble in the morning session, 4 wickets to be precise, and those 4 wickets of Dhruv Jurel, Nitish Kumar Reddy, Karan Nair and, of course, Shardul Thakur as the players and umpires make their way out into the middle. Umpire James Middlesbrough and Tom Lungley are already out there, stood tall by the stumps at the pavilion end, and out walk the England Lions. They've just managed to refuel on some lunch, and followed closely behind them are the 2 India A batters as the sun is shining here in Canterbury. And I welcome back Dan Whiting.
Yeah, good afternoon, Nikki, and I thought that was a good session for the Lions. I mean, 122 for 4. They'd have taken that at the start of the day. 409 for 3 at the start of the day, 533 for 7 at lunch, and it could have been a long day chasing leather. But those 4 wickets have given them a glimmer of hope, and if they can, you know, winkle India out for, say, 570, something like that, they'll fancy themselves on this quick scoring ground at the Spitfire St Lawrence, that they can, you know, get up to par by, say, midday tomorrow.
Absolutely. That wicket of Dhruv Jurel from Ajit Singh Dale broke a brilliant partnership of 195. It did just seem that he was just going to take that game further and further away from him. And he picked up his first wicket as well, did Singh Dale. And after lunch, it's going to be Josh Hull to come on from the Nackington Road end with Harsh Dubey on strike. And this is the afternoon session here on day 2 of England Lions versus India A. Listening to live commentary on the ECB website and app, wherever you're listening to us from in the world. A very good afternoon to you on a sunny Saturday. And this one starts right on the middle stump line. It's just pushed to mid-on by Dubey.
Tumbling stop there from Ajit Singh Dale. It was a wonderful catch from Ben McKinney that actually got rid of Jurel. Going away to his right, which is his weaker hand, I assume, as being a left-handed batter. And he actually had to make quite a long distance. He's a tall lad, but it was a really good effort.
Comes forward here, and the tall 6'7" fella of Josh Hull manages to get down and stop that as it goes by.
Yep, as you said earlier, it's a long way to go down there, isn't it?
Got the slip in place, point slip. Third man, actually, and point. Extra cover mid-off on the offside as Hull makes his way. And Harsh Dubé will have to go, just looking for the dab, a bit too close to him there to get it away. And, well, it's safe to say, James Rue has really been busy.
Yeah, 5 catches now for James Rue in the innings. And that's Josh Hull's 3rd wicket. And Dubé just trying...
Matches. Played ahead of Prasidh Krishna in the Perth Test in the BGT as well. And picked up 4 wickets in Perth. On strike against the tall striker of Hull.
Going around the wicket to the right-handed Rana.
And down the leg side. Nicely taken by Rue once again. Still going with the tumbles.
Yeah, I think the secret to James Rue's success as a wicket-keeper, everyone talks about glove work, but it's your footwork that gets you into position to allow your gloves to take over.
Yeah, if you don't move your feet, you ain't getting your gloves anywhere close.
No.
It's a bit like batting, really, right? It's about your head position. They say as long as your head goes, your body will go towards the ball. If your head stays away, then you're not going to get closer to the ball.
Yeah, it gets you from A to B.
Drops that close by and will get himself off the mark, down towards 3rd. 534, the first run after lunch.
Yeah, Hull's done pretty well here. 3 for 68. Being the most economical of the England Lions bowlers.
Straight to mid-wicket, just bat face closing a little bit because he's come across himself. And he shuffles onto the off stump for that one. And that will conclude the end of the first over. After lunch, it was bowled by Josh Hull, and he just picked up a very important wicket. Harsh Dubé just caught now by James Rue with the gloves off the bowling of Josh Hull. And at the end of the over, India A 534 for 8. You're listening to commentary from Dan Whiting and myself, Nikki Chowdhury, here in Canterbury, Kent, the Garden of England. One of the most beautiful counties. If you're wondering what a county is, I realise that listeners in India might be wondering what a county is. It's basically a state. In India, they call them states.
Yeah.
In England, we call them counties.
Rahan Ahmed, a little bit of extra bounce there. Harshit Rana. Just ride that. Quick bowler from Delhi. He was one of the players who made his IPL debut before the Julep Trophy debut. That's just pushed into the offside. Thanks for Kolkata Knight Riders. Oh, that's gone many a mile over the front row of the Cowdrey stand and is retrieved from the gap in between the Frank Woolley and the Colin Cowdrey. Both those players would be proud of a shot like that.
That was absolutely humongous. Fuller deliveries, gone down on one knee, and full arm extension of that comes through as it makes contact, and well, it's gone straight towards the Colin Cowdrey stand.
Yeah, so that's just pushed back to the bowler, no run. Just defended there by Rana. Much more circumspect. But you get the feeling he's going to unleash again soon, don't you? You feel like there's a big wind-up coming. Oh, there we go. Misses it though, but no harm done. Tell you what, I'm glad I parked my car at the other end of the ground. I like my windscreen intact when I'm driving back to London at night.
Yeah, so I got ushered by the stewards to come down and park right over where Long On is. I might be questioning that decision. It's that moment in time when I just wish I had one of those self-drive cars that could potentially, I could just pop something into my phone and I'll ask the car to go move itself, but unfortunately I don't.
Always park with your back to the action.
I did.
I can cope with the back windscreen gone.
I did.
Not
There's
a front
something on
one.
the insurance thing as well, apparently. If you're at a cricket ground and you have to park with your back towards the ground and not your windscreen. Here's Josh Hull. It's off the thigh pad. It won't be signalled a leg bide.
Yeah, there's a certain colleague of mine on the commentary circuit who's had his car hit twice. Once this season and once by Zaman Akhtar playing in this game. I don't know if he's got shares in the local panel beaters perhaps, but yeah, you've got to be very careful in the commentary world where you park your car at cricket grounds.
Long on and deep mid-wicket are definitely areas where you want to avoid. Sometimes you can't. Yeah, it's a thickish edge on this. Down towards there. Just happy to guide that through.
You've got to watch it down there because they're the practice wickets.
It flies off it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it runs across very quickly and they can be quite bobbly in front of the Frank Woolley stand.
That's something quite similar at the Oval as well, where they have their practice wicket to the far side of the ground. If you're bowling from the media end, then the far left-hand side of the ground is where the Oval usually stick up their practice nets and wickets, and it absolutely races off. This is going to be pulled away, and it will just be the single. Deep mid-wicket comes through.
It's the grounds where there's nowhere sort of around it. The Oval, you're very hemmed in. Obviously, you're in sort of central South London, aren't you there? Headingley used to have them as well in front of the old pavilion there back in the old days, and it was before they had the indoor nets. Oval.
Kia Oval, the home of Surrey County Cricket Club, and the Oval Invincibles, which have recently been brought out by Reliance, the Ambani family, for the 100. Big swing. Fuller delivery. Just a bit of a tempt there from Josh Hull into Rana. It just really clears that front leg.
He looks like he's meaning business, doesn't he, Harshit Rana? What's Mukesh Kumar's bat like?
It says maiden first class game in England. Mukesh Kumar. Ooh, that's a little bit of carry. That's got Rana
Hello.
on his back. When we spoke about flexibility yesterday, Sarfaraz Khan just proved how bendy he was with some of the short to ball deliveries that he faced. And, well, seen it again here from Harshit Rana. Really watch that through.
Yeah, I'm sure Josh Hull might be getting one back later on in the game for that bit of limbo dancing that he made Harshit Rana perform there.
I obviously love that sort of battle. Oh, and just squares him up here slightly. That will conclude the over. And India A are 543 for 8.
See Hull's extra bounce there, don't you? You know, 6'7" frame. Ball's actually been delivered from over 7 feet with his arm extended. And, yeah, just making letting Rana know that he's there. 543 for 8. Warm welcome if you're listening in from India. Well, very good evening to you. Actually, it's evening over there now, isn't it?
It's 6:30 in India, as per my watch.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why my watch is still set to India time, because I never changed it back.
It's just defended into the onside. Yeah, don't go to bed. Just listen to Nikki Chowdhury and I. Watch.
I'd be quite concerned if people are going to bed at 6:30.
Again, repeat from the ball before. Well, when you get to a certain age, Nick. That's gone big again. That's going to go all the way, and this time he deposits him into the not Underwood stand next to the players' dressing rooms. And this time it's Anshul Kamboj who delivers the treatment.
A lovely good use of his feet.
Oh, is that caught down the leg side? Or LBW, sorry. They're appealing for one. It's the googly and it's going down, drifting down. Yeah, I think it's, bingo time now for India, isn't it? It's like those adverts for sales just after Christmas. Everything must go. Again, that's just into the thigh pad. And that's played out to Holden, mid-wicket. That completes the over. 123 overs gone. India are on the cusp of 550. And I'm wondering if they might have gone on a little too long. But is it about getting their guys game time? Or is it about winning the game? That's the crux of the matter. It's what the conundrum that Nikki and I have been discussing all morning, really, isn't it?
It has been indeed. Oh, just signalling around like a traffic conductor. Fixes his field.
You don't seem to see like policemen on sort of traffic lights when traffic lights go down.
Not in this part of the world, but
No.
if you've ever travelled to India, you will know that they're at every corner of the street. Oh, that's a big swing. That's almost pretty similar to Yashasvi Jaiswal's swing yesterday, which got him out for 24 of the bowling of Eddie Jack.
I think if he'd connected with that,
I think my car would have been in danger for sure.
well, I think he might have gone over it. I think he might have ended up in the north of France.
And not far from France either, actually. Rana. Tries to get that away. That's just going to be short of James Rue. He's been busy today in all the action. 5 catches to his name. Unfortunately, he's not going to get through to that one. Full length dive.
It was a teaser, wasn't it? Little scamp. Certainly not dull, though, after lunch, is it?
Safe to say after lunch they've decided how they're going to go about the rest of this innings, and I'm not surprised. Harshit Rana is looking to clear his front leg and send the ball the distance, which could be quite entertaining should it come off the middle. This one doesn't. It beats all the willow. Ice cream van across the bank. Doing some good business today. I think you could go to the Maldives after this weekend.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they get enough rough days here over the summer. But it's here all the time, that ice cream van. I've seen the definition of optimism, which is him being here in a 3-degree day here last year between Kent and Surrey.
Tries to guide this, goes straight past the bat. I like this little battle here between Josh Hull and Harshit Rana right now, because Rana's only playing in one gear, so to speak, and Hull knows that, so he's just really trying to just keep him on the back foot.
Yeah, he's also going around the wicket and following him. He's trying to back away and ramp him over. Backward point, down to third, down towards the Cowdrey stand.
Plants his front foot very early there and quickly through as a puff of dust comes off at the non-striker's end. And that will bring up 550 on the board for India A. 8 wickets down now into the afternoon session of day 2. Anshul Kamboj. He's been given the same message. He's got a different way about playing that delivery, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. 550 for 8.
Yeah, the people of Kent, they love their cricket, and they've turned out in decent numbers here today.
I am 100% convinced at this point in the day, Dan, that Tourism Kent are giving you one of those retirement flats. They've done a deal before you even got here.
I couldn't possibly say.
Takes one to know one.
At the former home of Colin Canterbury, listen to Dan Whiting and Nikki Chowdhury as Rayan Ahmed comes in from the pavilion end. Bosh! That's a monster. In and out of the Cheeseman stand and bounces back into play.
I think they might just need to check that ball after it's been concussed.
Oh.
The ball's had a bit of an outing. And the umpire's just giving it a look. Actually, it's fine, he says, as he chucks it back to Rayan Ahmed.
Again, he's gone big, but just down to long on, down to, I think it's Holden down there. Yeah, it's, well, the ball was probably so hot it was smoking after that shot, and he's just thrown it back before it burnt his fingers. Ooh, there's an ask and he's gone. Anshul Kamboj is LBW. It was more of a polite inquiry there from Rehan Ahmed. And
I think it was very quick to go up.
Yeah, but saying that, if you look at the replay, you can see his leg stump. It'd gone across a lot further. And that's 557 for 9. And the end is nigh for this India A innings. Just 1 wicket to go. I don't know what Mukesh Kumar is like. You know, some number 11s are decent these days. Others, when they walk out to bat, the groundsman starts up his mower.
I think gone are the days, though, where a number 11 walks out and they actually just look like they're not there for the right sport, and they look very much out of their depth. And a lot has been done on the lower batting order as well, just to make sure that they can hang around there, especially in a test match when you might have a quick flurry of wickets early on, and you really would like to at least be able to think that maybe my number 7, my number 8 can just hold their own a little bit. We're not saying we expect them to score double centuries or anything like that, but sometimes you just need someone at the other end. Let's say you've got a top order batter in, and just to support them tick things through. Someone who just knows how to get in line, and that can solve a lot of your issues, especially in this format.
Yeah, completely agree. The likes of Kevin Jarvis here or Chandrasekhar. India was one who was he was known as a ferret, wasn't he? He'd go in after the rabbits at number 11. So Kumar to face Rehan Ahmed. So that's just pushed into the offside. Playing with his hands a long way from his body, though. Got to be careful with that Ahmed Googly. Again, goes quite hard-handed at that. Ahmed now needs to tempt him, needs to float one up. Again, Kumar, circumspect, conservative, and gets on the front foot. 5:57 for 9. Kumar yet to score. Harshit Rana, 16 of just 19 balls.
I'd have to draw an example of where maybe tailenders need to come in and just hold their own a little bit whilst support the top order. I'd say the 2019 Ashes Test match at Headingley, that amazing partnership between Ben Stokes and Jack Leach, an unbroken 76-run partnership, and the one which Leach contributed one not out, but he was out there a while, and I just think those scenes are unforgettable still today. And talking about scenes, crowd are enjoying themselves as well. Plenty of India supporters in around the ground. And we are going to have a change in bowling as well. From the Nackington Road end, Zaman Akhtar is coming back into the attack in the afternoon session.
You must remember the likes of Chris Martin at New Zealand and Pommy Mbangwa at Zimbabwe, who were both, I think their career averages were 1 point something and 2 point something in Test cricket.
I just think that's a unique skill to have.
I agree.
But you know what? I was listening to coverage of the England women versus West Indies women ODI yesterday. I'll tell you more about it after this delivery from Akhtar. This one's up in the air, and it should be a simple catch at mid-on, and it is taken by Josh Hull, and that is going to be the end of India A and their innings as Harshit Rana gets caught by Josh Hull. A simple catch for the seamer. And India A are all out for 557 here on day 2 of this clash between England Lions and India A. And the players make their way off. Well, the wickets have absolutely tumbled since we came back after lunch.
Yeah, Zaman Akhtar finishing up with 3. He joins Josh Hull, being the leading instigators of damage to this India A innings. And now we'll go and see whether the likes of Ben McKinney can make this surface look as easy as Karan Nair did for India. I'm looking forward to seeing McKinney. A lot of people are talking about him for full England selection, and this is a shop window, isn't it? It's often a precursor to your England career. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on. It's a good wicket, it's a good batting day, there's hardly a cloud in the sky, fast outfield, conditions surely tailor-made for batting.
Absolutely, it's conditions that you'd really be licking your lips for as a batter. Initially just the play on the early moments of struggle, that's known to every opener, and then hopefully those runs just come easing through. But India A have been bowled out for 557, and Zaman Akhtar finishing with figures of 3 for 73 of 20 overs. 3 for Josh Hull as well. 2 wickets for Eddie Jack. 20 overs, 2 for 75 for him. And it's 1 apiece for Rayan Ahmed. 27 overs bowled for the young leg spinner. And 1 for 144. And Ajit Singh Dale contributing with 1 wicket as well, bowling 25 overs. And players are making their way off. And wickets went tumbling after lunch. But all in all, India A are going to be pretty happy, I believe, with the score they have on the board.
Yeah, it's above par. There's the bowling card. There's the batting card. As you see, Karan Nair underpinning this total with a double century. It's his 4th, I think, of his career, isn't it?
It's his 4th double century, 2 being triple centuries, and then a double century where he played for Northamptonshire last year in the county championship here in England. But then, of course, Dhruv Jurel with 94 for him, and Sarfaraz Khan 92. So it's nice to see them contributing, and it just puts you in a good stead ahead of this big series later on this summer. Of course, it all kicks off up at Headingley as India come over to England, and we'll be able to go through those set of fixtures in just a second, but it kicks off on the 20th of June.
Yeah, it should be a fantastic event. Two of the leading sides in the world.
Yeah, so that first match up at Headingley on the 20th of June, and then we move to Edgbaston and the good old Holly Stands. You know how those can get quite exciting.
I don't know what you mean, Nicky. I've never been in there in my life.
The Holly Stands up at Edgbaston, I'm sure they're going to bring up the atmosphere for that second test match. And then we move down south to London for Lords with the third and the fourth test match back up north, where it might be summer, it might be winter, who knows what the weather is like in Manchester for the fourth test. And then we finish off proceedings down in London at the Oval with the fifth test match, which commences on the 31st of July at the Oval in South London.
Yeah, should be a wonderful series. I'm really looking forward to it. I think fans of both countries are really looking forward to it, and it's one of those series that really gets the juices flowing, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and of course India have announced their squad for that test series. They've announced the new captain who's going to be leading this side, and that is of course Shubman Gill, the youngster, one of India's youngest test captains. So he's going to be captaining the side with Rishabh Pant, who's going to be vice captain, and of course he'll be having the gloves as well. Yashasvi Jaiswal in the side as well. KL Rahul, Sai Sudarshan, Abhimanyu Ishwar and Karan Nair scored that daddy ton today. Nitish Reddy, Ravindra Jadeja, Dhruv Jurel as well. Washington Sundar, Shardul Thakur, Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Siraj, Prasidh Krishna, Akashdeep, Arshdeep Singh and Kuldeep Yadav have been named as that travelling squad. And of course, I'm not sure if you catch this, but Jasprit Bumrah is coming back now, and we haven't seen him for a while, but he bowled an absolute cracker yesterday in that eliminator. I'm not sure if you saw this Yorker, but it's something you'd want to watch on repeat.
Yeah, he's one of the best bowlers in the world, whether it's red ball or white ball cricket, and he's box office, isn't he? Absolute box office. But it's a new chapter for Indian cricket, isn't it? You know, with Kohli gone, and it is a new chapter for Indian cricket, and it'll be interesting to see how they go without their talisman.
Yeah, Kohli gone, no Rohit Sharma either. Two very big names that have made a very big impression on Test cricket in India, and I think especially for Virat, the way he's led the side, the culture he's brought into Test cricket, that will be missed.
Yeah, he's toughened India up, hasn't he? I mean, if there was an accusation that Indian cricket was on their travels, maybe they had a little bit of a soft underbelly at times, maybe they didn't travel particularly well. And Kohli, you know, with his captaincy, I think he's toughened India up, and I think now they are one of the most dominant sides in world cricket.
Absolutely, and that delivery I was just mentioning in the eliminator yesterday was when Jasprit Bumrah absolutely sent the bells flying of Washington. So it was a cracker of a delivery, and I'm very excited to see him hold the new ball in this test series. It's going to be exciting, and I was up at Headingley the other day, and they're very much looking forward to the encounter. Tickets sold out almost immediately up there, and of course the ground staff had a word with them. They're busy with those preparations as well, getting the wicket ready.
Yeah, well, they love their cricket up in Yorkshire. It's almost like a religion, and Headingley is the cathedral that they come to pray at.
Absolutely. There's been quite a few centurions as well of Indian cricket at Headingley. Rahul Dravid, Sachin Tendulkar, Sourav Ganguly, to name a few, from 2002.
Yeah. There's been quite a few at Lords as well. The Lords test will be great.
Yeah, Dravid scored a gritty 148. Sachin Tendulkar's 193. That was his highest score in England, actually. And he was also Yorkshire's first overseas player.
Yes, he was, all the way back in about 1992. There was a picture of him in a flat cap and a pint of Tetley.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I was in the pavilion the other day, and there's this lovely picture of Sachin Tendulkar with the flat cap on. He's got a pint in his hand and a bat in the other. And I actually think I have a photo of it with me. It's such a good image.
Yeah. It's interesting, though, because at Lord's, Sachin Tendulkar, one of the strange things about Lord's is Sachin Tendulkar's never been on the honours board there. Shane Warne never got on the honours board. Brian Lara's never got on the honours board. But a guy called Ajit Agarkar, do you remember him?
Yeah.
His batting, he struggled with the bat a little bit and was rather unkindly given the nickname of the Bombay Duck. And he's on the honours board. I think he got 130 odd against England back in the 90s.
Oh yeah, he's the current chairman of the BCCI selection committee. The man you just mentioned. Of course, Ganguly also scored 128 runs back in 2002. That was quite the game over there. 3 legends, 3 tons, and of course one unforgettable triumph for India. But back in 2021 though, that Headingley game, 78 all out, it still hurts today.
Well, every side has a bad day. I'm saying nothing as England have to go down under to Australia in the winter, and I fear the worst. I fear the worst.
Big challenge for them, and
I'm half hiding behind the city already, Nikki.
Absolutely, big challenge for them, and of course England women now as well. They have lots of cricket ahead of them. New coach Charlotte Edwards, led by a new captain as well, Nat Siva-Brunt leading the side, starting off brilliantly as well against the West Indies. And we've got the series against the West Indies, followed by India women touring, and then big World Cup over in India at the back end of this year.
Yeah, what a feast of cricket. Anyway, back here at Canterbury, the umpires James Middlebrook and Tom Lungley are on their way out to the middle. Match referee for this one is Peter Such, off-spinner for England, featured in the 1993 Ashes, for those who remember him. Had a rather long run for an off-spinner, I seem to recall, back in the day. And the figures of Tom Haynes and the taller figure of Ben McKinney make their way out to the middle, as India are just having a little conflab amongst themselves, a little motivational talk, a little motivational speech, as you're listening to Nikki Chowdhury, Dan Whiting here on the ECB channel, ECB app. And what a wonderful day it is.
I'm really looking forward to seeing Tom Haynes here, because he's been Sussex's key performer with the bat so far this season. He's scored a few hundreds, and it's just been a pleasure to watch him perform. As he just takes his time. It's very delightful to the eye to watch Tom Haynes bat. Scored a 50 against Somerset in the county championship, 53 against Worcestershire, and if I'm not mistaken, it was 174 against Surrey in the first innings and 69 against Surrey in the second innings.
Yes, Sussex are flying at the moment. They're third in Division 1 in the county championship, and they've got a number of young players. Some who are probably quite unlucky not to feature for the England Lions. People like James Coles, maybe, or Jack Carson, perhaps. And allied to some really good recruitment, John Simpson coming in from Middlesex, who's got 3 tons already this year. The skipper, and the West Indian Jayden Seals as well. And also having Ollie Robinson back. He's probably unlikely to feature for England moving forward, and that helps hugely.
Yeah, Haynes ranked in at number 4 on that county championship Division 1 most runs list as well. He's scored 655 runs so far. Has scored 174, averaging 54.58.
Simpson can't be far behind him.
Simpson's just above him, actually. 675 runs as Haynes is on strike. Forward and right on the money here, Kumar. To start off.
Yeah, Mukesh Kumar. Looks just getting into his work. That's just defended into the onside. A bit like Duckett and Crawley watching these two, aren't they? Haynes the shorter of the two. McKinney much taller. McKinney's left-handed as well though, like Haynes. And like Duckett. But unlike the man who plies his trade here, Zach Crawley. Lives in Canterbury. That's pushed into the offside by Haynes.
Yeah, technically very stable here, Tom Haynes, and he's a patient batter, grown up through the Sussex age groups. Good old Sussex boy, went to school in Sussex, plays county cricket for Sussex, everything, good old Sussex.
Good old Sussex by the sea. Oh, that's a big flash. Haynes looking to impose himself on Kumar. And the ball goes into the gloves of Jurel.
Early doors, though, with Haynes, he can be a little bit susceptible to the one that nips back to him.
Yeah.
So he just has to watch out for that early period.
I think with all openers, you know, the ball moves around more, and that's why Graham Gooch used to talk about those daddy hundreds. You know, Karan Nair.
You love that term, don't you? Daddy
Yeah.
hundreds.
But you do, you get, I'll come on to it. That's going to be the first runs of the innings. It's going to be byes, as that's down the leg side, and despite the acrobatic dive of Dhruv Jurel, they can't cut that one off. I was going to come and say, you know, as an opener, with the ball nipping about, you're going to get your fair share of low scores. It's life as an opener. But when you get in, you've then got to go big.
Well, I think in cricket as a whole, really, you're going to have more bad days than you're going to have good. But when you get hints and whiffs of that good day on its way, you just got to grab onto it.
Oh, I know, Nikki. Even in cricket commentary, I have more bad days than good days. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire James Middlebrook just not interested in that one at all. That completes the first over. England Lions 4 without loss.
Now those 4 runs coming from byes. There's Haynes and McKinney, the two left-handers, still yet to get themselves off the mark. And we're going to see it from the Nackington Road end. Ben McKinney to face up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this guy. Been a lot spoken about him. A lot of people in the north rate him very highly. Yet again, Durham producing one of their own since they became a first-class county back in 1991.
It's going to be Anshul Kamboj to open things up for India A from the Nackington Road end. And look at that slip cordon. 4 slips.
Yeah.
He's a tall batter, very tall in his stance as this one just goes through to the gloves of Jurel. And I can just tell you one thing, they are stood ever so far back. Don't get the depth of perception on the screen, but they are stood ever so far back as we nearly get taken out in the commentary box by a ball.
Yeah, just hope that young lad batting doesn't reverse sweep one.
Excellent flexibility of the wrist if he manages to do that. As Anshul Kamboj is ready to go.
He leaves dismissively, doesn't he, McKinney?
Yeah, he does. Quite tall. in his stance. Very different stance to Tom Haynes as well. He's crouched down, flexes his knees, and it's quite compact. McKinney, on the other hand, stays tall in his stance and has his back slightly higher up. Bigger stance as well, more gap between the feet as he taps his back. He's taking it away from the left-hander. And that one stays low as it goes through to Jurel as well, actually. Just notice it just dies down as it gets through to him.
It's interesting here at Canterbury, often down the hill, so if you're bowling from the Nackington Road end, it can keep a little lower than when you're bowling up the hill from the Pavilion end.
At it. And that will be the first runs off the bat for England Lions, and McKinney moves on to 1, England Lions on to 5. Very compact action of Anshul Kamboj as he approaches the crease. Everything's very tight to him and sets up very tightly.
Yeah, someone's got a horn in the crowd, someone adding a bit of atmosphere. I hope it's somebody in the crowd and not Nikki Chowdhury's car alarm.
I hope not. Ooh, beauty, that one. That shape away from the left-handed Haynes. Covers the lane, plays the first line of that. It just breaks off as it gets closer to the batter.
Yeah, I don't know if Haynes deliberately played inside that, actually. But,
well, there's two ways to go about it. You either play for the first line or you go with the swing. And early on at this moment in time, you wouldn't be going with the swing. There's not much Tom Haynes can do right now. He gets beaten, he gets beaten. Push straight to extra cover, and that will conclude the end of the second over as well. 1 run from the over of Anshul Kamboj, and England Lions are 5 for no loss.
yeah, Haynes, as we said earlier, one of a number of good young players coming through the Sussex system.
One of his teammates, Henry Crocombe, as well.
Yeah, he's quick. Yeah.
He's here as well. So Zaman Akhtar, Henry Crocombe and Max Holden have been added to this squad just a few days ago, actually. We also have Chris Wokes in the squad, but he's been rested for this fixture, coming back from an ankle injury, but we should hopefully see him in action for the second match, which is scheduled at the county ground in Northampton on the 6th of June.
Kumar into McKinney, who turns this one off his legs. In fact, that's going to go all the way. That shows the pace of this outfield. Nothing that... Is that Thakur? No.
No, it isn't. It is Anshul Kamboj, I believe.
Nothing he could do to stop that one, even though the ball was only 10-15 yards away to his right. It's just pure timing there for McKinney. Max Holden's already played here once this season. Got 26 and 5 for Middlesex on their visit in early April. Ooh, McKinney just having to adjust there. Nearly chopped that on. Got to be careful. Still 4 slips in the cordon. Fine leg. Cover point. There's a gap at extra before you go around to mid-off. Mid-on, square leg. Again, that's turned around the corner from McKinney. Cambodge cuts that one off. I do apologise about my pronunciation.
Just looked at me as though you're like, oh.
Help. Help, Nikki, help. You're supposed to get me out of jail here.
Not as nice as you think, Dan.
It will need a lot more than that, I think.
Not as nice as you think there.
But McKinney looking very strong around his legs. Kumar going around the wicket. McKinney just dropping the bat on that one, pushing it into the gully region. These Indian players, they're superstars. All the kids want a picture with them. Autographs. Having seen Cameron Green recently at Gloucestershire, who's featured in the IPL quite a bit. That's 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. McKinney crashing that one through the offside. Lovely shot.
That was too much width there from Kumar. He gets his arms through that one. Quick hands as well. It races down towards the boundary. Don't give them that much width. Doesn't really have to move his feet that much just because the room that was on offer from Kumar. Lions move on to 15 for no loss. Yeah, Cameron Green was out at Gloucestershire, wasn't he? And now he's probably getting himself ready for that World Test Championship final against South Africa at Lords.
Yep, certainly is. He's absolute box office, Cameron Green. McKinney leaves that one alone. Yeah, he hasn't been allowed to bowl. He's had a problem with an issue with his lower back.
Talking about the World Test Championship, this is a funny memory I actually have. So the last World Test Championship was Australia against India, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
At the Oval?
At the Oval, and that was the one that Australia won.
Right.
And I remember watching the presentation and Australian players getting handed their medals. And I just happened to have headed out into Soho the same night of that last day of the game. And you would not believe me, I saw some of the Australian players walking around Soho with the medals around their neck.
Yeah, it's...
Just wafts that one, Haynes. You really see, especially on that side-on vision, that he's trying to make sure he keeps that head going forward in his stance.
Yeah, I think India won the toss and stuck Australia in, which in hindsight was a mistake, wasn't it? One of those green oval wickets that actually plays a lot better than it looks, and I think Travis Head got a big one, didn't he?
Cambodge makes his way from the Nackington Road end to Haynes, who again plays at the first line of that one. And I think I've watched Tom Haynes a few times throughout the season in the county championship, being down at Sussex and having covered a few of those games, Dan. And as much as he is patient, there are moments when an innings could start off like this a little bit and he might just chase one. And I just really hope here that he's aware of that and knows that he'll get that first run off the bat eventually, because this is somewhere he can score. Ooh, there's a shout here, but I must admit it's not extremely convincing at all. That goes outside past the outer edge of Tom Haynes' bat.
Slight inquiry, really. Have you got your hiking boots when you go down to Sussex? Because there's a slope down there. It's quite a big one, isn't it? Up towards the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
Yeah, there's a bit of a slope, isn't there? Normally people tell you to take your swimming costume and take a plunge in the sea.
Jofra Archer of Sussex. He was here yesterday, wasn't he?
He was here indeed. Quite a few were. This one out the middle of the bat of Haynes, and yeah, Rob Key was here, Alex Stewart was here, Jofra Archer was here.
Flintoff.
Freddie Flintoff's here, obviously,
Yeah.
he's head coach for the line. Sarah Taylor's also here.
All the superstars. Nikki Chowdhury's here.
Oh, you're making me blush.
Oh, shucks. 15 without loss.
Four slips in play. That's Haynes. Awaits Cambodge. That one just nips back at him and he's got that away for one. And he'll open his account, Tom Haynes, eventually. England Lions 16 for no loss.
Just hurried him up a little there, didn't it?
Yeah, it just scurried on to him, didn't it?
Yeah, it just quickened up, and Haynes just had to rush through his shot and just had to help it around the corner.
McKinney tall in his stance. Well, that one hurries him. And that will also conclude the over. 16 for no loss after 4. And just going back to that World Test Championship final, yes, that between Australia and India, that's the one that Australia won by 209 runs. They batted first, 469 on the board for them. India were bowled out for 296. Yeah, Travis Head, 163. He was the player of the match. Mohammad Siraj picked up a 4-for though in the first innings, 4 for 108. But India not in that World Test Championship final this year. It's going to be Australia versus South Africa at Lord's.
Kumar starting his run from the pavilion end. Haynes tickles that one around the corner and come through for a single.
$17 for no loss. Quite
lovely.
Broad in structure, isn't he? Anshul Kambodge. He's right in front of us. That's fine.
Yes, yeah, he's quite a big guy. Kumar to McKinney, punches this one into the covers. Sarfraz Khan out there, isn't it?
Yeah, he's really worked hard, hasn't he, Sarfraz Khan? Tried to really get into that main India squad for this series. Unfortunately, didn't make that. Worked really hard on his fitness. I heard he's lost a whopping 10 kilos in a very short period of time. I think something like 6 to 7 weeks. Try and get him fit,
What's
ready
his
and warm.
secret? Pushed out to mid-off.
Two left-handers out there in the middle, both very different in the way they play, for sure. Let's see, just looking at their setup as well. Tom Haynes a bit more, I'd say, edges towards a more subcontinental style of stance, and McKinney, the other handers, and they're called Tom.
Very true. Somerset have got a few Toms as well, haven't they? They've got Tom Lammonby, Tom Abel.
So when there was that fixture just a few weeks ago, I can tell you it was very easy because you could just take a guess and say, I bet this person's called Tom, as they came out into the middle. But it's Emilio Gay out here into the middle. He's another left-hander to join Tom Haynes. Gay scored 41 against Somerset just a few days ago at Chesterley Street. And he gets forward to this one. Straight to mid-on. And 104 against Nottinghamshire on the 16th of May in the county championship, and then in a fixture against Yorkshire, 152. So he's been in the runs. 25 years old. You're 13 years old playing Premier League cricket. You've got to be able to stand your own.
Yeah. He's there's some good cricket clubs down there as well. Three Bridges,
East Grinstead Cricket Club, where Lewis Hatchett played. Lewis Hatchett used to play for Sussex. Oh, beautiful. That slip cordon's excited here.
I played at East Grinstead once. We used to go on tour down to Sussex.
I used to play at East Grinstead.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, what a hockey club, isn't it?
It's, the sports club. They've got a hockey pitch and they've got a lovely ground. I can tell you that. There's a really nice ground at East Grinstead Cricket Club and nice balcony, outdoor balcony to sit up and watch the game from. And it's really lovely setup.
No one wanted to open because I think a few hostelries of the Sussex countryside had been visited the night before. So I stuck my hand up and faced two Sussex under-19 bowlers who woke me up.
Nicely forward here, Emilio Gay. And that will conclude the end of a wicket maiden from Anshul Kamboj. 6 overs gone, England Lions 22 for 1. Just lost the wicket of Ben McKinney. He was bowled by Kamboj with his stump going flying for 16. Now, Will Adkin, who used to play for Sussex, and Lewis Hatchett used to play for Sussex, both played their cricket down at East Grinstead Cricket Club. And of course, you've got the likes of Three Bridges, Rothie Cricket Club as well. They've been Premier League champions quite a few times.
Lewis Priory, a good side down there, aren't they? I think there's some lovely grounds. I played at Lancing College down
Preston
there.
Nomads.
Preston Nomads, yeah.
Preston Nomads is a lovely club. You've got some very picturesque grounds.
Arundel.
I was there the other week.
Were you? Lovely. Yeah, very nice. That's dug out there by Haynes. Pushes Kumar out into the covers. Yeah, no, it's a nice part of the world on the South Downs. I'm not working for the Sussex Tourist Board either.
Well, I think there'd be a conflict of interest if there were. Yeah, some really, really nice grounds.
Yeah, it's just a shame Sussex don't play at the old Central Recreation Ground at Hastings, which criminally has been turned into a shopping centre. Crunched by Haynes through the covers, and there's no need to run for that one.
Shot from Tom Haynes. That is a shot of authority from the youngster. That races away towards the boundary. 26 for 1, England Lions. Bit of wit there on offer. Haynes getting his hands through it. It's a typical Tom Haynes style shot as well.
Yeah. But, you know, Haynes relies on width, doesn't he? Well, short and wide to him, and he'll punish you through the offside, an area where he's very strong. Ooh, big flash there from Haynes. Got to be careful. There was a little bit. No one kept low. Jurel taking that on the second bounce.
Just what we spoke about, not getting ahead of himself.
Yeah, I've seen a couple just a little bit of inconsistent bounce coming into play. We saw one this morning from Josh Hull that really took off, which put Harshit Rana on the seat of his pants. Nicky's showing me a photo of her in her East Grinstead kit. Pleasant shot from Haynes, can't pierce the field.
Not East Grinstead
Is
kit.
it not?
You need to go see the opticians. 26 for 1 here at England Lions.
Oh, it's Haynes. Did you play for Sussex ladies? Were you?
I played age group county cricket down at Sussex. Surrey ladies, south of the river. Oh.
That's been smashed through the covers there. Haynes just working it through mid-wicket, off the back foot. And there's no point chasing that one down the hill towards the cap.
Through beautiful from Tom Haynes, moves on to 10.
Sussex have got a funny thing, I don't know if they still do it, but if you're an uncapped player or a capped player, you have the martlets, don't you? You have the 6 martlets or 1 martlet, which is... Haynes defends, which is the mythical bird, which is a footless bird, I believe, which is the badge of Sussex County Cricket Club. And the 6 martlets, I think, for a capped player, and the uncapped player just has 1 martlet on the jumper. Is that correct? I think. Maybe someone can help us out somewhere out on the internet somewhere. I'm sure that's how it used to be. I don't know if it still is. Anyway, that's the end of the over. 30 for 1 after 7. Haynes on 10. Emilio Gay yet to score. Ben McKinney, the man back in the pavilion, having had his off stump uprooted by Anshul Kamboj. The flags are...
Limp. Oh, no, they're not limp anymore. There's a bit of a breeze. Loud call of no, just back of a length there.
I was going to say they're a reflection of this game, aren't they? The England flag is trying to flutter, but sort of hanging a little bit limply, whereas the India flag is a bit more exposed on the end of the Frank Woolley stand. It's flying high and proud, and it's a reflection of the scores of this game.
Fluttering away in all its glory. The flags up above the Frank Woolley stand here in Canterbury. Right, over it here, Emilio Gay covers his line.
Yeah, he's stylish, Emilio Gay. I mean, he's... some of his driving down the ground is very elegant. He's good to watch. He can be a little bit of a nervous starter. Got a pair on debut for Durham the other week. But once he's in full flow, he's a joy to watch.
Much better lines here from Anshul Kamboj. The left-hander to play at it. Phil Mukesh has been slightly sprayy. He sprayed a little compared to Anshul. Four slips. Back quick point. Mid off. Over on the leg side, you've got mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg. From the Mackington Road end. Nice lunge forward to let this one go through.
Yeah, have you ever known of 7 left-handers in the top 7? I've never ever, like, I mean, there's certain sides with a few. You said Sussex had a few, Gloucestershire have got a few. But I've never heard of the top 7 all being left-handed. Haynes, McKinney, Gay, Holden, James Rue, Dan Mosley.
Yeah, I've never come across it. That's quite a few, isn't it?
Yeah.
Extravagant leave from Gay. Yet to get off the mark here, Emilio Gay. Tom Haynes on 10. Lovely delivery from Anshul Kambur to dismiss Ben McKinney, taking out the pole of his off stump. There's not much McKinney really could do there, if I'm honest. Went for 16. There's a lot more room outside the off stump. As that gets watched as it passes by, and that will conclude the end of the 8th over. England Lions are 30 for 1. India A were bowled out for 557. With a fabulous double century from Karan Nair, 204 to him. And then we had 94 from Jurel. Sarfraz Khan with 92. Nice little cameo as well from Shardul Thakur, 27 for him. Harsh Dubey scoring 32. Bottom order contributing as much as they could.
Yeah, the tail wagged.
And we are going to have a change in bowling as well from the pavilion end. Harshit Rana to replace Nitish Kumar.
Yeah, Kumar just offering a little width, and Rana is straight on the money from ball one. It's a lovely feel, isn't there, to sort of 4-day cricket. It's just, you know, we're in T20 season in England at the moment, and you've been doing a lot of work on the IPL, Nikki, and the pace is just so much more sedate, isn't it?
It's safe to say it's two very different modes to operate in.
Yeah. Pushed out to mid-off.
You get a chance to catch your breath.
You do. Yeah, you do. It's nice. And it's nice to sort of commentate on and just let the game flow and unfold in front of you a bit more, as opposed to the high-octane action of the shorter form.
A breeze picking up around the ground.
That's just run through backward point for a single. And he's just adjusting, opening the face. And Haynes has been stuck down that end for a long time. I think this will be Emilio Gay's first delivery that he's faced. This is 11th. And it'll be the first one that he's faced batting
from this end
at the Nackington Road end, yeah. And he gets forward, pushes that into the offside. Nice shot. Textbook defensive work from Emilio Gay, product of Northamptonshire. Got an Italian passport as well, Emilio Gay.
Oh, there's going to be a quick scamper here.
Mark there with a cheeky single into the offside. Thought he'd sold Haynes short there a little bit.
Well, that's run away for some overthrows as well. There was no one backing up. You look quite puzzled there next to me, Dan.
I did, yeah. I didn't actually see that. I thought the fielder had just backed it up.
No one backed it up, unfortunately. It wasn't clean, and the shy at the non-striker's end, although it was still underarm, it was an underarm flick, absolutely raced down the hill. And rather than just get the single that he was after, he's got 5 for it, has Emilio Gay. 36 for 1, England Lions.
Nice way to get off the mark. Always, isn't it? Here's Rana. Short one at Haynes, who pulls out of the hook shot. Lets that one go. 9 overs gone. Rana. None for 6 off his first over.
And the clock has just ticked past 3 o'clock already here, which means we're approximately 40 minutes away from tea already.
Yeah, 43 overs minimum remaining in the day. England Lions still trailing India A by over 500 though.
And we are also going to have... Are we having a change in bowling from the Mackington Road end? So, just wait and see. We aren't. Gunboard right on the money here. Getting Gay forward. This opens up his right shoulder slightly to access the onside. .36 for 1.
One of the features of Canterbury is the upstairs seating in a number of the stands at the pavilion end. Cinema style seats.
Oh, beautifully clipped away. That will be 4. Oh, it might not be. It just starts to slow down. Oh, it does. It gets over the rope. In its own mind there. As Emilio Gay thought that was just stopping. He started to slow down, and then suddenly he thought, I don't think that's going to go, and kicks off again. But that will be 4 runs.
Yeah. Classic Emilio Gay.
40 for 1, England Lions. Gay moves on to 9. A bit over pitch there from Jurel Cambodge. Nice little half volley on leg stump. That's better. From Cambodge.
Still looks a good surface to bat on though, doesn't it?
It does. They can just ride this period out. It will be good for both of these two. Just that initial period.
Just wait for the ball to get a little older and then make hay in the sunshine.
Ooh, there's a slight nick on it. It's been put down.
That was a sitter. Jurel will be absolutely fuming with himself there.
That's gone straight in and out of the gloves of Jurel. Will that be costly?
Regulation.
Emilio Gay dropped on 9.
We heard the nick from here. There were audible gasps from the crowd. It's not often you see wicket keepers drop regulation ones like that, is it?
No, you don't. It was such a fine edge as well. Quite hard with his hands, Jurel. Gets in line nicely here. Gay, and the ball drops dead in front of him, and he does what all top order batters do, just make sure one of the fielders comes in to get that. I'm not going to help you. Not at all.
Yeah, Jurel will be absolutely fuming. But I tell you what, not as much as Anshul Kamboj will be.
I'm sure. I think if you spotted the little stare that Anshul Kamboj gave Jurel after that went down, he's saying, I did all the hard work. Look at me running in a good 30 yards. He's got a very long run up. Shouts of no echo across the ground, and that will conclude the over. 10 over. England Lions 40 for 1. Tom Haynes with 11. Emilio Gay with 9 to his name. 4 runs off the over. Emilio Gay just being dropped in that over as well by the wicketkeeper Jurel on 9. Will that be costly to go on? Well, you have to hang around with us, Dan Whiting and myself, Nikki Chowdhury, talking you through days 2, 3 and 4 of this clash. England Lions versus India A.
Yeah, never mind. Never mind a drink. I think Jurel owes Anshul Kamboj possibly a brewery. Or at least dinner. Because that was a sitter. The question is, can Emilio Gay now go on and make India A pay for that mistake? So Shardul Thakur, after 1 over, Harshit Rana has been replaced. Shardul Thakur. I wonder if Harshit wants the Nackington Road end. Haynes gets on the front foot, rocks forward, pushes it out to mid-off. No run. But it could be looking a lot worse for the England Lions. Could quite easily be 40 for 2 and should have been 40 for 2. Thakur. Oh, that's also been dropped. Again, I think, by Jurel. Much tougher chance. No, it's not his second slip, actually. Let's have a look, see if that carried. I don't know if we can see properly from our replays. It was a sharp chance, though. It was a tough one.
It was. Just by the reaction of India A, though, I think they thought it probably did carry through.
Yeah.
Probably just get it back. Yeah, foot and bat and 2 different postcodes there for Tom Haynes. And
left alone by Gay.
Shardul Thakur from Mumbai. Some might call it Bombay. 35 wickets in 9 matches in the Ranji Trophy season of 2024-2025. He was meant to play for Essex in the county championship at the beginning of the season.
Left alone by Gay.
So we've had 2 chances put down. Emilio Gay dropped by Jurel on 9. Haynes has been dropped at second slip whilst he's on 11. These 2 have just been handed a life each.
So Thakur was supposed to be over until Dean Elgar arrived for Essex, is that right? Or as in addition to Elgar? The nuggety South African left-handed opener. That's turned Gay, and that's a good stop.
That's a brilliant piece of fielding.
Yeah. India's fielding has just got better and better over the last 25 years. Duncan Fletcher was always a man who insisted on his sides being competent in the field.
Absolutely, and we spoke about Virat Kohli as well earlier, about what he's done for Indian cricket, and he really stressed on that factor of improving fielding and fitness in the side.
Left alone. That completes the over. 11 overs gone. 41 for 1. You're listening to Nikki Chowdhury, Dan Whiting here on the ECB channel, covering England Lions versus India A from a rather resplendently sunny Canterbury.
Lions 41 for 1 with Haynes on 12. Emilio Gay with 9 to his name. Both batters have just been handed each other a life. Right, the India A team. As Tom Haynes just has a look around and scans the field. And Roshit Rana comes in from the Nackington Road end. Oh, that one is going to run away down towards the boundary for 4 runs. He comes round the wicket to the left-hander. I think he just got away with that one as well, Tom Haynes. He will move on to 16.
What's been an interesting feature of today, Nikki, and you found this yesterday as well, is the amount of people who ask you for things when you're actually on air commentating. It's been quite amusing, actually.
Maybe just think we're multi-talented.
Well, I'm male, I struggle to multitask, you see.
Straighter here from Rana. Just closes Haynes off a bit. Pops his back shoulder through into that shot. Looking to go through on the leg side, Tom Haynes, as a shot he absolutely adores. Just going to be mindful with Rana coming round the wicket to him. That smart drops in. And easy single there because Anshul Kamboj is rather deep.
Yeah, like a lot of opening batters, a very good judge of a single, Haynes.
Kind of have to be, don't you?
Yeah, you do, and
It's part of the job spec.
yeah, and you have to have a telepathic sort of, mind-reading connection with your partner.
Well, you get some opening pairs so they don't even call, right? They'll just look at each other. It's
And go, yeah. Yeah.
lovely looking shot straight to Anshul at extra cover. Yeah, they'll sometimes just give each other the look and they're ready to set off, and obviously that happens over time once you've spent a lot of time with your partner out there in the middle and you get used to each other. And of course, if you're in a situation like this where you've been called up to the England Lions, Tom Haynes probably hasn't batted with Emilio Gay many times before, because this potentially could be the first time they've been out there in the middle together. So you just got to understand your partner, and as you spend more time out there in the middle, those calls become slightly easier. But I love the ones when it's just the look. You look up, eye contact, mesmerising eye contact with your partner at the non-striker's end, as we're just having a bit of a change around in the field. And another slip into play. So 5 slips now. And square leg gets pushed back down towards fine leg. Well, that one really stays low. We just said a bit earlier, there's been a bit of up and down movement on the wicket. Some have carried through, some staying low, and well, just seeing that happen again.
Yeah, they're all waiting for that edge, the cordon.
Talking about Wayne Singh, we've got a whole group of kids right here in front of us who have got their mini bats in front of them, holding on to them, awaiting someone's signature. Lined up for autographs. That's beautifully played, and that is a bit of sloppy fielding there at extra cover from Anshul Kamboj. Turns around and says sorry to his team as that gone away for 4 runs. And Emilio Gay can head back towards the striker's end, and that will bring up 51 runs on the board for England Lions. 51 for 1 as the spectators applaud that milestone.
Yeah, another aesthetically pleasing looking shot.
Yeah, that was sloppy from Anshul Kamboj at extra cover. He knows that immediately. He just shakes his head, lifts his hand up to say sorry. He's handed Gay that one. 2 boundaries in the over so far. Just squares him up a bit, and that will conclude the end of the over. 12 overs gone. England Lions 51 for 1.
Yeah, India probing away. Interesting to see how Gay plays it, because often he'll still go for the drives. And they're looking for him to do that, looking to try and tempt him, so he'll nick off to those awaiting cordon. Deck chairs are out. Many people have brought their own here. Thakur is going to continue from the pavilion end. As Haynes pushes that square through point, but no run. 20 minutes to tea.
Not long to go. 23 minutes to be precise. Thakur making sure that ball keeps its shininess.
Yeah, ball management is an art, isn't it? Haynes gets on the front foot, pushes that out to mid-off. No run.
We discussed this yesterday, actually. Georgie Heath and myself, who were on for day 1, that you always have a designated ball shiner in the side, don't you? And I think we thought it could be Tom Haynes for the England Lions, because he always seemed to be giving the ball a really tough shine and really working hard on it. And that's when Georgie Heath raised the fact that after COVID, when we weren't allowed to put saliva on the ball anymore, which I'll come to after this.
Bouncer, ducked by Haynes.
Well, swayed by Haynes, that we believe it was Jack Leach for England who was given that responsibility, because Georgie made the point that perhaps because he didn't have much hair, Jack Leach, that he just maybe gets to produce a bit more sweat, and that can be used on the red ball.
Yeah, although...
How do you tell someone that, right, I think we're going to use you, because you produce the most sweat, and it's going to really help us keep that ball shiny.
But it can work the other way as well, can't it? I'll come on to it after the ball from Thakur. As that's flicked away through the leg side. That could well go for 4 down the hill. Fielder in pursuit, who's going to pull it up just shy of the boundary rope. And they'll settle for 3. Pleasant shot from Haynes.
And that's 2 straight there from Thakur.
It can work the other way, can't it? Because Alistair Cook, or Sir Alistair Cook, used to have ball shining duties for England on the basis that he didn't sweat much. And you could look after and keep one half of the ball dry, and therefore it would start reversing.
It depends how sweaty you are. You've got to be the right level of sweaty.
That's just dropped into the offside. Yeah.
Can't be too sweaty, can't be under sweaty.
No.
Just enough so, you know, keep the ball in business.
Yeah.
That you can be relied on if, as the bowler walks back to the top of their mark, trying to regain their energy, you can be tossed the ball as a designated ball shiner in the side to use the extra moisture you can produce.
I don't know if you get it right when you're on the way to a game, and again I'll come on to it after this ball by Thakur as that's driven up to mid-off. That completes the over. I don't know if you get it when you're on the way to a game and you're sort of thinking, you know, what am I going to talk about today? You're planning your day's commentary. It has to be said that levels of sweatiness didn't cross my mind this morning as I was driving down the A2 to Canterbury.
Well, what can I say, Dan? You're stuck in the commentary box with a girl in her youth, full of surprises. You can never quite commit and I catch you out with that short one, and that's exactly what I've done here. 54 for 1, the 13 overs, England Lions. Haynes on 20, Gay on 13. Into a bowled out for 557.
I think we should go down.
So I just squirted away and come through pretty deep with the field here. India A will be able to easily come through. Really good calling from Haynes and Gay. Sometimes you don't need to plan down.
No. It should just flow.
On the merit of the ball. Excuse the pun again.
I preempt mine.
Oh, lovely. Just pushes at this one. It's going to go down towards mid-on. Shouldn't go all the way. Ball just slowing up, but they'll come back for a couple. Didn't overhit there, Emilio Gay. And 57 for 1. The score moves on to. So I wonder who's the designated ball shiner in this India A side.
Yeah.
We're going to have to watch carefully now. Run around the wicket. Oh, it's a lovely looking shot here from Emilio Gay. That's going to run down towards the hill and towards the boundary. Anshul Kamboj can save his legs. A bit of width again on offer from Rana, and Gay leans into it. And the Lions move on to 61 for 1.
But India had some bowlers who could wobble it around corners over the years. The 83 World Cup winning side springs to mind with Mahinda Amarnath, and that, I think, was the catalyst for India as a nation falling in love with short form cricket, and I think that is why the IPL came about.
That's better from Rana. Slightly tighter. 1983 World Cup. Beyond my time.
Yeah, but, you know, the likes of Kapil Dev, Amarnath, I think Ben Sarkar, Vishwanath, wonderful cricketers, and beat the all-conquering West Indies in the final. They beat England in the semi-final, a game England probably should have won.
Beautiful. Again, Harshit Rana. First over pitching. Emilio Gay leans into it, and that will find the boundary again. 2 boundaries in this over from Rana. England Lions move on to 65 for 1. And you just mentioned the name of Dilip Vengsarkar, Dan, and he was another one to actually be on the honours board up at Headingley, scoring a century for India.
Yeah, you didn't give him any width, he wouldn't know nail the ball through the offside. Lovely player. And Vishwanath as well. Sunil Gavaskar, obviously part of that side as well.
Frustrated there, doesn't get that one past point, and we'll conclude the end of the over. 2 boundaries from it, 11 runs from the over in total, and England Lions are 65 for 1. Haynes on 21 and Gay on 23. Some lovely looking drives through the offside from Emilio Gay.
Although Gavaskar, I can't remember if it was 75 World Cup or 79, he had a bit of a cob on with the Indian management. And it was a 60 over game back then, and he opened the batting and ended up 36 not out at the end. A little bit of a protest against the management, so deliberately slow scored. Don't think it went down that well.
And Shulkumbo just in front of us getting a drink delivered to him.
Thakur from the pavilion end. Haynes on 21. Emilio Gay's overtaking him now. These two put on 43 now. They both had a life. Haynes far more difficult than the one Emilio Gay offered. To the keeper, Jurel. Haynes again, pushing forward, playing that down the ground.
Yeah, looking quite comfortable out there in the middle, Haynes and Gay.
Yeah, I think the ball is now into its 15th over, and it does get easier and easier. And I think once the ball's 30 overs old, it becomes a batting paradise, as that's pushed through the covers by Haynes and well fielded backward point, but they'll still come through for a single.
Trail by 490. Still a long, long way to go. Plenty of time for these to dig deep and make a score for themselves.
Gay pushing that to mid-on.
spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that, a game. A way to pass the time. Made up of overs and innings, wickets and runs that can last 5 days, or a mere afternoon. But it's more than that, isn't it? It's more than the stumps and the wickets, the bat and the ball, more than winning and losing. What makes cricket group every session?
Sitting across from Ellie, energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you've brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that. And it just goes to show how important it is as well.
It'll pass quicker than you can ever imagine. Even the build-up to it, I think the build-up is almost just as special as the tournament itself.
You can kind of feel like something is changing.
You immediately feel like you're part.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Canterbury as the players make their way back onto the field after a 20-minute tea interval. India A were bowled out for 557. England Lions currently 75 for 1, with just the one wicket having been of Ben McKinney, who was bowled by Anshul Kamboj for 16. And then, well, since then, Tom Haynes and Emilio Gay have been at it out there in the middle for the Lions. Haynes with 25 to his name, Emilio Gay with 28, and both of them, both left-handers, looking rather comfortable out there at the moment. And we just had signs before we broke off for tea that the ball had stopped doing a little bit as we lost a couple of slips. So we were left with 2 slips in play. India A started off with the 4. And with that, just gives indication that the ball might not be moving around as much as we have thought. Umpire James Middlebrook and Tom Lungley making their way out onto the field of play as well.
Yeah, I thought it might be time for spin.
And it is going to be time for some spin after tea. We've got approximately 34 overs left in the day. And we're here for the evening session of day 2. England Lions versus India A. And we're listening to Dan Whiting and myself, Nikki Chowdhury, talking you through the rest of the day's play. Spin from the pavilion end.
Yep, short leg in place. And a slip. Gay just gets onto the back foot. It's Harsh Dubey has come into the attack. Oh, Haynes wanted one there. And sorry, Gay wanted one and was turned back by Haynes. Had a lovely message from Polly Rhodes, who's the Somerset scorer. She's turned into the leg side and they'll amble through for a single. Polly's listening in, and good to hear from you, Polly. And she said, watching R. James with 5 catches and saying Somerset have 5 Toms in their squad. We were talking about Sussex's Toms earlier, and they've got Abel, Banton, Lammonby, Kohler Cadmore and Thomas Rue, as that's defended. They've also got Josh Thomas and then George Thomas, who was there until last year and has joined Sussex. Teammate of the man batting now, Tom Haynes, who's gone, attempted over the top, sick outside edge and goes away towards the Nackington Road end for a couple. Nikki, do you think it's a good move bringing spin on? So that's pushed into the offside. Another single.
Yeah, I think it is, because I think India A realised that there was not much movement from the seamers, and that was pretty evident with the field they ended up setting. And perhaps just these two getting comfortable out there in the middle at the crease now is a good time perhaps just to see if they can force a mistake here, because otherwise Tom Haynes and Emilio Gay are looking ever so comfortable there. And they're just playing that game of patience now, India A. Trying to tempt them into a shot.
Yeah, partnership's worth 57, but both of these batters have been dropped. Haynes on 11, Gay on 5.
And Shardul Thakur is going to come in from the Nackington Road end now. He was bowling from the pavilion end, and now since we've had Harsh Dubey come in with a bit of spin, he's preferred the pavilion end and he gets first dib, which means Shardul Thakur will have to move over to the other side. Just adjusting his field. Tom Haynes on 28. 2 slips and a gully here. And the ball is being given a vigorous shine by Unshul at mid-off. 2 slips, gully, point, extra cover, mid-off. Oof, and that's very well stopped by Dhruv Jurel. Extremely well stopped. He's making up for the fact that he dropped one earlier. Thought Tom Haynes might have just got that away towards the boundary, but no.
Any people in Kent shirts around the ground?
Yeah, there's a wide variety of shirts on display today. Kent, England, India, IPL teams.
Kent had a very good win last night, actually. Went to the 2024 champions of the Vitality Blast, Gloucestershire. And went there and won a high-scoring encounter by 4 runs. Kent 208 for 3. Gloucestershire responded with 204 for 7.
Well, they're playing again. Well, Gloucestershire are playing again tomorrow down at Sussex. It's a double header at Hove. Women in the first game, men in the second. It's going to be a cracker. It's the first ever Vitality T20 Blast double header down at Hove. Make some space. There's Tom Haynes. Bit of room with that front leg. Does like a bit of width. He does try to create that for himself. And he's just signalled towards the dressing room. He thinks he needs a different bat. He's not happy with his bat. This time yesterday when Karan Nair did exactly the same thing, Dan, guess how many bats were run on? Just guess. Give me a number.
4.
We counted 10.
Wow.
We counted 10, and that just made me wonder, how much extra baggage do you have to ask for when you're bringing in 10 bats? And I can tell you, they look like some woody pieces.
Yeah. They all have a number 1, don't they?
They all have a number 1, but they looked exactly the same. And I know he can distinguish which one's which. It's all about feel.
Yeah,
But look, we're just having a couple run on here for Tom Haynes.
That sounded horrible, though, actually, that one from Haynes. It sounded ugly, didn't it?
Oh, we're having 3 run on. He's just choosing which one he wants. Oh, not too much faff there from Tom Haynes. He knew exactly which one he wanted. And he sends his teammate back, saying, right, take the rest.
It has to feel right, you know.
Well, it's all about feel batting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like putting on a pair of shoes. You know, you try on a pair of shoes and it's just not feeling right.
Yeah. So Haynes just to free his arms, release that bottom hand a little bit through the offside. I think India would have probably hoped they had the lines 2 down here. That's a lovely looking push down towards a mid-off. He will only get the single for it, Emilio Gay. I can tell you these two have very nice looking compact games. They're not trying to go full hurdle at the ball. Enjoyable to watch. I like a bit of orthodox cricket. Someone called me the... Actually, I got told I was very overcritical, and I sound like I speak from the 1960s, because when I preferred an on drive to a ramp or a reverse sweep, I just got told that, well, we're clearly way off the game today.
Yeah. Well.
I think it's always important to respect the old style.
You've got to be a connoisseur, haven't you?
Well, I think until you can play the proper orthodox shots, and you've got those nailed on, then only comes the innovative and fancy sweeps and paddles and ramps and dinks, and we've got all different names for them now.
Harsh Dubé from the pavilion end, left arm over the wicket. Tickled. Nurdled into the leg side by Emilio Gay, moves him into the 30s. Him and Haynes have been neck and neck. They keep overtaking each other, but Haynes slightly in the lead. He's on 33, Gay's on 31. Forward defensive, pushed back to the bowler. A little bit of purchase off the pitch there from Dubé. Haynes gets down the wicket, and that's going to go towards the pavilion for 4 runs. Lovely use of the feet from the Sussex opener.
Yeah, really good use of the feet, and this just might be Tom Haynes' plan to make Dubé bowl slightly straighter to him.
Sure, and that's cut up the hill. Oh, he's got to be quick here. And he is quick, he gets back. His colleague John Simpson dropped me a message earlier. He said good to see Haynes going well.
Spent a lot of time with Tom Haynes out in the middle, John Simpson.
That's driven, but with no real sense of timing, and goes out into the covers. Dubé full of length, and Haynes just covers up, pushes it back to the bowler. That completes the 3rd over after tea, and the Lions have added 17 in those 3 overs, and they're moving along rather pleasantly.
They really are. Nothing seems to be phasing these two out there in the middle right now, and just like you mentioned, Dan, they're kind of playing catch up with each other in terms of overtaking on the scoreboard. But yeah, they're looking quite settled as Shardul Thakur hands his cap to the umpire. He's going to be coming in for his 6th over as the sun shines brightly here in Canterbury. It's a Saturday afternoon, evening. I never quite figure out when do you switch from afternoon to evening, but right now the sun is shining in all its glory in the evening session of day 2. And Shardul Thakur going around the wicket to the left-handed Gay. Extremely close to the body as he plays that one. Been given a go on, son, give it a rub. Give it a shine.
Yeah, I saw Emilio Gay about 3 years ago at Cheltenham and looked a fine player there.
Nice looking push for none. There's some part of his game that has like the slight subcontinental touch to it.
Who, Gay?
Yeah.
He does remind me a little bit of Sir Alistair Cook. He's quite tall, stands up straight, and he's very strong down the ground, isn't he? He plays in the V quite a lot.
Yeah, he does, and it's wonderful to watch. We've seen quite a few of those drives down the ground on display so far throughout his innings. the hips, and you won't get that away mid-wicket. Right on it.
Yeah, good fielding there. He timed that one nicely.
Of course, 2 days left of the game down here in Canterbury. If you fancy coming down to the ground, you're more than welcome to do so. It's a lovely atmosphere. And of course, as our Tourism Kent in-house salesman is right next to me, I'm sure he can tell you why you should pop down to this part of the woods. And he just digs this one out here.
Well, it's a lovely part of the world, isn't it? I think you can get your tickets on the ECB website or the Kent website. You can get your T20 tickets for Kent as well on their website, where good nights will be had here.
Vitality T20 Blast. Well, we had an international here just a few days ago as well. England women versus the West Indies. It was the opening game that was here. And it looked like a chilly one, actually. Nothing like today. You could see bobble hats and and scarves and big jackets were being worn in that game. This one bottom hand just comes through a bit early on the shot here for Gay as he looks at his bat. Says, that wasn't quite out the middle.
It's been a very pleasant day though, hasn't it? Weather-wise, and also the demographic of the crowd as well has been really encouraging for the ECB. A lot of youngsters here.
Absolutely, it's a great day. It's the last weekend of the half term as well, so kids just making the most of it before they go back to school after a week off on Monday. This one straighter from Thakur, and that will be a maiden over from Shardul Thakur. Much tighter from him this time. He did a few times in his previous over. Lions now 92 for 1 after 22 overs. Haynes with 39, Gay on 31.
Yeah, a little bit of aerial traffic because we've got an airport down the road.
Partnership of 70 between these two. Of course, Tom Haynes, having played down at Sussex, managed to spend a lot of time with Pujara, who was also Sussex's overseas, and said he learned a lot from him, and having spent a lot of time out there in the middle.
Haynes clips that one through the leg side. He might get two, actually. He's got that into the pocket. No, he won't. It's good work. Out in the deep. Is that Kumar Reddy, I think? Keeps them down to 1. Haynes from Hurstpierpoint Point College, where the wonderfully eccentric Martin Spate.
It's my rival school.
Defended. It's what your rival school.
Yeah, my school and Hurstpierpoint Point College. Well, there was always a bit of rivalry there.
Where did you go?
I went to Worth School.
Worth.
Worth, W-O-R-T-H. Like you're worth it.
That's just pushed into the leg side. Short leg does well there, because I think it would have been a single without it. Sounds vastly different from the establishment that I went to in the London borough of Haringey back in the 80s. Again, off the back foot, pushed into the offside. A place called St Thomas More, colloquially known as the College of Knowledge. And let me tell you, it wasn't. That's a nice shot.
I was going to ask, how much knowledge did you gain from those years?
Not a lot. Learned a lot of life knowledge, not a lot of educational knowledge. Oh, that's well bowled by Doobie. I think that's the arm ball. Haynes just reaching for that. Yes, it was. Just goes on with the arm. And Haynes feeling for it.
End of the over, 23 overs gone. England Lions 94 for 1. Yeah, Hurstpierpoint College is settled in the Sussex countryside. Nice. It's a really nice school, actually. They have a lovely setting, and where their cricket ground is, very, very picturesque. They've got an old-style clubhouse pavilion.
Oh, lovely.
It's very nice. You know, the ones that have like a few steps to get into it.
I think Jack Carson went there as well, didn't he?
Oh,
I think he
quite a
got a
few.
college, a scholarship coming over from Northern Ireland.
Quite a few went there. To be fair, a bit of rivalry with my school was fun when Spearpoint College took on Worth. Also, when you're the only girl in the team, you're always going to get a bit of chat, aren't you? And they shout here. They think there's a little nick on this one. Down the leg side. Has Emilio Gay got something on it? Shardul Thakur is practically in front of Emilio Gay here.
Yeah, you're going to get yourself in trouble appealing like that, though. Asking how's that 5-6 times. It's the sort of thing that umpires pull you up for.
He's not going to get his wish, and he has to make his way back to the top of his mark. Another school in Sussex, actually. Mason Crane went to Lancing.
I played there.
Played there as well.
Yeah.
It's a lovely ground once again.
Lovely, gorgeous ground.
Yes,
Played Sussex Police there, actually.
Good there from Thakur. Yeah, some of the independent schools in Sussex, they have really picturesque settings to play cricket, and a lot of these players have come through those schools as well.
Where else have I played in that neck of the woods? I played at Hastings, I played at East Preston, I played at East Grinstead, and Worthing, where Sussex have used in the past as well. That's a nice ground with a sort of Art Deco pavilion.
Looks to guide this. Won't get it away. Really looks to drop it down late. Actually, you're in danger if you're trying to play that shot of chopping it onto your stumps. Doesn't this time, Emilio Gay. You know one ground which is absolutely stunning?
Go on.
Wormsley.
Oh, I'm there on my birthday, covering the ECB Disability Series, England v India.
Wormsley Cricket Ground. If you've not seen it, search it up, because that is a ground of your dreams. This is beautifully carved out by Emilio Gay. It will run away towards the boundary. No fielder in sight. As the ball just skips over the rope towards the young spectators in front of the advertising hoarding, and right in front of our commentary box as well, as they pick up that delivery. And the score moves on to 98 for 1. Dan Whiting waving at the camera. They moved the camera off you as soon as they saw you do that, Dan. Get the
Yeah,
hint.
funny that. See, I've got a face made for radio. No, well, Wormsley is a gorgeous ground. The home of John Paul Getty's estate in the Buckinghamshire countryside.
A slip in a gully. This one straight back down the line. Thakur coming right arm over the wicket to the left-hander here.
Thatched roof pavilion as well.
Oh, stunning.
And a thatched roof score box, I think, as well.
Absolutely beautiful. Some extremely picturesque grounds. See some lovely shots from Emilio Gay. And talking about lovely shots, he's just going to echo that, and that is going to find the boundary once again. Beautiful fluidity from Gay. Goes with it. And that will bring up 100 on the board for England Lions. 102 for 1. And what a lovely shot from Emilio Gay. He just stands and admires it as well, but he should, rightly so. He moves on to 40 and joins Haynes on that as well.
Oh, if I was Emilio Gay, I'd be watching it on repeat all night tonight.
You know what? I'd probably make it my phone screensaver. You can do that now. You can make videos your screensaver, so I'll just watch it on replay.
Yeah, just admire it. Admire it. 80 this partnership's worth between Emilio Gay and Tom Haynes. Remember, as we said before tea, there's 7 left-handers in the top 7 for the England Lions, with Haynes, McKinney, Gay, Holden, Dan Mousley, James Rue to come. Ben McKinney, one of them, already back in the pavilion. Haynes defends, pushes it to mid-wicket, no run. Ooh, that's a good length to bowl there. Haynes just feeling for that. Hits the top of the bat, short leg, waiting like a vulture.
Partnership of 80 now.
It's going to be one more to the total as they stroll languidly through for a single. Dubé to Gay, who sweeps, and that's a good bit of work round the corner. I think that's Jaiswal, isn't it?
That was a really good piece of fielding there.
No, it's not Jaiswal, it's
Anshul.
Cambodge.
Anshul Cambodge there. You're a bit blinded at 45 as well, so he's done a really good job.
And often on the sweep, the ball can snake a little bit, can't it? It can go all over the place. Pleasantly worked down to long on with a touch of bottom hand by Haynes. Just accumulating, Haynes. Gay being far more flamboyant. Oh, and trying to get a little bit funky there. And get himself into trouble, but he's all right. He survives. That's the Indy over. 105 for 1. You're listening to Nicky Chowdhury, Dan Whiting here on the ECB channel. And this looks like an absolute road, doesn't it? A shirt front, a batting paradise. And who'd be a bowler, Nicky? Who'd be a bowler?
Well, on a surface like this, the way these two are going, you'd be a batter any day of the week. I believe we're going to have a change in bowling, and it's going to be Anshul Cambodge to come back into the attack. I saw him warming up earlier. And just as I thought, it is him. Into bowl to Haynes.
He's off a hell of a run, isn't he?
Honestly, that is one of the longest run-ups I have ever seen.
I thought his run-up started in Broadstairs.
No, I thought we weren't far from Calais.
I don't go that far on my holidays.
Two slips and a gully in for Anshul, who makes his way towards Tom Haynes. Stump line here, and Haynes just in defence.
I reckon he starts off about 8 yards short, 10 yards short of the boundary rope at the Nackington Road end.
Oh, he's really not far from the rope at all. And to be fair, we've got quite long boundaries down the ground, especially this end. If you're bowling from the Nackington Road end, down the ground, if you were to get hit over your head, it's quite the distance, as opposed to coming in from the pavilion end. On the stumps from Anshul. He's just looking to flick that away, go straight to mid-on.
Kashi Valley at Kent, he's off a similar sort of run. And Toby Roland Jones at Middlesex, he's off a hell of a long run as well.
Takes him a day and a half to get back to the top of his mark. It's day 3 by the time he's got there. Good here from Cambodia, much tighter.
I reckon to get back to his mark, he needs to show his passport. He goes out that far.
Well, I wouldn't be competing with him on the step count, that's for sure. He's definitely already got to 10,000 steps. Just from a walk back to the top of his mark. $105 for 1, England Lions. That just went, squares him up a little bit, gets a thickish outer edge along the carpet down towards third. They'll come back for two. Some good running as a puff of dust blows into the wind here in Canterbury. And that will take the score to 107 for 1 with a couple of those.
It's a wild throw. It was finished up about 25 yards from the stumps. Sometimes they can swing in the air, can't they?
There's adjustment in the field here, just moving gully a little bit. Gully a little bit to the left. Short one ducked away. Keeps his bat in the air there. Tom Haynes normally drops it as he goes.
Yeah, you need to be careful you don't periscope it.
Yeah, Emilio Gay does that. I've seen him on a few occasions so far when he's tried to duck away. He goes down, but that bat goes up and a bit like a periscope.
I reckon you've drawn the short straw here, commentating from this run, because it's obviously a hell of a lot. I get harsh doobies, like really quick through his overs.
Stays a little bit beside it there. Tom Haynes will come through for single scans for the second. A little bit slow on that. And that will be the end of the over. 26 overs gone. England Lions 108 for 1. Tom Haynes on 45. Emilio Gay on 41. Lost the 1 wicket of Ben McKinney. He was bowled by Anshul Kamboj for 16. Off stump went flying. And if you're just tuned in, India A were bowled out for 557. We had a daddy ton from Karan Nair, 204 from him. Jurel out on 94. He was caught by Ben McKinney on the bowling of Ajit Singh Dale. And then Sarfaraz Khan out for 92 yesterday. Trying to pull one down the leg side, gets a light feather. And that was taken by James Rue off the bowling of Josh Hull. Encouraging scorecard for the Indian A top order. And they ended up 557 all out with contributions from Thakur, Dubey and Kamboj.
Talking of Dubey, here he is. That's just worked into the leg side, but can't pierce the field.
Yeah, 5 catches for James Rue.
Ooh, flash outside the off stump by Haynes. Yeah, I thought James Rue's keeping was pretty impressive. That's pushed into the offside. I've asked a number of judges around the country about wicket keeping, and they're all impressed by Rue. Often you get keepers who can bat a bit. So that's just defended. Often you can get batters who are made into keepers, but Rue seems to have, be a natural gloveman and also be able to bat as well. That's just tickled round the corner, and Haynes will add 1 more to his total. No, he's going to add 2 due to a misfield. That's poor work by Kamboj. Yeah, so, I think the trend we've seen over the years is for batters who can don the gloves, and they're not natural wicket keepers. It's just turned into the onside.
End of the over. 110 for 1. Haynes on 47. Gay on 41.
I think Rue is natural at both.
And he's been absolutely brilliant today. He's got 5 catches to his name. And then in the wickets department, well, it's been a 3 for Zaman Akhtar, 3 wickets for Josh Hull, 2 for Eddie Jack, 20 overs, 2 for 75 for him, and then it's been 1 apiece for Rayan Ahmed and Ajit Singh Dale. But right now, in this moment of time, the line's 110 for 1, and Anshul Kamboj is going to be continuing from the Nackington Road end. Was played in the IPL a matter of 6 days ago. Chennai Super Kings versus the Gujarat Titans, picked up 3 for 13 there in Ahmedabad. It's pronounced many ways. And in he comes to Emilio Gay. 2 slips in a gully. Solid there from Gay. Defends on his body weight going forward.
Going back to Rue, I think the mark of a good wicketkeeper is when you're standing up. And yes, he took the 5 catches, but I thought he was very impressive to Rayan Ahmed and Mosley as well around the...
He's done a fabulous job of keeping up, and I'm assuming he spent some time with Sarah Taylor, who's there working with the England Lions as well. She was very well known to be... She spent half her career keeping up.
Yeah.
Everyone in that England side when she played, and very, very swift with the gloves. Bit too straight there from Kamboj.
I also
get it away.
also think growing up at Somerset, Taunton, you know, had the nickname of Hyderabad, didn't it, at one point, because it turned so much, and keeping to Jack Leach can, I mean, it's a great way of learning your trade, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting there. Still not quite reached the top of his mark. Anshul Kamboj.
I'd hate to see his Fitbit.
And that one, he's gone a bit too straight to the left-hander. We'll get that down towards fine. Comes through for a 1. Yeah, or whatever other device he may be wearing. There's plenty going around the market these days. Some even like calculate your resting blood pressure and how well you sleep, how well your body has recovered. Did you know that? There's one of those fitness bands that I'm seeing quite a few of the players are donning, especially in the IPL, because every time there's a post-match presentation interview, I'm seeing them all covered on their wrists, but it's got quite the technology. You can find out everything about yourself by just looking at this device.
I like that.
Loud shout of no from Tom Haynes.
I saw there's a ring you can wear as well.
Now this is, I think, one of the best inventions. So there's a ring you can wear. So forget bracelets and watches, because I got told that sometimes if I wear my smartwatch, I could look like a spy kid. Okay.
Oh.
And sometimes it's true. You might be going out for a nice dinner, and then you've got this big old watch on your wrist. It doesn't quite fit the aesthetics. Now you can get rings actually that you can wear, and it does exactly the same as what one of your smartwatches might be able to do.
Wow.
All the data it tells you, how well you've slept, how good your sleep has been. Apparently how you can have a deep sleep, you can have a light sleep, how long it's taking you to fall asleep. Everything you need for good recovery. Oh, and he tries to cut this one. This might just be Tom Haynes having a flirt here. 111 for 1, England Lions. But yeah, you are not short of technology these days, especially if you're an athlete and you want to get all the data and science behind your activity.
Yeah, Haynes definitely having a flirt with that one. Fluttered his eyelids at it and said, "Do you come here often?" Nelson, 111 for 1. Giving away all my secrets now, Nikki.
Not even going to ask, Jack. Ah, beautiful delivery there from Anshul Kamboj. Holds the line, and that will complete the end of the over. 28 overs gone. And England Lions are on Nelson, 111 for 1. Haynes 47, Gay 42. 24 overs left in the day as well. You're listening to live cricket right here on the ECB website and app. It's day 2 of England Lions versus India A here in Canterbury. Dan Whiting and myself, Nikki Chowdhury, talking you through what's been going on all day. And of course, for the next 2 days ahead of us as well.
I've noticed here and at Hove, you get some enormous seagulls, or gulls.
I didn't realise we were so close to the sea, actually.
Yeah, we're about, well, Whitstable is sort of where the Thames estuary meets the sea up the road, and that's probably only about 7-8 miles, maybe. Get some good oysters up there. Gay going sweeping. Can't get anything on it. Are you a fan of the oysters?
I've never tried them, but I've heard that there's like a technique on how you eat them.
Yeah. Gay covering up, just pushing the ball back.
It does look quite nice. You know when they bring it out, I've been at restaurants when someone's ordered the oysters and you look around, you're like, someone's having a nice lunch, aren't they?
A little bit of Tabasco.
But no, never tried them. I wonder what they taste like. Someone's told me once they don't really taste of anything.
Sort of taste of the sea a little bit.
Let's just go take a dip down at Hove, get some water.
Let's get some seawater. No, I like oysters. I'm a big fan. Whitstable, I think they cultivate them off the shore.
Can be a bit funny with seafood though as well. You've got to really make sure it's the good stuff.
Gay sweeps. And picking out Kamboj.
Good seafood in Goa, though. You ever been to Goa?
I've never been to Goa. I've never been to India. And
That's a saga holiday you got to book.
Yeah.
That is definitely a trip. Lovely seafood in Goa.
Oh, big appeal for LBW. Gay's on the back foot.
On the back foot, trying to just access that leg side here against Dubé, and he might just find himself getting into a little bit of a pickle like he's done there.
But I do like the southern Indian sort of fish curries. Again defends. There's a place in Brick Lane where the guys came from Chennai. They used to do a mean masala there, which mean is kingfish, I believe. Oh, that's turned and bounced. And that completes the over. England Lions moving along nicely here.
Yeah, better pace here from Dubé in that last over. Just slowed it down a tad.
Lovely summer's evening here. Kids are out, the dogs are out. Lovely evening in Canterbury.
That looked like an awfully cute dog.
It did. Looked a bit like a teddy bear, actually.
It was. Just adjusting the field here as Anshul Kamboj gets ready to come in for his 8th over. 3 slips and a gully here for Haynes. Oh, beautiful from Tom Haynes. That is a glorious shot. He's picked that up almost instantly, slightly back of a length from Anshul Kamboj, and that will meet the boundary, and you can just watch and admire. And that will bring up his half century as well for Tom Haynes. Beautiful knock from him so far. Absolutely brilliant from him. That's his 6th half century in list. That's his 24th half century in first class cricket.
Yeah, looks a nice player. Knows where his off stump is and plays in his own style.
And talk about style off the back foot, just pushes that. That's going down the hill. And he'll come back for 2. There is protection out in the deep, but looking in fine touch, Tom Haynes. 24 half centuries in first class cricket for him. It's been a joy to watch. Yeah, they just, that 4 ball is slightly back of a length from Gumboge. And Haynes very quick to pick it up.
It's often hard to bowl at tall batsmen, they say, or batters. It's often like the shorter guys as well, because they make length balls, short balls.
Yeah, absolutely. They change that area. Their good length is slightly different. Oh, and this one, he gets tempted here. A little bit carried away, perhaps, by the last 2 shots. Lovely sound off the bat. And this one has gone straight through to Jurel. Yeah, well, the length changes completely, right? Whether you're bowling to a tall batter or a short batter.
Always the way, isn't it? You big up a batter, you say he knows where his off stump is, and then Tom Haynes has a flash and makes me look foolish.
Yeah, what might have a tall batter perhaps just going forward, that might be slightly back of a length for Haynes, and he can rock onto the back foot. He did that just a couple of balls ago. That's smartly played. That softer hands drops into the offside. Looks for 2. And a bit more purpose out there in the deep there from India A, as that one gets cut off for just the 1. 118 for 1 England Lions. Haynes on 54, Gay on 42.
Yeah, 4 shy of 100 partnership between these two now. Both dropped though when they were on 11 and 5 respectively. How costly will that be?
It's batting well. Both of them. Sun's just starting to disappear behind a cloud here in Canterbury. Cool things down a little bit. Oh, it's a nice effort ball there from Anshul Gumboge. And the periscope of Gay reveals itself.
Is it telescope or periscope?
Periscope,
not
telescope's
telescope.
what you look through to try and spy on people. Or maybe look at the stars. Depends what you use a telescope for. I'm not suggesting anything, but...
No comment.
Really stitched myself up there, haven't I? What does Nikki Chowdhury use a telescope for? 118 for 1. Straight back to Gumboge, and that will close off the over. 30 overs gone here, Lions. 118 for 1. 22 overs left in the day. And as we mentioned that, drinks are being run on. Time for a little drinks break by the looks of it.
Yeah, lovely skies here over the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence. Thanet being just up the road. Turner, the artist, said has the most beautiful skies in all of Europe. I think that's why they made his gallery up the road at Margate. Again, if you're coming to Kent, why not visit?
They're really giving you a nice flat here, aren't they? Really are. Just having a drink. Oh, the 2 batters, Emilio Gay and Tom Haynes. It's muggy out there. It's like a heavy air. A warm, heavy air. They've had their drinks. And India A are ready to get cracking again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the wicket's like at Northampton for the test next week. Yes, Harsh Dubé's going to continue from the pavilion end. Haynes pushes it into the offside. He's got to be quick here, and he is quick. Dubé fielding off his own bowling. But Northampton, I covered a game there last week. I thought it was a good cricket wicket. I thought there was a little bit in it for everyone. A little bit in it for the seamers, a little bit in it for the batters. And it's always been a place where the ball turns. Oh, that's well bowled.
Puff of dust again.
Yeah.
Just appearing.
Gay's looking to play him off the back foot, looking to play him late.
He's tried to do that a few times. And
It's a dangerous game because you get one that shoots low. That goes through into the gloves.
a little bit quicker.
Clipped to a very straight, short mid-on. Seems to be a fashionable position to field in these days. Again turned. Ball's turning into the pads of the left-handers. It all seems to be going through that mid-wicket, short mid-on area. It's not quite a silly mid-on. And that goes again to one of the two fielders there.
Concludes the end of the over as well from the 22-year-old Harsh Dubé from Vidarbha. 69 wickets for him across 10 matches in the Ranji Trophy season just gone. And it's also, I think I mentioned it earlier, the most ever by a bowler in the Ranji Trophy season as well. So kudos to him. Quick discussion on field. I believe something's been run on for one of the players. A drink by the looks of it. In the India A team, Anshul Kamboj making his long trek back towards the top of his mark. I now know what the definition of a trek is. You know, someone says, I'm off for a hike. I'm like, oh, is that Anshul Kamboj's run-up?
Yeah, I think the marathon might be renamed to an 8-over Kamboj stint.
Well, here he goes now. This one slashed. Down towards deep cover. Not cleanly fielded, they'll come back for two. Really good running between these two. They can run well together, which is quite nice to see.
I think at the end of the day, when they have their team meeting, India A might be rather disappointed with their fielding. It's been sloppy.
Yeah, there shouldn't have been a two there, let's be honest.
No, it's a good outfield here at Canterbury. It's not bobbly.
Yeah, there's not really an excuse to say, oh, that one just popped up at me. Beautifully opens the face once again. Lovely shot there from Tom Haynes, and it finds the boundary. And that takes the Lions to 125 for one. Haynes moves on to 61.
Yeah, 103 now. Century partnership.
Batted really well together, these two. Taken on the width when it's been delivered. And respected it when it hasn't. Slightly tighter from Gumborge. That won't beat a fielder at extra cover. Haynes onto 61, looking very, very fine out there. So played some lovely shots. I know his childhood coach is at the ground as well.
Is he? Okay. Yeah. Line still trailing by 432. But no hint of scoreboard pressure for these two.
Straight and off the hips here from Haynes. That will find fine leg. Lions 126 for 1. Not able just to dry things up here, India A. There's always some runs being leaked.
Yeah, I think. I mean, they've got enough runs with to, you know, to play with, to actually be more attacking, actually sort of try and. We saw at the start they were. They had 5 slips in the cordon.
That was a bit of a spray. Taken well by Jurel.
But it looks very batter friendly, doesn't it, this surface?
But that's the thing down here at Canterbury. It tends to be the case that way. Initially, you've just got to watch it a bit. But once you're in, there are runs to be scored here. You've got the outfield that really works in your favour as well. It's a bit of bat on ball and it flies away down the hill.
Yeah, completely agree.
Back of a length there, and that will conclude the end of the over. 32 overs gone now. England Lions 126 for 1.
It can also be one of those grounds where you look up, not down. And when the sun's out, it's very batter friendly. When it clouds over, it starts doing a little bit. And, you know, you get wickets that it doesn't matter whether the sun's out, whether it's cloudy.
That's true.
But there's certain grounds, especially in the UK, Canterbury's one of them.
And it's a lovely ground to be a spectator as well. Come in, sit around and admire some lovely cricket as the spectators are doing here today.
Haynes walking down the wicket before Harsh Dubé had even released the ball. Talk about telegraphing your intentions.
I think he was like a day early on it. Ball was still in Dubé's hand, and Haynes was like, right, I'm off.
Swept. Caressed. Not tried to hit that too hard. He's just got bat on ball. And his placement was perfect. Lovely shot.
Lovely, lovely shot there from Emilio Gay. He moves on to 46. Again, short leg. Having to jump out the way.
India look. They look a little bit beaten. Their body language isn't great between the players.
It's a little bit down in the dumps, that's for sure. A little bit lethargic, I'd probably say, actually.
Yeah. Gay gets on the front foot, pushes that back. Oh, is that gone? Is that out? Gay standing there. India fancy it. The umpires are going to have a conflab. I'm wondering if this is a bottom edge, and that's why he's turned down. Has that gone onto the boot? Let's have another look at this on the replay.
Gay had no idea where that one was going, actually. And just if you take a look, he kind of looks around to figure out where the ball has ended up.
And he's gone. Emilio Gay has to trudge off. Let's have another look on the replay, what's happened here. I'm wondering if this has gone onto his boot and gone up to slip for a catch. But, however he's out, Emilio Gay has to depart for 46. And India, needing that wicket badly, have made the breakthrough.
Now he's making his way off. He goes to sweep,
Yeah.
he looks around to see where the ball's gone.
I think it's an inside edge onto the pad and has ballooned up to slip.
And well, that brings this partnership between Emilio Gay and Tom Haynes to a close. 131 for 2 here. England Lions now, and a partnership of 109 ends. Emilio Gay gone for 46 from 90 deliveries, and about time as well. I think that's just going to give India a bit more energy for the remainder of this evening session out here in Canterbury, which means Max Holden makes his way out into the middle.
Yeah, he's been in fine touch for Middlesex, Max Holden. Got a big 180 earlier in the season. And he's been in fine fettle. Sorry, I don't know what the scorecard's saying. Are they saying that was caught at slip? I can't actually. I've had to put my laptop away. I can't actually see with the sun.
Yeah, it was caught by Sarfraz Khan at slip. That's what it says in the score book. Gone for 46, and that's a shame. They were going so well together, Tom Haynes and Emilio Gay. Really started to just ease themselves in and didn't really look like much was troubling them. Tom Haynes, though, still going strong. 63 for him out there in the middle. Lines, 131 for 2. We've lost 2 wickets. Now, Ben McKinney and Emilio Gay. He was dropped, Gay, by Jurel whilst he was on 9. So they will be a bit happy that they didn't let him get 2 anymore.
Nikki, guess what? It's another left-hander.
Shock horror.
Southpaw Central. Ooh, Holden gets off the mark. First ball, that's going to run away for 4 up towards the Nackington Road end. And just about, it doesn't even cross the rope, it just about had the legs to get up the hill towards the Leslie Ames Pavilion. But Holden not in total control of that one. And Doobie will sense he's had the moral victory there. It always gives bowlers a little bit of encouragement when a new batter comes in and feels for one early on. Let go by Holden. Goes into the gloves of Dhruv Jurel. And a successful over for India A. 135 for 2. Tom Haynes, he's got 63. The Sussex opener being the mainstay of this innings. Max Holden just joining him on 4. Haynes having lost his partner Emilio Gay to a bizarre bit of cricket where there was appeals for LBW and all sorts going on, but it was an inside edge onto the pad which ballooned up to slip, and that saw the end of the Durham top order batter. You're listening to Nikki Chowdhury, Dan Whiting on the ECB channel of what has been a fascinating contest, hasn't it?
It has indeed, and we're going to have a change in bowling from the Nackington Road end as Mukesh Kumar comes back into the attack. He's going to replace Anshul Kamboj. Kamboj having bowled 9 overs, 1 for 24, and picked up the wicket of Ben McKinney. Took his off stump flying out the ground. And he's back again now from the Nackington Road end. Tom Haynes on 63 awaits. Just stays beside the ball here, opens the face down towards deep point. Just the one. Looking busy out there, Haynes. 136 for 2.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there. He's a busy player, isn't he? He's always on the go. He's always gardening or fiddling with his pads.
He's a busy player, but he doesn't look like a player that's searching around for runs. I think some players you can see, they're just really eager to get that back on ball sort of feeling and have those boundaries ticking through, and they're always looking to score. Like sometimes would be acting out of their skin a little bit as well. Ants in your pants. This one will be watched through by Holden. I think that's how I'd describe it. A bit fidgety.
Yeah.
But like he looks a comfortable level of fidget.
Ollie Pope can be a little bit like that, can't he? He can be a little bit frenetic at the start of his innings.
But then again, that's each their own. Some people just warm up as their innings goes on, and it's initially just getting a few runs to their name, and then they calm down and become a bit more relaxed. No, Nitish Kumar actually has a pretty long run up himself, actually. We were talking about Cambodians, but he's not far off from that. Ooh, last minute decision to let that one go from Holden. Flirts with that a little bit.
Yeah, Max Holden been around a while now. Came into the Middlesex side when he was very young. Good player. Well rated by those in North London.
Ishan Kishan on the boundary line. Down in front of us. Ooh, lovely delivery here from Nitish Kumar. That beats the bat of the left-hander. Just come out into the middle.
Is he sort of deemed more of a white ball player now, Ishan Kishan?
You'd say so, wouldn't you?
Yeah. You get players who are quite happy to play both, but they get sort of bracketed, don't they, into red ball or white ball cricketers.
Well, it's a mix now. You get some players who just said, actually, I think I just want to play franchise cricket. That's it.
Yeah.
Some who are quite strong in their stands and say, nope, it's going to be red ball cricket for me. I'm not going to fall into that. And this one doesn't quite go as intended. Thickish outer edge to point from Holden.
Holden going on the walk there towards the bowler.
Now, we saw that actually yesterday a few times with Jaiswal when he was having a bat. As he was making contact with the ball. You get told to say stable base on contact. But there was a few occasions where he's actually making contact with the ball and moving. And that didn't help too much early on because it was a bit unsettling as there was a bit of nip around when he opened the batting alongside Abhimanyu Ishwaran. What? Nicely played. Just be the one. And it will also conclude the end of the over. 2 runs from it. 34 overs gone. England lines 137 for 2. Tom Haynes with 64. Max Holden new to the crease. He is on 5.
Yeah, 1 or 2 just making their way out now. Finding out what the city of Canterbury's got to offer on a Saturday night. Not me, Nicky. You know me. Good book, couple of Horlicks, bed by 9 o'clock.
Now that is a drink I rate a very high standard.
What, Horlicks?
Of course.
Doobie's going to continue from the pavilion end. Reverse there from Haynes, and he's going to get 4 for that as it goes up and crosses the rope again in front of the Les Ames pavilion. As I said earlier, Ames, a fine wicket keeper, at this county that produced so many over the years. Godfrey Evans, Alan Knott.
Was that your go-to?
What?
A Horlicks?
No. No, I haven't had one for a number of years, actually. I as defended, yeah, I don't think... Saturday night, you probably don't find me in bed at 9 o'clock with a good book and a Horlicks. It's just clipped through the leg side. Short mid wicket dives in vain after it, and the ball dribbles out to Cambodge. The boundary rider in front of the Freeman flats, the retirement flats here. Nikki Chowdhury's got her eye on one of those.
You make me sound like such a granny.
And again reversed, and again repeating the dose, Haynes.
He does this a lot in county cricket, Tom Haynes. Just getting Dubé to bowl slightly straighter. He goes with the reverse sweep. We see it plenty of times from him, and now he's just doing it again in Canterbury.
What he's got is real dexterity of wrist, hasn't he, Haynes?
Well, that comes from the fact he's got such a compact game. It's from his stance as well, where he keeps the bat, where you rest your bat and how high you hold your bat can actually limit the fact on how flexible your wrist can be. You could cancel out a few shots from your game as well. So, very orthodox stance for him, and allows him to access the ground.
Ooh, just push through a little quicker by Dubé.
Bit stuck there. Haynes doesn't really go forward or back.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit leaden-footed, but he's still there, and he's... Ooh, bowler just pulling out of his delivery stride there. Haynes moves down the wicket. Now completely over. 146 for 2. Haynes 68. Holden 10. And
well, he's not afraid to use his feet against spin. That is for sure, Tom Haynes. He likes disrupting the length of the bowler. We've seen that a few times, trying to change their angle in and make them bowl to his tunes. And we've just seen that as well with that reverse sweep coming into play from him. 35 overs gone. 146 for 2. England Lions. Haynes on 68. Max Holden with 10. Final few overs left in the day. 17 to be precise of this evening session here at the Spitfire ground in Canterbury on day 2.
yeah, about an hour left, do you think? Something like that?
Tight on the body here from Kumar. Not going round the wicket to the left-hander. If it stays at this angle, we can at least keep it slightly tighter. Makes his way back to his run-up. Nitish Kumar. Glanced away, and this will be 4 runs. And uses the pace of Kumar. Nicely done by Max Holden, and that will take the score over to 150 on the board for England Lions. And that is what the round of applause is from the spectators at the ground. 150 up as he uses the pace nicely. Kumar just slightly straying down on that leg stump line, and he's not going to miss out on that, Max Holden. And just out of rhythm there, and Max Holden just spots something in his eyesight.
The guy walking behind the bowler's arm.
That's frustrating as a batter. Just as you get yourself settled into your stance and then something just disrupting your vision.
It's even more frustrating when you're a bowler off a long run up like this.
Absolutely, you've got to trek back as well. Seems to have moved.
A little bit of aerial traffic.
Savant is down the crease here a little bit, Holden, against Kumar. Looking to take him on a little bit. One. Straight to point. 150 on the board for lines. They've gone pretty well. I think they will be happy with this. Emilio Gay, unfortunately, gone being caught at slip by Sarfraz Khan for 46. A partnership of 109 with him and Tom Haynes. Played some lovely drives through the offside and down the ground. I still remember that on drive down the ground for 4. This one they'll take it on straight to mid-on. And an easy single.
Yeah, I think they'll be extremely happy with this. It could have been a lot worse, couldn't it, if Haynes and Gay had departed with less than sort of 40 on the board.
Well, yeah, it just seemed like before we broke off for tea as well that India A went in and they seemed a little bit deflated because of the start that Emilio Gay and Tom Haynes created for themselves. And the ball stopped swinging and they were just trying to play the patience game and neither of them were giving in to that. And came back and decided, let's give it a go with some spin. And it's been Dubé from the pavilion end since we've been back after tea. I had a bit of a swap and change from the Nackington Road end. And talking about a swap and change, we're just having a little bit of a shuffle in the field as well. Slips being taken out. Haynes on 68, slip in a gully. Forward and not troubled there at all, Tom Haynes. They just wait slightly behind on that defence. On 51 for 2. Evening session here as the sun makes its way down.
Isn't it absolutely lovely?
Nitish Kumar in a width here, and this is going to be cut away. Will just be the one down towards deep point. Lovely use of the feet. Just how he rocks forward and back, creates that momentum. Weight transfers really well, Tom Haynes. And that will conclude the over. 36 overs gone, 152 for 2. Haynes on 69, Holden on 15. 16 overs left in the day.
Yeah, I'm just keeping my eye on the fielder there. I think it's Eastwaron who is just feeling his hamstring. Did he walk back there?
That is not a good one to be.
No.
It's a big muscle group.
Yeah, he's all right. He's not going off, but he was just feeling it as he threw the ball in. The evening sun bathing this gorgeous venue in its light. Tom Haynes on 69, Holden on 15. Haynes bathing in the glory of runs. Having a wonderful summer.
And just brought up his 24th half century in first-class cricket. Tom Haynes recently just announced PCA Player of the Month as well.
Yeah, if runs are the currency, Tom Haynes, a rich man. Just defends that, pushes it to short leg.
Yeah, been a key performer for Sussex, and you can see why he's been called up into this Lions squad for these two fixtures.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's the arm ball again we see from Doobie. Haynes playing for the spin. Ball going on with the arm, going past his outside edge. Reverse. And that's going to be another 4 down to the Nackington Road end.
Oh, that's a little bit naughty from Tom Haynes. I love that. Absolutely love that from him. Moves on to 73. England Lions 156 for 2. Short leg and slip in play for Haynes.
That's just beaten him, gone through to the keeper.
Now that has stayed low.
Yeah, it has a little.
That has stayed low, and that's just giving signs of what's to come as well.
And it's in the air, but falls short of the man who's been put back at deep, well, probably more third, like a conventional third, as opposed to a backward point.
Yeah, he wasn't going to get there at all. That was safe. He got it on the one bounce.
Doobie in, Holden sweeps, gets it nice and fine, and goes out to East Run. That completes the over, so we've got a minimum of 15 left in the day. I just imagine that we'll probably be with you for about another 50 minutes. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage on the ECB channel.
Well, we hope you've enjoyed the cricket, because it's been a great day's worth of cricket as well. We spoke about Karan Nair's double century, really trying to cement that position of his in the playing 11 for the opening test against England. He's called back into the squad after 7 years. And I think that's a great story, coming in to this opening game against the Lions, scoring a daddy ton. There's not much more you can do at this point, really.
No.
You can't, there's nothing more you can do apart from wear a t-shirt that says "Play Me."
Should see what I'm turning up for work in tomorrow. Back to the cricket. Back to the cricket. 158 for 2.
Nitish Kumar in for his 7th over. A few steps down the ground and go down towards square leg. Walks through for a nice, easy single. Now Holden's just come in and really picked up momentum from Emilio Gay, actually. Saw something similar with Jurel yesterday when he came in after we lost the wicket of Sarfraz Khan. He was caught by James Brew, captain and wicket-keeper, trying to pull one. He's got a faint little touch through to Rue. And when, well, Jurel came in, this really just seemed to keep the flow going. Uppishly behind square from Haynes. A bit early on it. As he just looks at his bottom hand, thinking, oh, probably came through a little bit early. With you. Takes the one. 160 for 2. Haynes on 75.
Yep, Holden looking in good fettle. James Rue probably in next. Or do you think it will be Ahmed?
I think we could see a bit of Rue. Nice one there from Kumar. Ducks out of it nicely, Holden, although just like to see him drop his bat a little bit more on that short ball. I'm just a bit weary. The bat is still pretty high up in case it was just to catch an edge through.
Well, we could see Mosley, couldn't we? I think, you know, Singdale, Hull and Jack will be 9-10 Jack. Zamanakta at 8, but I think the rest of the order, anyone could bat anywhere, couldn't they?
Goes to Paul, decides that he's not going to. Unwise decision. That's taken a bit of height from Kumar. Good bit of carry as well. Jurel pretty far back. Holden on 17. With a forward press with his trigger coming towards the bowler. Well, that one stays low. That one stays low, and he's not moved his feet there at all, Max Holden.
Oh, that has stayed low.
That stayed low, and when the wicket's just starting to do that, you saw it in the last over from Dubé, and Tom Haynes was off the back foot, and that really did keep low. He's doing it again now.
Yeah, proper grubber.
Got to get to the ball. Make that decision. Am I going forward? If I'm going forward, get right forward. Because that's not going to be comfortable for him. And actually, just a little bit of up-down off the surface like that. Kumar's going to be happy with it. That's better. He's coming forward there. And that will conclude the end of the over. 38 overs gone. England Lions at 160 for 2.
What a lovely evening though, isn't it? It's like being on holiday.
I wouldn't put it past you to be travelling to the county of Kent for your week of PTO.
I'm going to get Speedos out, Nikki. No. Anyway, back to the cricket. Just a look of horror appeared across her face there.
That's just really stumped me for words there. I'm not sure what I'm going to say.
Doobie going to continue? Yes, he is. At the pavilion end. Haynes just works that one out to deep square, and the misfield, they're going to run on the misfield, and they'll get back comfortably. They appeal for a run out, but Haynes looked like he'd got back. Are they going to... Yeah, he just gave a little signal as if the third umpire there should be involved.
Now, they haven't been super clean on the pickups, India A.
No.
There have been a few fumbles which have allowed them to come through for a second. We also saw an overthrow for 4.
Clipped to mid-wicket.
That overthrow for 4 was actually how Emilio Gay got himself off the mark. He was really scampering to get that first run to his name. Overthrow at non-strikers and went down towards the pavilion for 4.
That's been swept, and the fielder just has not picked that up whatsoever. He's ran in the opposite direction, and it's quite a hard sighting ground, this, especially looking from the side of the Old Dover Road towards the wicket where you've got the indoor cricket school behind, which is a red brick building and can often be quite hard to pick up the ball out of that sort of red on red background. Haynes drives up to cover. He moves into the 80s with that swept boundary.
Yeah, came straight out of the sun.
Where's that one gone? That one's just gone absolutely nowhere. Just dropped at his feet and dribbled out into the offside. Haynes cuts. Holden doesn't fancy the single. That's another over ticked off. 13 left in this evening's session.
Yeah, it's been going about his innings quite swiftly as well, Tom Haynes. Okay, Kumar to continue.
Where do you see this game going, Nicky? Do you see the Lions looking to bat just once, overhaul India A's 557 and maybe get it up to 650, hope the wicket deteriorates and, you know, maybe try and bowl them out cheaply on day 4? Is that the game plan, do you think? It's hard to tell, isn't it? It's hard to judge because it's, do you just try and give people game time?
It's a mixture, but at the end of the day, you do want to win before the main series kicks off. Nicely played, and that will be cut off though. And brings Haynes back onto strike.
It seems quite an extravagant thing to say when you're trailing by 390, but it's such a placid, docile surface that you just know there's going to be runs tomorrow, don't you?
Absolutely, and I think if these two just really play a gritty knock, Tom Haynes obviously already doing something of that sort. He's on 81. Runs are to be scored here, so still potentially a bit early to make a confirmed statement on that. Just having point drop out onto the boundary and the slip comes out as well for Haynes. Let's just cut away. Straight down to deep point. Again, lovely rock of the body weight forward and back. Makes the space.
Yeah, well, we've had just shy of 320 runs today so far, with still 12 and a bit overs left in the play, so we're looking probably at about 350, 360. They'll be looking to maybe accelerate on top of that a little bit tomorrow, perhaps.
Short ball pulled away, and it will be 4. That will be 4 for Max Holden. He moves on to 22. Just guides it nicely. Nice swivel. Love a pull shot with a swivel. And the score moves on to 172 for 2.
Pirouette. A bit of a pirouette on your toes. What would you give him for artistic merit there?
Tried with the short ball. And he got sent away. Did Nitish Kumar? Not happy. It's Kumar as the ball gets tossed back to him towards his ankle. And he runs off towards the boundary. And he says, I'm not getting that. Someone else get it for me. Well, you always thought, hand the ball back with respect to the bowler. Don't make them bend down. Straighter off the hips, down towards deep square.
Yeah, bowlers never used to like that, did they? In a sort of 16 over stint in 30 degrees and
I do
having
get
to,
it.
having to
Like,
bend down to get it.
when you've got a really long run up like that and you're absolutely steaming in, full throttle, the last thing you want to do is then have to fetch a ball that's been tossed by your ankle.
Mm-hmm.
You did just ferociously stare at Ishwar, who is at mid-on, saying, come on, throw it back properly. Big shout of no from Tom Haynes, goes straight to point. Nice little echo around the ground here in Canterbury.
Yeah, that just burr the cricket crowd. Soothing burr. Just going around the ground, isn't it?
.82 to his name, Tom Haynes. Lovely stroke. And we cut off by Ishwaran at mid-on. He'll keep the strike as we end the 40th over. 174 for 2. With 12 overs remaining in the day. Listening to live cricket on day 2 of England Lions versus India A here in Canterbury at the Spitfire ground. Dan Whiting alongside me, Nikki Chowdhury, will be keeping you company for the rest of this game. Wherever you're listening to us from, whether it's on the ECB website, the ECB app.
Got a change of bowling.
Yeah, I'm going to get rid of some spin. Dewey's not going to be bowling.
No.
It's going to be Harshit Rana back.
Yep.
Already. He's bowled 5 overs, 0 for 34.
Yeah, a little bit expensive. He was he offered a little bit too much width earlier on, I thought. So, wonder if from the pavilion end you can keep it a little tighter. Few the locals just making their way out of the ground. Some of them look like you could do with some investment in some sunscreen, perhaps. Here's Rana. Oh, that's a drop, I think. That was uppish from Haynes. Rana got quite excited. And another drop catch haunting India A. Haynes dropped on 83.
Yeah, uppishly slashed there, and it would have been an absolute worldie had that been taken.
Again, he was just reaching for it, wasn't he, Haynes? Rana bustling in. Short, and that's been pulled by Holden, but only to deep square.
Yeah, we'll just be the one.
That Jaiswal. India have changed all their shirts since we wrote down their numbers this morning, which has left, well, I don't know about you, Nikki, but it's left me rather discombobulated.
I would say the same, but it's a word I really struggle to pronounce, if I'm honest with you.
Rana. Bouncer. Ducked. Haynes having nothing to do with that one.
What a difficult word to say. Especially this late on in the day. You really are trying to catch me out here, Dan.
Short, and Haynes pulls. But he's taking on the short ball. A bit like Desmond Haynes back in the day.
He's not one to be taken back by the short one. Just hope he doesn't go chasing one with a bit of width here. Just feels like that game is being played right now.
Square of the wicket. That's a good sprawling stop, though. Now on the covers. Saves a certain 4.
Absolutely. Had that not got a hand to it, that was going all the way down towards the boundary. Haynes moves on to 85. Spectators enjoying themselves.
Yeah. Weaved by Holden. Lets it go through. It's quite sharp, that, from Rana. But goes through into the gloves of Jurel.
Yeah, in at the 80s there from Rana. 41 overs gone. Lions 177 for 2. Trail by 380. I believe we might just witness a change in bowling from the Nackington Road end as well. We are going to have a change in bowling. It's going to be Reddy coming in to the attack. Nitish Kumar Reddy for the very first time today. And just can tell that India are here trying their options. Bowling from the Nackington Road end into Tom Haynes. The set batter is on 85. Some glorious shots from him if you've just joined us here in Canterbury. It's been a delight to watch. Oh, that one stays low and catches Haynes out a little.
Few have done that, haven't they? His wicket's just showing maybe a little sign of wear and tear, perhaps.
It's got a little bit of a mind of its own now as we lead in to the end of the day. And safe to say from both ends as well, bowling from the Pavilion end or the Nackington Road end, we've seen a few really carry through and good height into the gloves of Jurel. And then some have really just stayed low and stays beside the ball here, Max Holden.
Again, he's going on the walk, isn't he, down as the bowler comes in. Holden's walking down the wicket to him, which is an indication of a slow wicket.
He's been doing that from the get-go, so it looks like that's part of his trigger. Just conscious that he's not moving whilst that ball's being released. It disturbs his head position slightly. He wants to be still on release. Otherwise, if your head's bobbling around, you're asking for trouble. Slip in a gully in place. And this one will find its way into the Frank Woolley stand. And a bit of zip from Nitish Kumar Reddy. That's helped along the way by Holden. And that will take England Lions to 185 for 2. Spectators had no idea where it was going. And I can see why, because it's extremely bright here now. And the ball just came out of nowhere. Just out the sky. Flags swaying away in the breeze above the Frank Woolley stand. Down the leg side here, bit of a stray from Reddy. No, he wants to bowl straight. Get Holden playing at it. He's on 30s, come on, and really raced away. Has Max Holden. Hasn't really held back either, has gone about his game quite confidently. Again, right off the legs. And I'll come back for 2 here. Easy 2. $187 for 2. Spectators enjoying themselves. Yeah, it's better there from Holden. Stays still on release there. Just shuffles forward a bit. It's gone straight to Ishwaran, who's at mid-on. See so many different variations in triggers nowadays. Some players have them, some don't have them. Some like to shuffle just back and across. Some shuffle just across. Some coming forward. I mean, as long as whatever helps your game.
Yeah, I think it's down to the individual what works for them. Some people just say perfectly still, don't they?
Just loses his rhythm here, does Kumar Reddy. Yeah, depends on the individual, and you see those triggers coming into play a bit more as the speed of the ball starts to increase as well. Just, I say, it helps the batters find that extra momentum that they need. Get the feet moving. Especially when it's zipping around. And this is pulled away again. But it will just be the 1. And that will conclude the end of the over. Max Holden will keep strike. And England Lions are 188 for 2.
Yeah, it has to be said the over rate has crawled to not a standstill, but I think they bowled 7 in the last 40 minutes, and that was with spinners on. Seems very pedestrian out there, doesn't it, all of a sudden?
Yeah, it does. You can just feel that slowness and lack of urgency from India A in the field now. The momentum is with these 2 players out there in the middle, Haynes and Holden, taking things on nicely for the Lions.
Yep, there's 10 overs remaining in the day. Rana in, and that's pleasantly pushed down the ground. There'll be a couple here. No, there won't. There'll just be 1. Holden sends Haynes back. Haynes, often when the ball's been hit straight down the ground, can often be slow to get out of the blocks.
A good chemistry between these 2, just on the run.
That's flashed through the gully region by Haynes, but fielder Karan Nair, the double centurion in the India A innings, does the fielding.
Nice looking shot from Haynes.
It was, yeah.
Has a look around now at the field. We've got a deep square leg in. And a fine leg who's a few yards off the rope.
Rana in, bouncer. Haynes shuns it.
Very swift to get under that one, Tom Haynes.
Wind's got up this evening.
Yeah, you're running around with the commentary box trying to keep things still.
Yeah, we've got a rug protecting the television so we can actually see it due to the light. The sun's in our eyes. I've got rugs going everywhere. I've got drinks that we've been drinking all day going everywhere. Cut, but only to point. Hashtag pray for Dan and Nikki.
I feel like you're being targeted here. I'm absolutely fine. Sense of urgency's just really taken a few steps down a notch here from India A. They've only been out there for 43 overs.
Pushed up to mid-off. Well, what did they bat after lunch? Maybe an hour after lunch. So the over rate hasn't been great, has it? From India, eh?
No, it hasn't. It's been on the slow side. Even with spin as well, which has been quite surprising.
Rana around the wicket. Haynes plays that over the top of the covers like a smash shot in tennis. 15 love, Tom.
He's getting a little bit fidgety there, Tom Haynes. Ends the over with a couple. He moves on to 88 now. And the Lions 191 for 2. 9 overs left in the day. 9 overs, plenty enough for Tom Haynes to get those 12 extra runs required. And that would be his 15th first-class century. 2 this season already for Sussex, 1 against Surrey. He's got 174, the other against Somerset, 141. And then this would be on track for his 3rd of the season. Been dropped when he was on 11. And dropped again when he was on 83. Dropped at second slip when he was on 11, and then that point after slashing at 1 when he was on 83. Nitish Kumar Reddy. Flicked down at deep square leg. Giving the ball a right shine of Emilio Gay, who's at mid-on. This one just comes back at him. I think that's come off the glove of Haynes. And managed to come through for a single. Moves on to 89. Just comes back into the left-hander. Nitish Kumar Reddy, ready to go. Lovely looking drive from Max Holden. Save your legs, Max, because that has found the boundary. Leans into it, right between mid-off and extra cover. Beautiful shot from him. He moves on to 39. And if the Lions were to go home tonight with these two still out there in the middle, I think they'll be pretty chuffed with themselves, Dan.
Yep, certainly will be. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting day. We'll be live from 10:55.
Smart cricket from Holden. Haynes back with the strike. Nitish Kumar Reddy. So he's donning the mullet, isn't he? Beautifully played from Haynes, but it will just be the one. The chances of a overthrow, and that will bring up 200 on the board for England Lions with that single from Tom Haynes. He moves into the 90s, 90 for him. Lions 200 for 2.
Definitely got some mullet action. Ishan Sharma used to have a good mullet a few years back, didn't he?
He did, didn't he?
The mullet's made a bit of a comeback.
I'm not sure if it's made a welcomed comeback.
No, quite right.
And that one tries to help it along. It's a bit too wide from Kumar Reddy. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's made a welcome comeback, but some people are... I like the confidence, you know? Sometimes you just need to be confident in your stride.
Yeah, but it's reckless confidence, isn't there? I mean, it's like running down the wicket first ball and trying to smash it back over the sight screen.
You know what? Sometimes, if you're just strong enough, people might just jump on the bandwagon. You know, and then you're like, actually, look at him. If he can do it, why can't I? Then you start a trend. You become a hashtag. Just the one. And that should conclude the over. And it does. 44 overs gone. 201 for 2.
Yeah, Ollie Carter down at Sussex. He's got an incredible mullet.
Oh, he really does, hasn't he?
And it's dyed as well. It's a dyed mullet.
Did you ever don the mullet?
Yeah, I did, unfortunately. But shh, don't tell anyone.
See? Confidence.
It was 1985, they were in back then. All the footballers had one.
Harshit Rana.
Yeah, he's going to continue.
Colin de Grandin had the mullet, didn't he?
Yeah, he had a spectacular mullet. Jason Gillespie had a good one back in the day.
Oh, he did, didn't he? Kapil Dev. Kapil Dev was also known for the mullet.
Oh. Rana. Short. And that's a good take there from Jurel. That was quick.
That really did zip through, didn't it?
Yeah. Holden goes hooking. And that was sharp. Rana, none for 40 off 7.
Yeah, we had some interesting hairstyles from cricketers, that's definitely for sure. Even remember when Kevin Peterson had the blonde streak through his head?
Dreadful. Holden pulls, but with no sense of timing. Yeah, that was a shocker, wasn't it? Jimmy Anderson used to have a little purple thing at the front as well, didn't he? Just awful. Just awful.
Well, I guess it makes you notice, doesn't it? Oh, where's he? Oh, spotted him.
cracked by Holden, but only to deep square. Cambridge does the fielding. It's all just going through the motions out there. I'm not sure India A's coaching team will be particularly happy with them.
Yeah,
if I'm honest with you.
They've gone quite lax, haven't they?
Yeah. They've just allowed the game to drift.
Yeah, drift out of their hands towards the direction of the Lions. Trail by 355.
Yeah, it's not been a particularly good brand of cricket, either whether it's with the style of play, as Haynes ducks that one, whether it's the style of play or whether it's the over rate, it's not been great.
He's on 90 here, Tom Haynes.
A couple of the England boys walk past. Emilio Gay.
Yeah. Okay, out for 46. Caught at slip by Sulfaraz Khan, going to sweep one.
Haynes nails that one through the offside. No need to run for that.
That is a shot of confidence from Tom Haynes. He moves on to 94. Get to free his hands through the offside. Stand and deliver. I love that. Just rode it nicely onto his toes. Off the back foot. Lovely looking shot from Tom Haynes. Lions 206 for 2.
Yeah, he might be small in stature, Tom Haynes, but he's standing tall here. As he tries to smash that one and tries to hit it too hard. Loses all its shape. That's the end of the over. There's 7 left in the day. 206 for 2. Haynes 94. Holden has moved serenely on to 42 from just 40 deliveries. And England Lions are just chipping away at this imposing India A total of 557.
They are indeed. Max Holden out there in the middle alongside Tom Haynes. He's on 42 is Max Holden, and he's just 8 runs shy of his 25th half century in the first class game. There's a quick drink being run on for some of the India A players with 7 overs left in the day. It's going to be Nitish Kumar Reddy to continue from the Nackington Road end. Flipped away off the hips, and that might just be a chase down towards the boundary. And it's a chase that the ball will not win. A bit of football skills come into play there, as that's just pulled back before the rope. And they'll come back for a couple of runs. 208 for 2. Thought that was a race that the ball was going to win. Takes a bit of time to retrieve the ball. Nitish Kumar Reddy sets off again. Oh, and that neatly chops on. Plays up ever so late. Max Holden. Perhaps too much angle on the bat in this instance. "27 years old. 208 for 2 here, the Lions now. And it will find fine leg. Comes through for the one, and you can just feel this sense of hum across the ground now. Lions are slowly starting to take this away from India A, and they seem to show no urgency right now to really stop them ticking things along. He's come in and scored 45 from 43 deliveries here, Max Holden, and that just tells you that there's been no urgency to maybe make it slightly difficult for the new batter who's come in, and he's looking awfully comfortable out there at the crease. Slight top edge on that one from Haynes. It'll just be the one bounce to a fine leg for him. He moves on to 95, 210 the score. Taking even longer to get back to the top of his mark here, Nitish Kumar Reddy. He's deflated like a helium balloon, this India A side right now, late in the day.
Yeah, one person who won't feel deflated, though, is Tom Haynes.
He won't, that is for sure. I think he should have a slight grin on his face as well. I know there'll definitely be one in a few balls' time, hopefully. And he adds a 5 to his current score. Hands on knees. In that gully. Slow walk back to the top of his mark again. Pulled away. This one's hit pretty hard, and it's going to be stopped on the boundary. Good piece of work out there in the deep. Allows him to come through for the second, as a puff of dust blows across. Holden moves on to 47.
Well, if I've been critical of India A's fielding, let's give them some credit for that, because he saved a certain boundary.
Absolutely, that's the end of the over as well. 46 overs gone, 212 for 2.
Yes, they're going at just shy of, what, 5 and over, 4.6 and over, something like that. Good run rate.
Yeah, they've maintained a decent run rate throughout, actually. Not really bobbed up and down too much. They've been in and around the 4s.
Harsh Dubé's coming back into the attack from the pavilion end. I think India A just wanting to get off this pitch now.
Well, they have to wait 6 more overs.
Yeah.
Because that's how long is left.
It's been tough going. What they'll be hoping for, as Haynes pushes it into the offside. Yeah, what they'll be hoping for is that they can have a good morning tomorrow, just as the England Lions had this morning. Oh, big appeal for LBW. Haynes playing a dangerous game.
Really is. It looks like he's eager to get to those 3 digits. My goodness, that's not the way you'd want to go. He'll be absolutely kicking himself if that was. Head down, Tom Haynes.
And he goes again, tries to reverse. Dubé's just firing in darts at the moment.
This is where temperament is ever so important. Out there, in the middle.
Oh, again, he tries to work something a little straight.
Looks like he just needs a bit of a walk to square leg to me right now, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is Holden's just sort of gone down, done a little bit of gardening, and just told him to get your head down, be here for tomorrow. Again, Haynes plays and misses. He's gone from the sublime to the ridiculous. I mean, he's looked in wonderful touch.
Don't give it away here, Tom Haynes.
There we go. That's better, Tom. Forward defensive. Bound ball. End of the over. Well, there are 5 left in the day. Haynes 95. Holden 47. England Lions 212 for 2.
Talk about the nervous 90s. That was a over that would have had you bobbing up and down. Really taking their sweet time to get through these overs here, India A. There's no sense of urgency whatsoever. Now it's just a bit of a mini mothers meeting as the ball gets shined. I think we're going to have a change in bowling as well from the Nackington Road end. By the looks of it, Shardul Thakur will be coming back into the attack, I believe. Kind of blinded here in the commentary box.
Yeah.
Completely shines brightly down on us.
Yeah, I feel like St. Paul on the road to Damascus.
And it is Shardul Thakur coming back in. He's bowled 7 overs, 0 for 21.
We're looking right into the sun here.
You know what you resemble to me right now? When I was driving in on the lay-bys in the summer, they always sell fresh strawberries and cherries down waiting, and you don't look far off from one of them with how red your face is looking under the direct sunlight. You know it's summer in England when the lay-bys on the dual carriageways start to get the fresh fruit and berries out. This one just cuts back and the bottom end just comes through a bit early here from Holden. Just closes the face as he brings it down. Thakur facing back to the top of his mark. He seems to be showing a little bit of urgency to get through these remaining overs. Nice to see fans are still staying in and around the stadium as well. And this one has been absolutely sloshed out the middle of the bat, hammered away down towards the boundary. And that will bring up his half century for Max Holden. That's his 25th half century in first class cricket. And my goodness, has he brought that up with a terrific looking shot straight out the middle of the bat. Full confidence. Lovely to watch. And England Lions move on to 216 for 2.
Yeah, he might come from Cambridge, but he's got a PhD in cover driving. He really has. That's a lovely shot. 51 off 47 balls.
Just glanced off down towards deep square. Brings Haynes back on to strike after what? Play and miss over in the previous one. Oh, he faced up against Dubé. He's on 95 here, Tom Haynes. Partnership of 86 here between these two. That's better there from Haynes. It will just beat point. He comes through for the single.
Oh my God.
$218 for 2. Oh my goodness, we spoke about the lines being flat in the field yesterday, and I think India A have taken a page out of that book for sure as we draw to a close on day 2. A push straight to mid-off.
This Canterbury wicket can do that, though. It can be demoralising, can't it? When the wicket's doing nothing, it's just flat.
It's like it's really sucking every single thing out of you at this point in the day. How much do you have left? Holden on 52. Brought up his half century with a lovely drive through the offside. this time resists from getting carried away with that short delivery from Thakur. That will end the over. 48 overs gone, Lions 218 for 2. Tom Haynes on 96. 4 overs left in the day. Yeah, safe to say this Indian bowling attack haven't really challenged these two too much. I'd like to have seen a bit more of a fight and contest.
Yeah. Often the best games of cricket are when a surface has got a little bit in it for both.
It's going to be Dubé to Haynes here. He had a bit of a funny over in the last one against him. This one a bit more confident with this stroke, and will take the single. Moves on to 97. Yeah, that last over against Dubé, Tom Haynes was looking all over the place.
Yeah, he was. He looked a little bit skittish. Dubé over the wicket to Holden. Pushed into the covers. As we mentioned earlier, the top 7 of the England Lions are all left-handed. Not sure if that's ever occurred in professional cricket before. Holden reverse sweeps, but can only pick out short third.
Trailing by 338, the Lions.
Just tickled into the onside by Holden. He's going to think about 2 because he's got it into the pocket, but they decide against it.
He's got a good arm. I wouldn't be running to that arm. A bit of a slingy throw in. Good to see the zip in the air. You always have to spot out which fielders on the boundary line have that zingy arm, don't you? He's taking his time here, Tom Haynes.
Dubé, Haynes covers up. Just over 3 overs left as the crowd bask in the Canterbury sunshine. Haynes crunches this one through the covers, but he's only going to pick up 1.
Yeah, nice change in angle for that last delivery from Dubé. Goes around the wicket to the left-hander. You can see Tom Haynes has been just a bit fidgety against him. That will conclude the 49th over. England Lions 221 for 2. Haynes is on 98 now. He'll keep the strike as well. Up against Shardul Thakur. Slip, gully, deep point, conventional point, who's just moved to cover. Lower slip, gully, deep point, cover, short extra cover, mid off. Opens the face nicely here, Tom. Yes, is the call. He wants it too. He's really put the skates on here, as Tom Haynes. And that is absolutely beautiful from him. Absolutely brilliant there from Tom Haynes. He brings up his 15th first-class century here at Canterbury as he raises his bat around the ground at the Spitfire ground in St Lawrence. It's been a terrific innings to watch from the Sussex opening batter. And he will be happy with that. He's really trying to break down the doors here, Tom Haynes. That is his 3rd first-class century of the season. And he has been in fine nick.
Yeah, absolute run machine. 100 off 138 balls.
Straight to cover there. Tom Haynes takes a bit of a walk towards square leg. Be a bit relieved now. He was in the 90s for quite a while, wasn't he, Dan?
He was, yeah, and he looked like he sort of got the horrors on for a little bit as well, didn't he?
He did. I was getting a bit nervous over here.
So was I.
Bouncing up and down my seat.
You know, do you ever get it with cricket commentary where you live vicariously through the batter?
Slightly straight of there from Thakur. Covers the line. Tom Haynes, he's not going to be in a hurry at all now. He's got what he needed. A century here at Canterbury on day 2 of England Lions versus India A. India A bowled out for 557. England Lions 223 for 2, having lost 2 wickets. One of Ben McKinney, who was bowled by Anshul Kumborge for 16, and then Emilio Gay, who was out. Caught at slip by Sarfaraz Khan for 46. Will just be the 1 as it's wide of mid-on when Ishwan gets round to field.
Well, we've seen not far short of 400 runs here today at Canterbury. A good batting surface, quick outfield and positive play, especially from Haynes, Holden and Emilio Gay.
Do you think you could say that Tom Haynes is a bit like Karan Nair trying to break into and get acknowledged and noticed? He's been scoring hundreds. Pulled away, and that will be 4 runs. That is a bit of a hopscotch there from Shardul Thakur, and that will be taken quite nicely by Max Holden. And it jumps into the stands at the far end, and that brings up 228 on the board.
Well, going back to what you were saying, I mean, sheer weight of runs, that's how you get noticed, and he just keeps churning them out, and they're Division 1 runs as well.
Well, Michael Vaughan did say just during the England-Zimbabwe test match that runs is the currency here, and well, if you're scoring runs like this, you should be getting noticed, and I think that's one good thing, is that we're seeing consistent performances. Let's guides that down. He drags his bat through Tom Haynes as he comes through for that single, and that will also conclude 50 overs. Lions are 229 for 2, and yeah, that was his 3rd first-class century of the season. He's scored 2 already this season, and that was for Sussex, as they've been in Div 1 of the county champs, and then this one now against India A. So 12 of those centuries have been in Division 2, 2 in Div 1, and then we've got this one here.
Yeah, penultimate over of the day. Doobie's going to bowl it. The last over from the pavilion end. And India A look flat. I think their coaching team might be having a little word with them at the end of play. So that's pushed towards mid-wicket by Holden. Elegant player.
I like that one. Reverse swept away for 4 by Max Holden. Nicely done. Just uses the angle and the pace there from Dubé.
Yeah, Dubé's bowled a little bit too flat, I think. He's bowled a little bit too fast. He hasn't got the pace of the pitch right. 1 for 56 of 13.
We saw that with Rehan Ahmed as well.
Yeah. Holden sweeps. That might have found the gap. No, it's good work. Out in the deep by Iswaran. The dying embers of the second day. Oh, that's well bowled. Holden just feeling for that outside his off stump.
Short leg just takes a step closer.
Forward defensive from the Middlesex man. 7 balls left. As Holden drills this one up to mid-off. That completes the day from the pavilion end. There'll be 1 over left from the Nackington Road end, and Nikki Chowdhury will take you through it.
Yep, you've been listening to live cricket on the ECB website and the ECB app. I've been with you for days 1, days 2 of this encounter in Canterbury, and we'll be here with you for days 3 and 4 as well. Dan Whiting and myself, as it is Shardul Thakur to bowl the final over of the day. Tom Haynes has swiftly reached his century down here at Canterbury, his 3rd first-class century of the season, his 15th in total. He was dropped a couple of times, actually. He's dropped on 11. He was dropped on 83 as well. But he's got those 2 lives. As he prods this one back to Ishwaran, who's at mid-on. Just the 2 wickets to have fallen in the day. Ben McKinney, who was opening up with Tom Haynes, and Emilio Gay, who had a lovely partnership of 109 with the Centurion for the England Lions today. As the sun starts to make its way down. Lovely sound off the bat there.
Yeah, Haynes just wants to make sure he's back in the morning, doesn't he? And then he can add.
Well, he wants to
and
convert.
go big. Yeah.
He wants to convert. He takes some inspiration out of Karan Nair's book. Because there's nothing really here in this Indian A bowling attack that hasn't been tried yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised at this sort of the timidness of this India A attack.
I'd like to have seen a bit more fire.
Yeah, likewise.
A bit more fire.
And more of a contest, perhaps. It looks extremely easy out there.
You know, like a little bit more in your face.
Yeah. Be interesting to see. The new ball is due 29 overs, so probably by lunch tomorrow, and how that affects the game.
And tighter lines here from Thakur as he gets halfway through the last over of the day. And Tom Haynes will just be keen to see things home with a nice little asterisk next to his name. And then we'll go again from ball 1 tomorrow. It's been a pleasure to watch. And they've really maintained a good run rate, 4.65 throughout the course of the day. Plays it softly through enough to get a single. And it's another cheap throw there at the strikers end. They'll come back for a couple here. And safe to say the fielding has not been up to par. And that's one area they don't want to let themselves down. And because you can leak a lot of runs that way. And Shardul Thakur is not happy either as he makes his way back to the top of his mark. Should have just been the one. No one backing up. 237 for 2. Haynes on 103. Ragged fielding by India A. nicely in defence. And that will be a dot ball to conclude the over. And 2 runs from it. 10 overs bowled by Shardul Thakur today. 0 for 37 for him. And that will be stumps on day 2. 237 for 2 England Lions. Tom Haynes ends the day on 103 not out. Max Holden beside him with 64 to his name. And England Lions trail by 320. And I think it is safe to say that the momentum and the energy from India A really started to take a downward trajectory as the day went on. Just the 2 wickets to have fallen as well. Ben McKinney, who was bowled by Anshul Kamboj for 16. Then Emilio Gay, who was caught at slip as he went to sweep one. He was caught by Sarfaraz Khan at slip. He went for 46. And that was a partnership of 109 between Gay and Haynes. And then since then, Haynes has been joined by Max Holden out there in the middle. And those two have gone about their business extremely well. A lovely partnership between them of 106 runs. And as the players make their way off the field, I think it's been an absolute joy to watch.
Yeah, close on 400 runs today on a very good day for the England Lions. If they can do that again tomorrow, if they can replicate that and then kick on Monday on the first session, the final 2 sessions might be quite awkward for India A. So tomorrow should be a cracking day's cricket. We'll be live from 10:55, won't we?
Yeah, we will. It really has been a cracking day's worth of cricket. We saw the doubles ton from Karan Nair, 204 to his name, and really be asking those questions now as we just edge closer to the Test series against England, which is at the end of June. But 557 all out here, India on day 2. England Lions 237 for 2 in reply, and Haynes and Holden will head off with their heads held high. Haynes 103, Holden with 64. Tom Haynes bringing up his 15th first-class century. And from Dan Whiting and myself, Nikki Chowdhury here at Canterbury, the Spitfire ground, it's been an absolute joy. We'll be back with you tomorrow from 10:55 in the morning in the sunshine, we hope, although we can't quite predict the English weather. So catch us then. From us now, it's a good night.